Fernand Pellenberg was born the heir of the Pellenberg family, one of the wealthiest noble houses in the entire Armenian Empire. A student at the Imperial Academy of Magic, he came from a family known not only for its affluence but also for its prestigious academic background. They were so rich it was almost obscene. And yet, Fernand was obsessed with money. Truly obsessed. His greed was unmatched, to the point that it became the defining trait of his entire being. During the Imperial Academy's debate competition, where the grand prize was an astounding 1,000 bottles of top-tier elixirs, Fernand stood up and boldly declared, "There's nothing in this world more valuable than money." From that day on, people started calling him the Money Hound. This money-crazed lunatic, yes, Fernand was, as usual, enjoying himself while reviewing reports from the merchant guild managed by his family. The moment he received the report, the first thing out of his mouth was, "So, how much did we make this month?" If the staff reported that earnings had dropped even slightly compared to the previous month, they were in for a world of hurt. And if they didn't meet his expectations, Fernand would smack them on the head. For him, that was just another normal day. But as people often say, tragedy strikes when you least expect it. That day Fernand was out walking in the courtyard, grumbling under his breath. When are they going to start working hard enough to actually earn their pay? Hyde, standing beside him and reading the report, replied, "Didn't he actually improve this time?" But Fernand wasn't satisfied. Sure, it's better than before. But still, just then he looked up at the sky and noticed something strange. On what was supposed to be a perfectly clear day with not a drop of rain, a bolt of lightning struck Fernand out of nowhere. As consciousness faded under the shock, a strange soul seized the moment and tried to possess his body. The moment this entity entered, it blurted out, "Who was this?" Fernand, confused and dazed, asked, "Who are you?" The soul chuckled and said, "Looks like I'm about to take over someone, huh?" Fernand, stunned, replied, "Take over? What the hell are you talking about?" The strange soul kept rambling about things Fernand couldn't even begin to understand, but his instincts told him one thing: this soul was trying to steal his body. With what little mana he had left, Fernand struck back. Clenching his fist, he landed a punch on the intruder. "Ow! What the hell? That hurts. Help me!" the soul screamed. Though it was easily defeated, Fernand somehow ended up absorbing part of it. In that instant, unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. It was like a bolt of lightning tearing through his brain. He suddenly bolted upright. Hyde rushed over, panicked. "Young master, are you all right?" Fernand stared blankly at the strange glowing letters floating before his eyes. It was a prophecy, the prophecy of the world's end. It read, "The end draws near. 72 demons shall rise again, and bring ruin upon the world. The descendant of the founding emperor, Ain't Armian, shall." Then came the most terrifying line: "Fernand Pellenberg, heir to the Pellenberg duchy, shall be expelled from his family for colluding with, lose all his wealth, and become homeless." Frozen in shock, Fernand just sat there, unblinking. Hyde called out, "Young master? Young master." But Fernand couldn't answer. The prophecy painted a future worse than death itself. Fernand Pellenberg shall be expelled from his family for colluding with what the hell? He thought in horror. Me? Expelled? And lose all my money too? What the actual hell is this? From that day forward, Fernand began doing everything he could to uncover the truth about the strange soul, why it had tried to possess him, and why he now had those memories. But no matter how much he dug, he found nothing. Still, one thing was certain: the prophecy was real. Every prediction it made had come true so far, minus 100% accurate, at least up to that point. Because of this, he figured he could use the prophecy to make money. But strangely, that brought him no joy. After all, if the prophecy was indeed real, then his downfall was inching closer every day. He needed to be absolutely sure those words were the truth. One afternoon, Fernand returned home from class. Hyde greeted him. "How was the lesson today?" "Same as always," he replied curtly. Hyde hung up his master's coat and asked, "Would you like some coffee?" Fernand reached for the newspaper on the table and said, "Yeah." As he scanned the pages, flipping through in search of something specific, he muttered, "Where's the news about the academy?" Hyde watched quietly for a moment before asking, Young master, have you been feeling unwell lately?" Fernand looked up, confused. "No, why?" Hyde continued, "It just seems like you've been more anxious than usual." Surprised, Fernand asked, "Since when?" Hyde answered, "About 6 months ago, sir. There are times when you seem completely spaced out and don't respond even when I call. Other times you make really impulsive decisions even though you used to be meticulous about everything. Are you sure this isn't some after effect of being struck by lightning?" Hyde had clearly been watching him very closely. Fernand tried to brush it off with an excuse. Those strange decisions. They've all turned out profitable, haven't they? What after effect? Then suddenly his eyes caught a small article about Ain Armian, the successor. He really enrolled at the academy. Before Hyde could finish asking if he had another source of information, Fernand was already up and heading out the door. I'm going south for a bit. Hyde called after him, what about your coffee? The Imperial Academy was located on an island called Bardian, an environment largely crafted through magic. The southern part of the island was a flooded zone, filled with wetlands and magical swamps. Fernand rode his horse down to that area to scout around, silently thinking to himself, if this checks out, I can finally confirm whether the prophecy is real. Among all the prophetic messages Head received, 3 stood out so clearly they were practically burned into his mind. First, a future where Fernand Pellenberg is expelled from his family. Second, a future where Fernand Pellenberg is left penniless. And third, a future where Fernand Pellenberg becomes homeless. Just thinking about those fates made Fernand panic. He urged his horse to go faster, mumbling, no, this can't be happening. But as he galloped he reviewed the details in his head once more. First, the future of Fernand Pellenberg. Second, the prophecy that 72 demons, once summoned by Colomo, would rise again. And third, the future in which Ain Armian saves the world from those demons. Ain Armian, a name known by everyone in the Empire. A direct descendant of the founding emperor, Carlinos Armian. The Armian family had built the entire empire and once ruled over 5 neighboring kingdoms. But after 1,000 years, their power had long since faded. The prophecy didn't say much beyond that Ain Armian would central role. After passing the academy's entrance exam, instead of going home, Ain had headed straight toward the southern wetlands. His reason for enrolling in the academy was to search for a map said to have been left behind by the founding emperor himself. From that point on, everything related to Ain had been unfolding like the pages of a novel, detailed, dramatic, and eerily precise. If Ain kept acting in line with the prophecy, that would be the clearest way to prove its validity. He wasn't just a key figure in the prophecy, he was also directly linked to Fernand's own bleak future. At some point, Fernand had even come across what appeared to be expulsion documents, ones that seemed to have been written in advance. As Fernand brought his horse to a stop and looked around cautiously, a deeper worry gnawed at him. The worst part is, I don't even know why Ain Armian hates me. He couldn't read the prophecy in full, some parts had been deliberately blurred out. He could only grasp a rough outline of future events, not the full picture or the nuances of relationships. According to what he pieced together, it seemed that at some point, he had teamed up with demons. Fernand frowned. That doesn't make any sense. Me, working with demons? Fernand searched the area thoroughly. He's got to be around here somewhere. Ain was currently searching for a dungeon hidden deep within the wetlands. A place said to contain a legendary sword left behind by the founding emperor, along with the soul of the emperor. Fernand did the math. If the prophecy is accurate, then this guy's a prime candidate to be the world's savior. A true hero. Suddenly he let out a low, bitter laugh. If he weren't so important to the prophecy, I would have killed him already. Who the hell does he think he is, taking all my money like that? Then, a strange smell hit Fernand's nose. Blood. A thought flashed through his mind. Right, I remember now. He was wounded by a croaker while searching for the dungeon. That made sense. Even if he was destined to become a hero, for now Ain was still inexperienced. Taking on a top-tier predator like that was probably too much for him. Fernand followed the blood trail to a small cave. Is this the dungeon entrance? He wondered, stepping closer. So far everything still aligned with the prophecy. He was just about to head inside to check, thinking, let's see if Ain still, when suddenly, he froze and gasped. Ain appeared from the far end of the cave, blood smeared across his stomach. Fernand was stunned. He's already here. Did I get here too early? Deciding to play it cool, he put on a stern face and said, Ain Armian. First years aren't allowed in this area. Ain looked confused. You know who I am? Fernand raised an eyebrow. Is there anyone in the Empire who doesn't know who you are? Ain gave a polite nod. My apologies. And you are? Fernand, he replied. Ain's eyes widened. Wait, Fernand? Fernand Pellenberg? Fernand scowled, pretending to be annoyed. What, too casual? I'm a year ahead of you, you know. Flustered, Ain quickly corrected himself. Right, sorry. Sir Pellenberg. Feigning ignorance, Fernand asked, you get injured by a lizard man or something? Ain answered honestly, it was a croaker. Fernand let out a mock gasp. A croaker? Those are rare. You've got some real bad luck. He then shoved a potion bottle into Aint's hand. Here. This one's high grade. Way more effective than 10 low-grade potions. Aint was taken aback. High grade? Fernand? Seeing Aint skip the formal address, Fernand cut him off sharply. Sir Pellenberg. Aint paused awkwardly and explained, right, sorry. It's just, I don't have any money. Fernand replied coolly. I don't need your money. He went on, your family may not hold the power it once did, but I'm pretty sure you'll become someone valuable. After all, you carry the blood of the founding emperor. Let's just say I'm making an investment. Aint looked at him in surprise, thinking to himself, maybe Fernand Pellenberg isn't the money-crazed maniac everyone says he is. He actually seems decent. Thank you, sir, Aint said earnestly. But inside, Fernand was screaming. That potion was damn expensive. If it weren't for the prophecy, he would have never ever handed it over. He quickly changed the subject. You're lucky, you know. Back when I was a first year, anyone caught sneaking around like this got punished right away. I'm letting this slide. Got it. As expected, Aint was deeply grateful. Yes, sir. Thank you, Sir Pellenberg. Fernand nodded. All right, I'll see you around. Aint bowed respectfully. Thank you again. I'll repay this favor. Fernand pretended to leave, but then doubled back and hid nearby to keep watching Aint, still bitter about having given up such a valuable potion. He watched as Aint drank it, then made his way into the dungeon. After waiting a while, Fernand followed him in. As he stepped inside, Fernand looked around and muttered, I was honestly still skeptical, but this really is a dungeon. The place looked cleared out, nothing in sight. Guess Aint already wiped the place clean. He reached out and grabbed one of the lamps hanging on the wall, his brow furrowed. Weird. I can't sense any traces of mana, even though there are so many magic lamps here. He observed more closely and soon realized. They're absorbing mana from the surrounding environment. Eternal magic lamps. His eyes narrowed. And the kid just left them behind. Does he have any idea how much these things are worth? Fernand was starting to think that Aint seemed a little too naive. Nothing like the composed, capable hero described in the prophecy. Is it really okay to leave the future of the world in this guy's hands? According to the prophecy, Aint had been wounded when entering the dungeon, and not only that, he'd been badly shaken up after falling at the entrance. He'd clenched his teeth, his whole body aching, and chugged down every potion he had. But the injuries didn't heal. They were too severe, and his potions were all low grade. Still, he pressed on. Something primal, instinctual was pushing him forward. Then he saw a sword embedded in a pedestal. It looked ordinary enough, long, plain, nothing flashy. And yet, he couldn't take his eyes off it. It called to him. Not with words, but with a pull that echoed in his mind, resonating with his very soul. The moment Aint gripped the sword, brilliant light burst through the dark chamber. And when he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the dungeon. He was standing in a narrow alleyway within the Imperial Academy. Back in the dungeon, Fernand noticed something faint on the stone pedestal, a subtle trace of magic. Barely visible, but still there. This must have been where the sword was placed. Aint had vanished. That confirmed it, the prophecy was real. And if that part was true, then so was the rest. Fernand's mind flashed back to the prophecy about his own fate. The expulsion document. Every privilege and possession tied to the Pellenberg name, everything the head of the Pellenberg household had ever given him would be stripped away. None of it would belong to him anymore. Not a single thing. And the head of the family had said it clearly, don't ever show your face to me again. No, not just to me, don't show your face to anyone. That's the most mercy I can offer you. There was no denying it now. That was his future. Clutching his head in despair, Fernand groaned, I'm going to lose everything. He clenched his jaw and growled through gritted teeth. What the hell kind of screwed up future is this? Aint Armian, the one recognized by the prophetic scripture, the hero chosen by fate to protect the world from demons. And the one who would eventually leave him with nothing. Fernand sat at his desk, doing calculations. Still, Aint was like a rising stock, he should rush in and wag his tail like a loyal dog. But the Aint described in the prophecy was completely different from the one standing before him now. He was someone who valued honor over wealth. If Fernand wasn't careful, it could backfire horribly. He suddenly imagined Aint's wrath. You shameless bastard, trying to bribe me? Eliminate him immediately. Fernand sighed, unsure of how to approach him. This is tough, he muttered. Hearing that, Hyde asked, what's tough? Fernand replied, Hyde, imagine there's a merchant guild that's been consistently growing. If you had a chance to invest, what would you do? Hyde set down his coffee cup and answered without hesitation, "I'd invest right away." Fernand raised a brow. "But what if the guild's motto doesn't align with your values?" Hyde looked serious. "Does it matter? Isn't it you who always says, 'With money you can follow any motto'?" Fernand found himself agreeing. He had been too caught up in thoughts of demons and the fate of the world. But at its core, this was about investment, risk management, and reaping big returns. Personality differences meant little in the face of massive profits. Still, he needed more detailed information on Ain't. He stood up abruptly, grabbed his cloak and headed for the door. "I'm going to see him myself." "Wait, who are you going to see?" Hyde called after him. "You've got a visitor scheduled." He sighed, clearly exasperated. Just like yesterday, where did he run off to this time? At the academy, dormitories were assigned based on entrance exam rankings. Ranks 1 through 10 went to Ravidos Hall. Ranks 11 through 30 to Bless Hall. Everyone ranked 31 and below was lumped into the bottom of society. Ain't had been assigned to Debus Hall. Within the sword Ain't carried resided the spirit of Gardner Alphenparson, who was utterly outraged. He bellowed, "Debus Hall? The descendant of Armian, attending Armian Academy, gets placed in Debus Hall instead of Bless or Ravidos? Unbelievable. If the late emperor were still alive, he'd rise from his grave and strangle every last one of them like a demon." Startled, Ain't asked, "Why'd you suddenly bring up demons?" Gardner responded, "Because if this isn't the work of demonic interference, then what else could explain such absurdity? You make it sound like I'm blaming you." "Well, what can I say? I'm here because I'm weak," Ain't replied calmly. Gardner roared, "Weak? The descendant of Armian? Who'd believe such nonsense?" Ain't added thoughtfully, "To be fair, the first emperor does bear some of the blame." "What did you say?" Gardner exclaimed. "Think about it," Ain't explained. "He abolished hereditary succession and replaced it with an electoral system where 7 noble families choose the emperor. He also handed over lands and assets to the empire. The throne's been in other families' hands for over a century. Our lands are gone, the families declined, and we've even lost part of our secret swordsmanship. I may still be a nominal prince-elector, but I can't even master our own sword techniques." Gardner coughed awkwardly. "Still, you have potential. Ain't, I will support you with everything I've got. You'll reclaim Armian's glory. Maybe the late emperor foresaw all this, that's why he entrusted you with me." Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door, "Ain't Armian. Are you in there?" Gardner asked. "Someone's here to see you?" "Who is it?" Ain't called back. "The upperclassman," the voice replied. Ain't thought for a moment. "Upperclassman." He got up to open the door, and the moment he saw Fernand, he blinked in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Fernand smiled. "Busy?" "Not really, nothing urgent," Ain't answered. "Then let me borrow some of your time." Seeing the hallway was quite crowded, Fernand added, "This place is too noisy. Let's go somewhere quieter, right now." Ain't asked, "Give me 10 minutes to get ready." Fernand pretended to scold him, "Making your esteemed upperclassmen wait 10 whole minutes. Back in my day, even if you were sleeping, you'd run out in your underwear if a senior called for you. You newbies are so spoiled these days. 5 minutes. Ain't quickly corrected himself. "I'll be out in 5, I promise." Fernand patted him on the shoulder. "I'll let you off this time. I'll wait outside the dorm." Once the door shut, Gardner exploded again. "What the hell is that pompous brat's problem?" "That's Fernand Pellenberg, eldest son of House Pellenberg," Ain't explained as he got dressed. Gardner scowled. "Pellenberg? That nouveau rich family? Just because they have money, they think they can boss around royalty. Who do they think they are, calling out a descendant of the imperial family like that? The world's gone mad." As Ain't buttoned his shirt, he thought, what could he want? Surely it's not about the potion, I mean, he said it was an investment, right? Fernand waited for Ain't in the main hall. As soon as he saw him, he asked, "You brought your sword?" Ain't scratched his head and explained, "Ah, yeah. I just feel calmer with it in my hand. I swear I didn't mean anything by it." Fernand nodded in understanding. "I get it. Most knights won't part with their swords anyway." But deep down he thought, that sword must be the embodiment of Gardner Alphenparson. Then Ain't asked, "So, why did you want to meet me, Sir Fernand?" Fernand replied slowly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to have a meal with you." "A meal?" Ain't echoed in surprise. Fernand smiled and nodded. "Yeah, order whatever you like." Ain't waved his hands quickly. "I'm fine, really. Besides, this place looks expensive." Fernand frowned. "That old excuse again. You can't turn down an upperclassman. Back in my day, Ain't quickly gave in. Alright. I'm looking at the menu now. The two of them scanned the menu together. Fernan, watching Ain't closely, silently assessed him, naive and easy to sway. And yet this kid's the one who ends up overtaking me. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. Meanwhile, Ain't was breaking into a cold sweat just reading the prices. Everything was outrageously expensive. Then Fernan suddenly asked, Ain't, do you have any goals? Other than just graduating? The unexpected question caught Ain't off guard. He looked up and replied softly, Yes, I do. Fernan continued, Most people come to the academy to build connections. But your family has avoided any kind of social engagement. They say it's because Armian needs to be rebuilt. So I found it a bit strange that you enrolled here. Ain't's tone turned serious. I'm tired of being treated like some has been royal. Even if it's only nominal, Armian is still a royal house. Fernan paused, taken aback by the conviction in his voice. There it is. Ain't added firmly, I will become a royal knight and restore honor to my family. For a moment Fernan saw a different side of him. When Ain't spoke about his dream, his eyes burned with resolve and ambition. Fernan gave a half-hearted nod and replied, I see. So, have you picked a dish yet? Just like that, Ain't returned to his usual demeanor. Not yet, give me a second. He really takes pride in his bloodline, Fernan thought. Looks like he's not as easygoing as he seems. Changing the subject, Fernan asked, Ain't, do you have any dietary restrictions? Not really, Ain't replied. Fernan pressed on, then what's your MBTI? Ain't blinked. My what? Fernan headed straight home after the meal. He thought to himself, I've got a general sense of what kind of person Ain't Armian is now. I was going to sweet-talk him and bait him with funding. But I'm glad I didn't go through with it. Back at his desk, Fernan began analyzing his stocks. Ain't Armian appearance, potential intellect, assets, standout trait, extremely proud of his family. Confident. Values honor. Points to watch, underestimated. A super blue chip stock. Best for long-term investment. A top-tier asset for surviving the end of the world. He concluded, if I shove money in his face right now, it'll just hurt his pride. With people like him, slow and steady wins the race. I need to build trust bit by bit, insert myself into his life gradually. If I'm patient, when the time comes he'll come to me on his own. And when that happens, I'll just reel him in pure gold, a massive catch. I'll make him an ally, then squeeze every last drop out of him. Just then, Hyde entered the room. Young master, you're back. Where have you been? Fernan responded casually, just went to meet someone I know. Was it Burchef by any chance? Hyde asked, curious. Fernan raised an eyebrow. Burchef? Why are you bringing her up out of nowhere? Luina Burchef, Hyde reminded him. She came by today to talk about the debt issue. Fernan suddenly remembered. Ah, it was today, huh? Hyde sighed. If I'd known you'd be back so late, I would have sent her away. But I told her to wait. After 3 hours, she gave up and left. She probably thinks you stood her up to wear her down. Fernan reached for his coffee, his tone calm. All the better if she's discouraged. Took a lot of effort to tie that family down, so we need to keep them locked in tight. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him. Fernan clutched his head and let out a groan. Hyde rushed over, worried. Young master. Are you all right? I'm fine, Fernan replied, wincing. Just a sudden headache. Then, strange lines of text began flashing in his mind. He was stunned. What is this, a prophecy? It's the part one couldn't read before, why is it showing up now? Brown hair, soft as drifting clouds. Eyes the color of aquamarine, barely enough to describe a glimpse of that girl. Her swordplay is refined, elegant, noble, more vivid than anyone else's. Under the moonlight, Ain't was drawn to her dance. She certainly has the talent to become a royal knight, but within her heart lies a shadow. If those chains are broken, she'll be able to spread her wings and fly free. I want to break those chains for her, free her from House Pellenberg. That's Luina Burchef, isn't it? Fernan thought. Is that why Ain't hates me? He clutched his head and cursed under his breath. God damn it. Hyde, startled by the outburst, froze. Fernan quickly clarified. I wasn't talking about you. Luina Burchef sat waiting in the main hall, her thoughts churning. Fernan Pellenberg. He stood me up on purpose yesterday, and now has the one calling me in. I'm the one worried about this debt. She narrowed her eyes, wondering, is he planning to crush me completely? From a short distance behind her, Fernan silently observed. Just looking at her from behind, he He could already feel her annoyance radiating. The Burchev family, once counts, had been powerful frontier guardians in the north of the empire, and were among the 7 noble electors. But their legacy had crumbled when a massive monster wave devastated the region. Their once proud heritage had been reduced to rubble. In a desperate bid to rebuild, the Burchevs had sold nearly everything they owned, including the official charter and the golden imperial seal that confirmed their elector status. And even that hadn't been enough. The one who stepped in to offer support at that time was none other than Duke von Pellenberg, the head of House Pellenberg, Fernand's father. Was it out of sympathy? No, Fernand thought grimly. House Pellenberg lacked talent in swordsmanship, and had long coveted exceptional sword techniques. Burchev's tragedy was the perfect opportunity. Father blocked other noble houses from lending Burchev aid, slowly forcing them into a mountain of debt. It was just enough to keep them from disappearing completely, but the annual interest alone left them gasping for air. If I push a little more, Fernand calculated, I might finally squeeze the sword techniques out of them. But fate had other plans. It painted Luina as the future lover of Aunt Armian. A detailed analysis of Luina Burchev showed that in terms of appearance, potential, heritage and intelligence, she was a standout. And most importantly, she was a debtor with the talent to become a royal knight, the future lover of Aunt Armian, and someone connected to the Armian family itself. Fernand considered this web of implications: restoring the family, saving the world, romance. Aunt just does whatever he wants, huh? He reminded himself, forget about the sword techniques. If Luina is connected to Aunt, I can't afford to have her hate me. With that resolve, Fernand approached and spoke politely. Luina Burchev, you came just in time for dinner. He offered a sincere apology. About yesterday, I'm really sorry. I got caught up with work and completely forgot our meeting. I promise it wasn't intentional. Luina looked mildly irritated. Well, those of us in weaker positions have to endure injustice, don't we? I told you. That's not what happened, Fernand protested. Sure, she said curtly, I'll pretend to believe you. It's not pretending, he replied, slightly exasperated. She looked at him seriously. Let's just get to the point. Why did you want to see me? Fernand smiled. Here goes, time to make a good impression. Phase 1 of the Luina Burchev charm strategy. He began, starting from second year, the magic and night departments will share some classes. No, Luina cut him off immediately. Fernand blinked. I haven't even said anything yet. How did you? She gently rotated her teacup and spoke calmly. You want me to be your partner, right? Why should I? Partnering with you gets me nothing. I'm ranked 2nd, and you're 10th. I've got better options. Seeing her resistance, Fernand offered a deal. If you agree to partner with me for the next 3 years, I'll waive all interest on your debt. But only if you also accept me as your sponsor. Luina was visibly surprised. Why would you do that? Because the shared class is worth 5 credits, he replied smoothly. She shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Why are you not only asking to partner up, but also to sponsor me? In case you didn't know, I'm on a scholarship. Fernand answered with a composed smile. Yes, but you send almost all your money home. Everyone knows you live more frugally than a commoner. Aside from the dorm. This isn't anything dramatic, I just want to invest in your potential. Luina looked at him. Astonished. This is the first time I've heard of a noble sponsoring another noble. To Fernand, it was clear that Luina Burchev, like Aunt, was someone who valued dignity and integrity. He offered a gentle smile. Yes, Pellenberg and Burchev are both noble houses. But we're not exactly equals, are we? Inside, he was certain no matter how high Luina held her head, the Burchevs could never measure up to their past glory. Luina was furious. Are you mocking me? She snapped. Fernand smiled calmly, certain that unlike the proud Armian, he had managed to get a grip on her. No matter how much she hated him, or held a grudge against the Pellenberg family, she would have no choice but to accept his offer. This isn't the time to let pride get in your way, he told her. Your talent is no lie. Fernand's plan to win over Luina Burchev had entered phase 2. He smoothly shifted the topic. Actually, I saw you practicing sword dancing recently, he said. He recalled the prophecy, brown hair like drifting clouds. Aquamarine eyes, just vague clues barely enough to describe a corner of the girl's presence. Her swordplay was exquisite, noble, and brimming with life. Using those hints, he painted a vivid and romantic picture in his mind. Her swordsmanship was mesmerizing, refined, and full of elegance. Luina was stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Fernand locked eyes with her, and knew she couldn't possibly reject someone who recognized her talent. She stood frozen for a moment before stammering, Are you saying? Fernand abruptly stood and cut her off. I'll never forget the first time I saw your sword dance. He raised a hand dramatically and began reciting his over-the-top ode, the hymn of Luina Burcheff's swordsmanship, composed by Fernand Pellenberg. Begins now her blade, oh so graceful, elegant, noble and just. Swifter than light, and softer than a butterfly's wings. Each stroke of hers torments my thoughts night after night. I can no longer find sleep. Horrified, Luina screamed, that's enough, stop. Please just stop. Fernand shouted back, no, I can't. She was on the verge of collapsing. Why not, you lunatic? He leaned in close and repeated, because I can't find the words to describe the beauty of your swordsmanship. Fine. Luina yelled, utterly defeated. I'll be your partner, just please stop. And so, Fernand's plan to win Luina Burcheff's favor had succeeded gloriously. Later that evening, back at the dorm, Luina told Serena, her caretaker, what had happened. Serena gasped. 3 years of interest-free loans, full sponsorship, and a confidentiality clause. All that just for being his partner for 3 years? Luina smiled. Yeah, how could I say no? He said he saw potential in my sword dancing. Potential? Serena repeated, still puzzled. He said it was graceful, elegant, noble, and just. And that he couldn't find words to describe its beauty, Luina added, quoting Fernand with a slightly embarrassed grin. Serena's forehead pulsed with visible veins as she exploded, my lady. That money-hungry creep is clearly scheming something. Still, I'll admit he has a keen eye for talent. Careful how you speak, Luina warned. He's still the heir to Pellenberg. Serena flared up again. Exactly. That damned Pellenberg hair is using flirtation tactics now. I bet he's trying to seduce you with those sharp, deep-set eyes of his. And don't even get me started on that wicked smile. Luina eyed her suspiciously. Don't tell me, is he actually your type, Serena? She laughed and said, but really I don't get the feeling he's trying to seduce me. Suspicious? Sure. But with 3 years of loan-free support, the pressure on my family has eased up. I'll just have to endure it. Serena still looked frustrated. But you're ranked second in your class, and that guy is only ranked 10th. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Serena went to open it and found a tall man standing outside. May I help you? She asked. I'm here on behalf of Lord Fernand Pellenberg, he replied. He requests Lady Luina's presence at the training grounds immediately, if possible. Serena scowled. So now we have to drop everything and run to him when he calls. Luina blinked. The training grounds. I'll let the lady decide, Serena answered curtly. But deep down, Luina couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Why would he want me at the training grounds? What is he up to now? Fernand slung his magic staff over his shoulder as he stepped into the training arena. From what he knew, Luina Burcheff was consistently ranked second in their class, right behind a second-year knight named Almond Donnertz, whom she had never managed to defeat. Still, people often whispered that she had the potential to become one of the 10 royal knights across the entire continent. She undoubtedly had the talent for it, but somewhere deep inside her heart, a shadow lingered. And today Fernand wanted to see for himself whether those rumors were true. Luina approached, sword in hand, her brow furrowed with confusion. I don't understand, she said. What is this about? Fernand smiled. I don't want you to think I'm just some burden, he replied. So I'm going to show you that I'm not as weak as you think. You're trying to prove that, by fighting me here and now? She asked. I mean, you're ranked 10th. Sure, living in the Ravados Tower proves your skills are noteworthy. But the gap between rank 2 and 10 is huge. Fernand remained undeterred. Let's just give it a try, he said. Luina unsheathed her sword. Fine, if that's what you want. I've been meaning to see what you're capable of anyway. I'll even let you make the first move. Raising his staff, Fernand said confidently with pleasure. He began chanting a spell. The orb atop his staff lit up with a brilliant glow, and a wave of mana rippled outward. His incantation echoed through the arena and Bani Batni Riong, and in response, a barrage of ruby-colored stone formations erupted from the ground, surging toward Luina like missiles. She swung her sword with precise force, the air erupting with booming crashes. Her strength was undeniable. Each strike was fast, clean and powerful enough to obliterate nearly every incoming stone projectile. But just when she thought she had taken control of the situation, she noticed something had changed. Fernand's magic had shifted. She barely had time to turn around before she saw his reinforced magic array glowing with even more intensity than before. It was just a simple follow-up. His next attack had been supercharged while she was still busy with the first wave. Luina's eyes widened. Did he just damage the arena floor? She thought in disbelief. The entire surface was reinforced with strong enchantments strong enough to withstand a direct hit without a single crack. And yet now, It looked like the very floor was beginning to fracture. It hit her then. Fernand Pellenberg. He's been hiding his true strength all along. The orb on his staff blazed brighter, and his crimson eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. The ground beneath them suddenly erupted as dense clusters of stone surged upward, relentlessly bombarding Luina. She struggled to fend them off, leaping into the air in a desperate attempt to avoid the onslaught. Her heart raced in panic. This can't be real. High-level magic spells cast one after another? And he's even using multicasting techniques. Just how much mana does this guy have? This wasn't the strength of someone ranked 10th. She had completely misjudged him. At this rate, I'm going to lose. Quickly regaining her focus, Luina conjured a protective barrier around herself. A vortex of power swirled, pushing back against Fernand's ferocious assault. He looked slightly surprised, then smiled. One section of the nearby wall crumbled under the intensity of the battle. Reinforcing his magic, Fernand launched another round of attacks. But Luina held her ground. With sword firmly in hand, she launched forward in a lightning-fast strike. Her power surged like a thunderstorm, unstoppable, overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Fernand's staff hit the ground. Luina froze, her blade now resting just inches from his head. Fernand smiled and calmly said, "I concede." Luina snapped, "Are you mocking me?" But he simply replied, "I'm not mocking you. I've just run out of mana. A mage without mana can't possibly defeat a knight." She studied him for a moment. He didn't seem to be bluffing. He truly had exhausted his energy. He pushed me until I had to defend myself again and again, until he burned through everything, so this victory is mine. Yet, even as she thought this, she frowned and shook her head slightly. Why does this win feel so hollow? It doesn't feel like I actually beat him. Then Fernand suddenly reached into his coat. "Ah, I have something for you." He pulled out a small gift box and added, "Since you defeated me. You like chocolate, don't you? It's whiskey chocolate homemade by my family. It's really good." Luina's eyes sparkled. "Chocolate? I'm practically drooling already." Fernand chuckled. "If you don't like that kind, I also have Frieding's World Bark Chocolate. Or Kraken Ink Chocolate, specialty of the Frasian Kingdom. Just say the word. I've got everything." Something clicked in Luina's mind. "Wait, hold on." She narrowed her eyes. "Did you look into my personal profile?" Fernand gave her a cheeky look. "You've got chocolate on your lip, maybe clean that off before we talk." "But no, I didn't do it just for you. I checked the personal info of every top-ranked student." Luina shouted, "That is looking into my personal profile. And giving me chocolate because I won a duel? What? Do you think I'm a kid?" Fernand feigned surprise. "Really? I just thought you'd enjoy it. But hey, if you don't want it." He started to put the box away. Luina quickly snatched it from him. "I never said I didn't want it." He laughed warmly. "Great. Then let's get along from now on." He turned to leave, but Luina suddenly called out, "Wait." He stopped. What is it?" She looked serious now. "The amount of mana you possess, it's absurd. You were able to launch one brutal assault after another, without rest. I couldn't even guess at your limits. With that kind of power, why are you only ranked 10th? Fernand smiled. "Isn't it obvious? Merchants never step into the spotlight. A true enigma, hidden in plain sight." Fernand returned home with his staff slung over his shoulder. Seeing the tattered staff and a pile of broken components on the table, Hyde raised an eyebrow and asked, "What on earth happened here? Did you destroy the mana reservoir in the mana amplifier?" Fernand, rummaging through his coat, replied nonchalantly, "I had a duel with Luina. She's really strong. Even though I came well prepared, everything still got wrecked. Not only that, she pushed me to the point I ran out of mana, and she still stood tall until the end." He placed a small crystal orb on the table. Hyde let out a long, exasperated sigh. "Why would you waste such valuable gear on a sparring match with Luina Berchef? Is she really worth it?" Fernand answered calmly, "It was an investment in the future." Hyde looked baffled. "The future?" "Yeah," Fernand said vaguely, "something like that." Hyde mumbled to himself, "Don't tell me the lightning strike scrambled his brain again." Fernand sat in silence, reflecting on the duel. It was beautiful. He thought back to Luina's swordplay, swift, fluid, even elegant in a noble way. Aunt Armian was right. Now he understood why his father had long coveted the Berchef family's secret sword techniques. Luina really does have talent. Standing nearby, Hyde murmured, "Normally I can guess what you're thinking, young master, but this time I've got nothing." Meanwhile, Fernand was still lost in thought. But why has she never ranked first? Could it be her equipment? Suddenly, Heidi's loud voice jolted him back. Young master. What are you going to tell the Duke about all this? The Birchef sword style is his lifelong obsession. Fernand blinked. Oh, that. Honestly, I wasn't thinking about it at the time. But now that you mention it, I'm starting to worry. Think he'll disown me? Hyde gasped. Disown you? No way. He'll probably just kill you and get it over with. Fernand recoiled. Hey. I'm his own flesh and blood, you know. Hyde gave him a look that said, killing is faster than paperwork. Fernand said nervously. He wouldn't kill his own son just for messing up his plans, right? Regardless, he decided it would be best to write his father a letter explaining the situation with Birchef, and wait for a response. While writing, Fernand could already picture his father clutching his chest and collapsing from rage. After sealing the letter, his mind wandered into anxious thoughts. What if there's news about demons? What if father really decides to strangle me? A flood of unease came over him, but he tried to push it aside. Then, a few days later, the reply arrived. Fernand held the letter with a tense expression. That was faster than I expected. Hyde nodded gravely. Yes, the moment has come. Fernand asked, did he leave any personal message? Hyde shook his head. No message, but his expression says everything. Hyde looked as though he were about to cry. Fernand frowned. Why do you look like that? Hyde sniffled. I just have a gut feeling. This is the last day I'll get to serve you, young master. Fernand scoffed. Don't be dramatic. There's no way this is something I'd be disowned over. I clearly remember it was the Ain't Armian incident that got me disowned last time, for shaking hands with a demon. Hyde pulled out a handkerchief and burst into tears. My dearest friend. Why now, of all times? Fernand tried to calm himself. This time it has nothing to do with demons. It should be fine. Then he opened the letter. Inside was a single line: you've been possessed by a demon. Signed, disowned, Yvonne Pellenberg. Fernand's face froze. Hyde, I need to go see my father. Right now. Hyde blinked. What did the letter say? But Fernand wasn't listening. A demon? No way. How did this even happen? Could it be that book? His thoughts swirled in chaos. I can't tell him I have a prophetic book. That thing doesn't even exist physically, it's all in my head. There's no way to prove it. If I tell the truth, he'll think I'm some delusional merchant. Or worse, he'll assume I'm trying to tarnish the family's reputation. I need to offer something to make up for the Birchef mess, Fernand resolved, marching toward the Pellenberg estate. The butler greeted him with a bow. Please, this way, sir. All the while, Fernand was trying to find a solution. The book of prophecy, it's real, even if no one can see it. But how do I prove it? He knew the only way to avoid disaster was to present something valuable enough to balance the scales. He followed the butler to his father's study. As the door creaked open, Yvonne Pellenberg was seated behind his desk, pen in hand. He set it down and looked up at Fernand with a piercing gaze. You seem calmer than I expected. I thought maybe you'd inhaled something, lost your mind, or worse. His tone darkened. The demon slain by the late emperor has somehow returned and possessed my own son. If not that, then explain it. Why did you do it? Fernand remained composed. I decided to invest in the Birchef family, in a way I believe is more beneficial. Yvonne narrowed his eyes. More beneficial than a top-secret sword manual? Fernand hesitated, then said firmly, that's something I can't tell you. Yvonne's voice sharpened. Fernand, that wasn't a request. At this moment you're a disgrace, an idiot squandering our family's wealth. Fernand didn't flinch. He looked his father squarely in the eye. I understand. But my decision stands. If you give me full authority over the Birchef situation, I'm confident I can turn a greater profit than that sword manual ever could. Yvonne's gaze hardened. Is that so? Then let me ask you this again, where does that confidence come from? Fernand answered without wavering, I can't say. Suspicion clouded Yvonne's face. Ridiculous. I never taught you to act so recklessly. Do you not understand this isn't something you can fix with a few childish excuses? Fernand realized his father wouldn't budge. Just as I thought, I have no choice but to use the information from the prophecy as leverage. I didn't want to play this card so soon, but I'm out of options. He responded calmly, I'm not making childish excuses. In exchange for taking full responsibility for the Birchef situation, I'll give you a piece of information, something only I know. Yvonne tapped the desk with his fingers, then softened his tone. Information only you know? Fernand explained, you're aware that I've built my own intelligence network. His father gave a skeptical smirk. I suspect it's barely better than children playing pretend. But fine. Go on. What's this all-important intel of yours? Fernan leaned in slightly. To the west of the Aris mountain range, within the territory of Viscount Donnertz, there's an undiscovered mana stone mine. Yvonne straightened in surprise. A mana stone mine? I've never heard of any such site in that region. How did you find this out? Your immature little network. Sounds like a bunch of kids digging holes in the dirt. Fernan replied evenly, but it's often children who dig and occasionally, they stumble upon a coin buried in the ground. He added. That location in Aris has enough potential to offset the entire Berchef loss. And then some. Those words made Yvonne's expression change. Fernan pressed on with conviction. It's a gold mine, father. Magic stone is a type of ore infused with mana, considered one of the most precious resources in the world. Naturally, that means it brings in money, a lot of money. However, the magic stone mine in the Aris Mountains was only vaguely mentioned in the prophecy, with no concrete details provided. I've never seen it with my own eyes, so I have no idea how big or small it actually is. But at the very least, it's enough to buy me some time. Fernan laid out his plan. The shipment run by House Donnertz had recently been lost in a storm, and their current financial situation was far from stable. If timed right, he could seize the mining rights to the magic stone deposit. Quietly, he also calculated the risk of the prophecy being exposed. He decided it was best to delay revealing anything about it for as long as possible. Yvonne said, if what you're saying turns out to be true, it could indeed make up for the losses you caused. But we'll need to verify everything. That will take time. For now, just focus on your studies. When we have results, I'll call you back. Fernan responded firmly, understood. He immediately turned to leave, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Did I really manage to calm him down? Why does it feel like I just shaved 10 years off my life expectancy? Suddenly, Yvonne called out, Fernan. Startled, Fernan stopped and turned back. Yes, father? His stomach twisted with anxiety. What now? Did I mess something up again? But his father simply said, while you're here, let's share a meal. I can't just keep sending you off like that. Fernan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Right, of course. The thick office door closed behind him. After Fernan left, Yvonne wasted no time reprimanding someone else. I'm rather disappointed in you. Even the Black Tortoise couldn't uncover what he just told me. Note to readers, the Black Tortoise is the intelligence division under Duke Pellenberg. Orlando Yvonne. I'll have the entire thing reinvestigated from the top. Don't be too harsh, Yvonne advised. Take your time. He paused, then changed the subject. More importantly, what do you think of Fernan? Orlando chuckled. Sounds like you're looking to strike a deal with your own son. You've become quite the businessman, my lord. Still unsure, Yvonne mused aloud. I remain suspicious. I have no idea how he managed to discover that magic stone deposit. But we'll get to the bottom of it. Maybe we should bring in the mining surveyors. You mean the Golden Pillars? Orlando asked. Note, the Golden Pillars are Fernan's own intelligence unit. Yvonne analyzed the situation. Fernan understands the profit potential of minerals very well. That's exactly why. Despite his natural talent for fire magic, he chose to specialize in earth magic instead. Of course, we still need to verify the intel. Orlando speculated. But there's a real possibility the young master truly does control the Golden Pillars. He may have even expanded the organization enough to access mineral veins others can't. Yvonne smiled in satisfaction. That boy has been obsessed with minerals since he was little. Who would thought he'd actually make something of that obsession? He glanced at the paper in his hand. A magic stone mine. Whose brilliant son is this, anyway? But then his expression hardened. He gave an additional order. One more thing. Investigate that girl, Luina Berchef. I want to know exactly what she did to charm my son. Orlando asked. You believe the young master has fallen for Luina Berchef? Yvonne replied calmly. I've said my piece. Now go. If there's no profit, we don't invest. But if there is profit, then you damn well put money down. He paused briefly before adding, and if you're investing with no clear reason, then your eyes must be set on something else. If it's not youthful love, then what is it? Still, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't everything. That money-obsessed brat, what exactly did he choose in the end? In the grand hall, Luina was enjoying a large cup of ice cream when Fernan asked, so, Alia Tortega partnered up with Carlos Deniv. She nodded and replied, yeah, Carlos chose Alia right after I said I'd be classmates with you. Curious, Fernan continued. Alia Tortega, she's ranked 4th in the night division, right? Luina nodded again. She used to be ranked 5th, but she's improved dramatically. Fernan pressed on. You told Carlos you were partnering with me. She replied casually. The rumors are already spreading. No point hiding it. Everyone's going to find out sooner or later. People are already saying I partnered with you for money. Everyone's guessing that. I just have to face it. And, well, it's not entirely untrue. Fernand smiled. Well, I really do like money. Luina thought to herself. Unbelievable. No wonder people call him a money maniac. Honestly, that's exactly why I hate him. Suddenly, Fernand pulled something out and said, Here, take this. She looked at him, surprised. What is it? He handed over a small package. A potion and an exchange voucher. The potion's brewed from mandrake root, and the voucher can be used at a weapon shop owned by my family's company. You can trade it in for high-end gear. Luina looked at the valuable items and said firmly, I can't accept these. I won't be able to return them. Fernand reminded her, Did you forget the contract we signed? The sponsorship agreement. She replied bluntly, Even if that's true, giving me something made by Golden Tortoise Trading is way too much. This is more like a gift. Don't you think you're overdoing it? Golden Tortoise, that's your Pellenberg family's firm. Fernand chuckled and nodded. Luina continued, Judging from your reaction, even you think so. But he responded confidently, No. In his heart, however, he admitted, Yeah, I'm definitely overdoing it. But if this is what it takes to win her over, and avoid becoming a beggar in the future, then it's a bargain. And if she becomes strong enough to fight demons by my side, then it's more than worth it. Luina still refused. No, it's too much. I really can't accept it. Fernand calmly replied, Refusing sponsorship would be a breach of contract. That's a valid reason to void the deal. And the penalty is probably, Luina quickly interrupted, panicked, Fine. I'll take it. Fernand stood up. Great. I'll see you in class. I've got a few things to take care of. I'll head over later. As he walked away, Luina sat there worried. Even if it's a sponsorship, this stuff is just way too expensive. Then a thought crossed her mind. Wait, was there a penalty clause in the contract? She mentally tried to recall the terms. Was there one? No, I'm pretty sure there wasn't. Suddenly, a wave of dread hit her. Wait a second, he lied to me. He tricked me into accepting these things. Is he really trying to win me over just to steal my sword techniques like the nanny warned? Go ahead and try. But don't dream of ever succeeding. Meanwhile, the first-year night division class was starting. Fernand stood on a balcony, watching from afar. He muttered to himself, Ain't Armian should be here for this class. Where is he? A moment later he spotted him. Ain't was standing with a group of students across the sparring grounds. This was the first class for first-year night division students, War and Real Combat, a class infamous for evaluating students through friendly duels. According to the prophecy, ever since Ain't Armian acquired the sword infused with the soul of Gardner Alphenparson, he began to shine and gain fame. And this marked the beginning of his journey as the savior hero. Suddenly someone nearby spoke up. Hey, who's that over there? Fernand turned around and immediately recognized the voice. No way, he saw someone approaching and was surprised to see him here. Didn't expect to see you here, Fernand Pellenberg. Fernand quickly greeted him. How have you been, Your Highness? The man clapped him on the shoulder with a friendly grin. Hey, calm down. Just because we haven't seen each other since second year doesn't mean you need to be so formal. Fernand explained. It's the first time we've met again since moving up a grade. I thought it would be proper to at least say hello. Ludger, curious, asked, So, what's going on here? Got your eye on any new students? Fernand replied slowly. I'm keeping a close watch on the ranking board. What about you, Your Highness? Then he asked more directly, You came here for Ain't Armian, didn't you? Ludger made no effort to hide it. Of course. He's part of the old royal family, after all. In the past 100 years, no one from the House of Armian has ever enrolled at this academy. So naturally, his presence stirs up curiosity, right? Fernand thought to himself, Ludger Schwaben, second prince of the current ruling imperial family, the House of Schwaben. They've held the throne for 3 generations, since being elected royalty 100 years ago. While they share common ancestry with the Armian line, the relationship between the current royal family and the old royal house has grown tense. Moreover, Ludger is a man who deeply values power and wants the Schwaben bloodline to continue ruling. That makes Ain't Armian, a bearer of purer royal blood, a serious threat. Suddenly, Ludger looked down at someone below and said, I think he is just as curious about Ain't Armian. Fernand looked in the same direction and gasped, Wait, is that Varon Kalbunder? Ludger confirmed, Yes. He got into the Night Division as the runner-up this year. The Kalbunder family is eyeing the spot that the fallen Armian line used to hold among the 7 elector families. Maybe that's why he's been staring so intently at Ain't all this time. Could that be why he's been staring so intently at Ain't Marmion all this time? Fernan recognized Varan Kalbunder. So it really is him. What a coincidence. Perhaps this was the very beginning of the connection between Ludger and Varan. In every epic tale, there's always a villain the hero must overcome to grow stronger. And in this case, Varan seemed obsessed with Ain't the prophesied hero. Defeat him. Prove to everyone that the past is just that, the past. I see it now. Ain't Armian, I will sever the last root of the Armian bloodline. Varan Kalbunder was destined to be the next rival. Right then, Professor Grad called out. After Anton Dennern, next up is Ain't Armian. Fernan glanced at the scene below and mused. Ludger Schwaben and his lackey, Varan Kalbunder, both happen to be here today. We are witnessing the true beginning of the hero's journey. Could this be fate? How exciting. Let's see how this goes. Professor Grad raised his hand to signal the match. Alright, here we go. In Fernand's mind, the image from the prophecy played out vividly. Ain't Armian standing victorious, the crowd erupting in cheers. He won. Ain't defeated Anton Dennern. At that very moment, the name Ain't Armian began to truly spread among students and faculty alike. Both Ludger and Varan were visibly shocked. Fernan, on the other hand, was filled with exhilaration. Could this prophecy prove that I was right to invest in Ain't after all? Professor Grad gave the signal. Begin. And to move first fast, dangerously fast. Ain't felt a flicker of panic and instinctively raised his sword to block the strike. But Anta followed up immediately with a sweeping slash aimed at Ain't's neck. Ain't jumped high to avoid it, then tried to land safely. Just a few exchanges in, he was already breathing heavily. Ludger commented with a smirk. I heard the matchups were randomly assigned. That Ain't Armian kid is seriously unlucky. Anta Dern ranked 10th in the entrance exam. Ain't? All the way down at 38th. This was a mismatch from the start. The fight grew more intense with every passing second. Ludger sighed. He's getting crushed out there. Well, he is ranked 38th. I wasn't expecting much. Still, what a boring match. He gave Fernan a pat on the shoulder. Nothing worth watching here. I'm heading out. But Fernand's gaze remained locked on the arena. Not quite nothing, he murmured. Ludger raised an eyebrow. Down below. Ain't suddenly lashed out with a rapid thrust. Anta barely managed to step back in time, but the tip of Ain't's sword sliced clean through his shirt. Anta froze, staring at the tear in disbelief. The crowd erupted. What? Anta couldn't counter that. No way. He's ranked 10th. Ain't Armian. That ain't Armian. Even Varan looked caught off guard. Fernan thought to himself. He must been overwhelmed by Ain't's aggressive offense. That kind of hesitation shows a lack of experience. But if Ain't regains his composure and strikes back, he could flip the entire fight. Anta gritted his teeth and gripped his sword tightly. He was furious. You? Ranked 38? And you think you can beat me? He drew in a breath, then summoned his mana. A crimson whirlwind burst into life around him. One student whispered. Ain't's doing better than I expected, but Anto's still gonna win, right? Another scoffed. Yeah, well, lasting this long is already impressive for someone ranked 38. That's something, I guess. A girl sneered. Something. Please. He's still just ranked 38. Ludger, however, smiled faintly, his interest piqued. Didn't expect a low ranker like him to push someone in the top 10 into using their mana. I suppose the Armian name might not be entirely wasted. Even if he lacks talent, his effort is commendable. Fernan heard this and narrowed his eyes. Lacks talent? Ain't Armian? Not a chance. It's not that he lacks ability. He's just never had an environment that nurtured his potential. Back in the arena, Ain't was desperately fending off Anto's attacks. Even though the odds were against him, he showed no signs of giving up. To Fernan, Ain't was different. He was the one chosen by the prophecy. The protagonist of this world. Ain't suddenly appeared behind Anto, and in the blink of an eye, Anto's sword was flying through the air. He collapsed to the ground. Professor Grad shouted, Winner Ain't Armian. Ain't raised his sword in triumph, his face glowing with joy. Varan scowled in irritation, while the rest of the students erupted in cheers. He did it. Ain't beat Anta Dern. Fernan couldn't help but smile. Just as I predicted. The prophecy is real. I didn't back the wrong person, I can already hear the money rolling in. He started plotting. As long as I guide him right, and turn him into an ally. Ludger stood frozen, still struggling to believe what had just happened. Ain't actually won. Fernan whistled. Next up, I'll try to recruit Luina. In the shared lecture hall, whispers spread as students noticed Fernan and Luina sitting together. Are they actually a couple? One student asked. Why would Luina accept that? Is it for the money? Another speculated. Fernan leaned his chin on his hand and muttered, how annoying. We're getting way too much attention. I don't like being the center of it. Luina replied calmly, just ignore them. They'll stop eventually. Changing the subject, Fernan asked, by the way, did you drink the elixir I gave you? Did you switch to the new gear? Do you like it? Luina paused for a moment, debating whether to tell him just how thrilled she'd been after upgrading her equipment. Serena had even exclaimed, oh my god, miss, you look amazing. And after drinking the elixir, her whole body had felt bursting with energy. But she couldn't just blurt all that out, so she answered with a reserved, it's not bad. Just then, the professor walked into class. Is everyone here? She asked. With her was another tall, imposing professor. Taking the podium, she continued, looks like everyone has a partner. No one's late, right? I'm Professor Rosalia from the Magic Department. And as you already know, this is Professor Grad from the Night Department. From now on, our departments will hold joint lessons. Let's get started. You've all received maps from the teaching assistants, yes? Fernan was handed a scroll. Professor Rosalia cast a spell, activating a formation. Today's first lesson will be an outdoor exercise, she said. Professor Grad then took over, explaining, there's no better way to test your knowledge than with real combat. Starting now, you'll be thrown into a field test. Your goal is marked on the map, and you must reach it in exactly 4 hours, no sooner, no later. That means 2 p.m. sharp. Any questions? A male student raised his hand. Will this affect our grades? Professor Grad answered, it's the most important assessment outside of the midterms and finals. Another student asked, are we allowed to fight? Professor Rosalia replied, if you capture someone else, you'll earn bonus points. If there are no more questions, let's begin, she announced. The students looked at each other, confused. Wait, what? Before anyone could react, the assistant standing near Fernan activated a teleportation formation, flooding the room with blinding light. Rosalia called out, then I wish you all good luck. All the students were teleported into a secret realm. Fernan and Luina landed in a sparse forest. Looking around, Fernan asked, where are we? Luina answered, we have to figure that out ourselves. She quickly remembered, let's check the map first. Suddenly they heard voices up ahead and saw 2 classmates approaching, a red-haired girl and a frail-looking boy. Luina, Fernan. Hello, the girl called out. Fernan recognized them, Jane Hux and Ned Paulin. Both ranked outside the top 70, right? Luina asked, so, what do we do? Fernan replied casually, do we really need to bother with low-rank nobodies like them? Offended, Jane and Ned shouted, low-rank nobodies. Fernan glanced at Luina and added normally, I'd say that and walk away. But this time I'll go with whatever you decide. Her eyes lit up. Good. Gripping her sword, first declared, first, let's secure the bonus points. Then we'll check the map and figure out where we are. Fernan asked, wouldn't it be easier to use magic? Luina blinked in surprise. There's a spell to find your position. He clarified, no, I meant climbing somewhere high and looking around. She gave him a flat look. How's that any different from just looking at the map? Shrugging it off, she said, never mind. Let's get past those bushes first. Seeing the two of them distracted, Ned whispered to Jane, now's our chance, run. But after only a few steps, Luina appeared in front of them. We need those bonus points. Where do you think you're going? She said, raising her sword. Jane and Ned screamed in panic. Just as Luina's blade was about to strike, a defensive barrier activated, shielding them. Her sword pierced into the map scroll instead. Fernan realized, wait, the maps the assistants gave us, do they have protection spells on them? Luina nodded. Yeah, if I'd known I wouldn't have held back. Fernan shouted, that's what you call holding back. You were swinging like you meant to kill them. On the monitoring board, the profiles of Jane Hux and Ned Paulin from the Department of Magic, ranked 77th, slowly disappeared. Professor Grad exclaimed, another team's been eliminated. People are dropping faster than I expected. Rosalia frowned slightly, strange though. No one's been taken out by monsters, every single disqualification was due to internal conflict. Grad, seizing the moment, asked, by the way, Professor Rosalia, are there any teams you're particularly keeping an eye on this time? Rosalia glanced at the magic formation and replied slowly, if we go by the scoreboard alone, Ludger Schwaben and Alain Donnertz are the strongest pair. Carlos Deneve and Alia Tortega are also worth watching. But the pair I'm most interested in without a doubt is Luina Berchef and Fernand Pellenberg. Grad nodded in recognition. Ah, that pair really did cause a stir among the students. Poor Luina though. Partnering with him must been for the money, right? But Fernand doesn't even seem to care about scoring. Rosalia smiled. There might be another reason he chose to pair with Luina. Grad looked surprised, not for the score. Exactly, Rosalia confirmed. Fernand's a student who can raise his rank anytime he wants. He doesn't need a partner. Grad was puzzled. He can raise his rank anytime. What do you mean? Rosalia explained, he's always ranked exactly 10th. Not higher, not lower. That alone is odd. Sure, top students aiming for first place isn't rare. But deliberately staying in 10th place every time. A little too calculated. Just look at the current rankings. Carlos Deneve is first, Ludger Schwaben is second, Daisy Harn third, Jean Brad fourth, Neria Hoffman fifth, Peter Roman sixth, and Fernand Pellenberg, as always, 10th. What's more, Fernand's theoretical exam scores are nearly perfect. But he always loses just enough points in the practicals to keep him from ranking any higher. Just enough to stay in Ravido's tower. I always thought he was the type who hated standing out, Grad muttered. That's what he wanted everyone to think. Rosalia replied. Do you remember the recent incident with the destroyed training grounds? The professors were in a frenzy trying to find the culprit. Turns out it was caused by Fernand and Luina. Grad's eyes widened. What? They're the ones who wrecked the training field? No student should have that kind of power. Rosalia smiled. Exactly. Which is why I'm all the more curious. Grad asked, curious about what? Why he hides his strength. Rosalia shook her head. No. I want to know why he stopped hiding it. Meanwhile, within the trial formation, Fernand stood atop a mountain peak, map in hand, surveying the surrounding terrain. The spot marked on the map is the northern coast. I must be somewhere close. Below him, frantic screams echoed. It was Luina. Help. Luina Berchef, you're evil. I know scores matter, but this is. Fernand casually scouted the path while Luina took care of all the obstacles. So this must be the Western Mountains, he deduced. Luina called up to him, I'm done on this side. What about you, got the next destination figured out? Fernand leapt down in front of her and nodded. Yeah, we head northeast from here. We'll probably run into a few teams on the way. Luina grinned. Great, Fernand asked, planning to challenge the next pair already? Brushing her bangs aside, she replied, of course. There's still plenty of time. Might as well rack up some bonus points. Suddenly a massive boulder came crashing down from above. Fernand swiftly blocked it with his magic staff. A voice rang out. Well, look who we have here, Fernand Pellenberg. It was a familiar face, Carlos Deneve, alongside Alia Tortega. Luina scowled. An ambush from behind. And you call that honorable? Carlos remained unfazed. There's no such thing as dishonor in real combat. Didn't the professor say this was a real-life simulation? His staff glowed fiercely, magical energy radiating outward. Did you really think I'd let you walk away after running into me this early? Let's go. His face was visibly tense, furious even. Luina was confused. Why is Carlos Deneve so angry? Fernand guessed. He probably begged you to pair up with him, didn't he? Bet his pride took a hit when I got you first. He's still bitter about it. So petty. Luina frowned. Got me. That's a laugh. I don't belong to anyone. Upon hearing those words, Carlos looked visibly awkward, caught completely off guard. Fernand mocked him, someone your size, acting like a child, how embarrassing. Carlos's face turned red with rage, his voice cracking as he shouted, enough with the nonsense. Let's fight already. Fernand shrugged. Looks like this battle is unavoidable. Luina chimed in, that's fine by me. Taking down a high-ranking pair will earn us more bonus points. But since they're one of the top teams, you can't just stand around and watch this time. Fernand sighed. I know. I'll back you up, so go ahead and fight at full strength. Luina didn't seem entirely convinced by her partner's words. She narrowed her eyes and said, back me up. Don't overexert yourself. We've barely coordinated a single move. What kind of support are you even talking about? He smiled reassuringly. You and I are a team. Fighting solo won't get us anywhere, right? Don't worry. As he spoke, Fernand began weaving a formation, causing rocks and soil around them to levitate into the air, quickly surrounding their opponents. The mana he released grew stronger by the second, illuminating the battlefield. He raised his voice and called out, just trust me. Outside the lecture hall, Professor Rosalia suddenly sensed a major disturbance. There seems to be quite a large-scale clash happening over there. The Western Mountain region, Grad muttered. Have the students already started fighting monsters? She quickly ran a check and discovered that no monsters had appeared in that area. Let's take a closer look. The projection of the Western Mountain section expanded on the screen. Grad exclaimed, looks like the two teams you mentioned earlier have run into each other. Professor Rosalia's eyes lit up. My goodness, two top-ranking teams clashing like this now, this is going to be exciting. Grad smiled. Perfect. Fernand Pellenberg, I'll finally get to witness your true capabilities. Inside the rift, the battle between Fernand's team and Carlos's was growing more intense. Both sides had already charged into close combat, fighting at full force. Suddenly, Luina felt something strange. Why does my body feel so light? She wondered. A thought struck her. Is this support magic? When did he cast it? She glanced over at Fernand. One hand gripped his staff while the other was busy weaving a support formation. She was stunned. He's casting support spells in the middle of combat? Noticing her surprised look, Fernand winked, as if to say, cool, right? Luina's expression twisted in disbelief. Is this guy insane? Suddenly, Alia lunged with a quick strike, her sword slicing through the air toward Luina. Luina leapt into the air to dodge. She immediately returned to her battle stance. Can't lose focus. First I need to take out Alia. She swung her sword in a heavy counterattack. Boom. Alia raised her blade to block the hit. Her arms trembled from the impact. Luina's strength was truly overwhelming. Then, out of nowhere, Fernand shot a stream of light at Luina. Her entire body seized up. She couldn't move a muscle. Her sword arm went rigid. What the hell is this? Luina panicked. My body won't move. Alia instantly noticed something was wrong and grinned. Got you now. Luina gritted her teeth. You think this is over? Think again. Alia dashed forward, channeling her energy into a powerful slash aimed directly at the immobilized Luina. But shockingly, her blade hit a boulder instead. What the? Alia gasped. Then where's Luina? Even Luina herself was confused. What just happened? Why am I suddenly next to Fernand? She turned to him. What was that? Fernand grinned sheepishly. Oh, that. A new spell my family developed. I figured it'd be useful, so I learned it right away. It swaps two objects of equal weight. Luina's eyes widened in horror. Wait, how the hell do you know my weight? From the student records, of course, Fernand replied casually. And that boulder? Looked heavy, but it wasn't actually that bad. With a snarl, Luina grabbed Fernand by the collar and leapt high into the air. She slashed the boulder into pieces and landed forcefully. We're going to talk about this later. And I'm burning those records to ash. Please be gentle. Fernand cried. You're doing this on purpose. With a thud, Luina threw him back. Fernand shouted, would it kill you to carry me down properly for once? Luina shouted back, I'll take care of Alia. You focus on Carlos. Fernand dusted himself off, muttering, how many more times am I going to get thrown around today? This is so embarrassing. As he reached for his staff, he suddenly noticed a massive magic formation forming in the sky. His eyes lit up. That Carlos, I was wondering when he'd finally use that move. Carlos's signature technique, a torrential lightning storm summoned from above Dini's wrath. A towering column of light formed by dozens of bolts striking at once. It was a multi-layered spell, devastatingly powerful, far beyond normal student-level combat, and the very reason Carlos ranked first in the Night Division. Fernand reached inside his robe. Let's see, I did come up with a way to counter this. He pulled out two large magic crystals. Time to test it out. Let's see how well this works. He began chanting, and the crystals started absorbing and diverting the smaller arcs of lightning, slowly infiltrating Carlos's magic circle. Meanwhile, Carlos, fully focused, felt something off. Something's interfering with the spell. Explosions roared through the air as Carlos' massive spell formation collapsed with a thunderous crash. Kernan. Carlos shouted furiously. Smoke and debris billowed everywhere, swirling into a thick, blinding fog. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, Fernand emerged from the haze, calmly dusting off his robe, a faint smile playing on his lips. Success, he muttered with satisfaction. Carlos stared in disbelief. You blocked it? That's impossible. How did you? Fernand tossed two large crystals onto the ground in front of him. These are mana storage devices, he said. They can absorb magical energy. Still brushing ash off his clothes, he added casually. Of course I had to modify them a little. Costly and pretty tough to make. But as you can see, totally worth it. If I refine the design and start mass production, they could be a commercial hit. Inwardly he was already laughing. Hey, I smell money. Carlos, now red with anger, shouted back. Using magical tools is cowardly. It's cheating. Fernand raised an eyebrow. Cowardly? In a real combat exam? He shrugged. You forget we're supposed to survive out here. Carlos fell silent, unable to argue. Fernand then called out loudly, Luina. The shout startled Carlos. Shit, Alia. He whipped around. But it was too late. Finish it. Fernand ordered. Luina's eyes flashed with cold fury. Without hesitation, she swung her sword with deadly force, striking Alia down and ending the battle in a single, decisive blow. Not far away, another pair, Ludger Schwaben and Alain Donnertz, had already sensed the commotion. Out of the 4, Ludger said, only 2 remain. Alain nodded. That means someone's already been eliminated. The assistants will teleport them out any second now. Alain shook his head. There's no way any student could block Carlos's lightning spell. Looks like Fernand Pellenberg and Luina Burchef are out of luck this time. But Ludger gave a faint smile. No, this is Fernand and Burchef we're talking about. Fernand's always hated standing out, he continued. He's been hiding his real strength this whole time. But once he got paired with Burchef, he couldn't keep doing that. She's obsessed with grades. He had no choice but to keep up with her pace. If Fernand went all out, there's no doubt he'd climb the ranks. He looked ahead, eyes cold. In my social circle, if my rank drops even slightly, they'll trample me without hesitation. That's why I can't let a threat like him rise unchecked. Behind him stood a small group of students, his loyal followers, ready to act on command. Ludger turned to them. As long as you stick with me, I'll get you safely to the designated zone. And like I promised, you'll rank high in this exam. But he added sharply, there's one pair that needs to be eliminated first. Luina Burchef and Fernand Pellenberg. Bring them in alive. A powerful slash cut clean across the beast's body. Luina had taken it down in an instant. Looks like we made it in time, she said. At this rate, we might actually finish first. She glanced over at Fernand, who was busy collecting loot from the battlefield. Walking up to him, she asked, do you really think that's necessary? Fernand replied without looking up, giant demon blood is one of the main ingredients for crafting recovery potions. I know that, she said. But compared to your wealth, that stuff is basically pocket change. He nodded. Even if it's just pocket change, it's still money. If I can grab it, I will. She sighed. That's why everyone says you're greedy. Fernand remained unfazed. Thanks to that greed I was able to recruit you. So I'd say it worked out pretty well. Luina rolled her eyes and changed the subject. If you're done, let's keep moving. Fernand asked, how many teams have we taken down so far? She lit up. 7 or 8, no, 8. I'm counting on a huge bonus. He shook his head. You're completely obsessed with points. Better than being obsessed with money, she fired back. Besides, I've got a damn good reason to become the top student. Suddenly, Fernand looked up toward the sky. Yeah, I'm sensing a lot of them. At least 20, and that's a low estimate. And it feels like all of them are heading our way. Before the words even left his mouth, a group of opponents dropped down from above, launching a full-scale ambush. Fernand instantly cast a spell to counter, but they quickly separated the two of them. A group swarmed Fernand, while Alain charged straight at Luina, blade in hand. She was momentarily surprised to recognize him, Alain Donnertz. She immediately raised her sword to block his strike. The clash of power sent a shockwave through the air, forcing both of them to stumble back a few steps. Without missing a beat, they dove into a fierce battle. Luina fought without holding back, while Alain was clearly aiming to capture her alive. Sparks flew from their blades as they clashed with growing intensity. Suddenly, Ludger appeared, rising into the air. He gathered mana and launched a massive fire attack toward Fernand. In the middle of fending off his attackers, Fernand was caught off guard. Seriously? Playing sniper from the sky, he muttered. Alain paused mid-fight when he saw Ludger step in. The look on Ludger's face was full of confidence. Let's see how you plan to get out of this one. But Fernand didn't flinch. He stood his ground and blocked Ludger's assault head-on. The two mages collided, unleashing such intense mana that it caused a massive explosion. Everyone nearby felt the air sucked from their lungs. Ludger landed with a grin. Damn, I was just gonna watch. But you wiped out half the group chasing me in a blink. Can you dial it down a little? You're being way too aggressive, definitely not your usual style. Fernand knew exactly what Ludger was doing, trying to act like some untouchable king behind the curtain. I just want to see what it's like to be ranked number 1, for once. Fernand replied bluntly. Ludger chuckled. Number 1. Not happening. How about we negotiate instead? You know there's less than an hour left in this exam, right? If we fight now, neither of us will make it to the finish in time. So how about this? Let me and Alon take first place, and you guys settle for second. Win-win, yeah. Fernan was still thinking it over when Luina snapped, I'd rather lose in battle than hand over first place without a fight. He shrugged and turned to Ludger. You heard her. My partner's not interested in a deal. Ludger snorted. So much for negotiations. Fine then, let's see what you've got, Fernan. He began building mana again. The sheer combined power of Ludger's group far surpassed Fernan's side. But they had forgotten one crucial thing. Fernan was an earth element mage. With a smirk, Fernan said, yeah, maybe next time. Ludger suddenly sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. A glowing formation lit up beneath their feet. The ground trembled violently as chunks of earth and stone rained down from above. It's a trap. Ludger shouted. Everyone run. A massive boulder crashed down with a thunderous boom. Fernan clapped Luina on the shoulder. Come on, time to run. As they retreated, she grumbled, seriously? You had something like that and didn't use it sooner. I'm exhausted, okay? He huffed. And besides, it doesn't last long anyway. The trial had come to an end. All the students gathered at the designated finish point, where Professor Grad praised them. Well done, everyone. Now, I'll announce the rankings for this test. First place, Luina Berchev and Fernan Pellenberg. Gasps rippled through the group. Students broke into murmurs and chatter. Seriously, wasn't it supposed to be Ludger and Alon? Fernan smiled in quiet satisfaction, while Luina wore an unmistakably proud expression. Second place, Ludger Schwaben and Alon Donnertz. The two stood, covered in mud, clearly not pleased with the outcome. Third place goes to Fernan, turned to Luina with a smirk. Looks like we really did take first place. But Luina didn't look entirely convinced. Though they had both performed well, a lingering doubt clouded her sense of victory. Honestly, it doesn't feel like we fully earned it. We didn't defeat Alon. I never expected we'd be first. Fernan shrugged. First is first. Whether we beat them or not, it doesn't change that. Right? She paused. Then admitted, of course. This is the first time I've ever ranked at the top. It feels incredible. Fernan grinned brightly. Deep inside he thought, the strategy worked. Professor Grad gave final instructions. That concludes the test. We'll be returning to the academy soon, so don't wander off too far. Out of the blue, Luina turned to Fernan. By the way, you know the new student, ain't Armian, right? Of course. Who doesn't know someone from Armian? Fernan replied. Luina recalled, I actually ran into him the other night literally. I was training late when we crossed paths. It reminded me of that one time you secretly watched me practice sword dancing. That last line made Fernan freeze in place. His hand went to his face, rubbing it over and over, clearly rattled, to Luina's surprise. Suddenly strange glowing symbols appeared before his eyes. A prophecy. A new fragment had been revealed, one so shocking it left Fernan speechless. Blood-red skies. Thick toxic air, suffocating to breathe. A terrifying demon, its presence like a warning of catastrophe, aimed straight at Ain't Armian. And in front of him stood a lone knight, brave and unyielding, shielding him from harm. Fernan felt it in his core, the story had shifted. Then came more words of prophecy. Senior, what are you doing? Ain't Armian, you once asked me, didn't you? Asked me to become your knight. I refused you then. But not anymore. Now I know who you are. I know what you're fighting for. This is my destiny. A knight is a sword that cuts down the enemy of their master, and a shield that protects them. Luina charged forward, straight at the demon Andromalius, her body surrounded by a radiant blue aura. Fernan blinked in confusion. Why is the prophecy changing again? Scene shift. Luina lay in a hospital bed, her body covered in wounds. Ain't clutched her hand, a look of fierce relief on his face. Thank the heavens. I'm glad you're all right. You're in the infirmary. Please, Senior, listen to me, don't misunderstand. His eyes burned with rage as he continued. Those bastards want to drag you and the Berchev family down. It's the Pellenbergs. Isn't it? Those damn rich parasites. Son of a, Fernan cursed. How dare you speak about a senior like that, you little. A voice called out urgently, Fernan. He jolted awake. It was all a dream. Luina leaned over, concern written all over her face. Are you okay? You passed out all of a sudden. How are you feeling? Fernan sat up slowly. I'm fine, really, I fainted. Professor Rosalia stepped forward, gently advising, Fernan, maybe you should visit the infirmary. You might have overexerted yourself, especially with that kind of power you're not used to yet. But Fernan wasn't just tired. He was deeply troubled. And it was from this moment on that Aint Armian began seeing me as an enemy. He remembered the pain in Aint's eyes, the fury in his voice. Pellenberg, those damn rich parasites. That's just like a hopeless romantic, spouting dramatic lines like that. But what puzzled Fernan the most, why did I receive another prophecy? And why is everything revolving around Luina? Is it showing me what's to come? And if that's the case, that name in the prophecy, Andromalius, one of the 72 demons, is he really going to descend upon this world? And in the near future? Class ended, and Fernan wearily stepped out of the school gates. Hyde was already waiting by the carriage, greeting him with a cheerful tone. Well done, young master. I heard you took first place. Fernan climbed into the carriage and replied, I burned through a massive amount of energy. I'm dead tired. Hyde nodded and suggested, you should try to get some rest. I'll wake you once we arrive at the Labidas Hall. The carriage quickly rolled away. Fernan couldn't sleep. His mind kept turning over thoughts about a being named Andromalius, ranked 72nd among the 72 demons. Black hair and black eyes. Humanoid in appearance, with a snake coiled around his right arm. Even after scouring every book he could find, that was all the information available. Well, it had been over 1,000 years since the Demon Wars, so the lack of details made sense. In this age, demons were regarded as mere folklore. They had been completely wiped out by the first emperor, and since then, none had ever reappeared in this world. Still, Fernan wasn't too worried Aint would be able to handle it. But there was a bigger concern. Luina would be severely injured in the battle against Andromalius. He wondered whether he should warn her. But even if he did, would she believe him? He had tried mentioning it once before. That day after class, Luina had asked, Fernan, are you really okay? He replied, I'm fine. But more importantly, Luina, do you believe demons actually exist? She gave him a surprised look and asked why he was suddenly bringing up demons. Fernan's tone turned serious. Just answer me. Do you believe in them? She replied, Of course I do. This empire was founded after defeating the demons after all. Fernan pressed further, then what if I told you that demons still exist on this land? Luina didn't respond immediately. Instead, she asked, Fernan, did you hit your head during training? He turned and walked away, thinking bitterly, forget it. She thinks I'm crazy. Suddenly a thought struck him. If I could find solid evidence of a demon's existence, maybe I could convince everyone. After thinking it over, something came to mind. Ah, right. Exactly 1 month from today, during a sparring session for the first-year night class, Aint Armian would defeat Varen Kalbunder, who held the second rank. After that, no one in the academy would ever be able to match Aint again. The greater the glory for the victor, the harsher the fall for the loser. The prophecy had included a remark from Ludger. Fernan had believed it, because of Kalbunder's name, his reputation, his honor. But he'd misjudged the man. Even the strong support system behind him eventually fell apart. Varen was possessed by a demon. Losing everything, his hatred for Aint Armian began to fester, and that crack in his soul was where the demon slipped in. Fernan was convinced. This was the first time a demon had appeared again, even if only indirectly. If he could find a way to use this incident to his advantage, gaining support and convincing others would become much easier. And with that as evidence, he could build a foundation for a larger plan. The problem was he didn't know when, where or how Varen would become possessed. The thought made Fernan even more frustrated. Why didn't that part show up for me? Will it appear when the time comes? Or do I need to fulfill some condition first? So damn annoying. Inside the dormitory, Aint was reading the news. The front page featured a sensational report an incident had occurred during a joint class between the second-year Knight and Mage divisions. Could it be that Fernan Pellenberg had been hiding his true abilities? And how on earth did Luina Burchef and Fernan Pellenberg end up as a pair? Aint muttered. Truly worthy of the Pellenberg name. No matter what, Burchef was still Burchef. Even if they'd lost their military power, Gardner remarked, it was thanks to the Burchefs that flashy Pellenberg boy even took action. Aint smiled. Sounds like you have quite the fondness for House Burchef, while really disliking House Pellenberg. Gardner snapped irritably. Don't you dare compare those two houses. The only knight who could stand shoulder to shoulder with me, and the late emperor on the battlefield, was from the Burchef family. He added gloomily. But nowadays, people are all about House Pellenberg. Times have changed, old man. Gardner replied. That's exactly why it's the age of wanting magic. If it weren't for their war treasury during the Millennium War, I'd have never gotten involved with those nouveau rich nobles in the first place. Then a sudden idea struck him. Ah. That's it, ain't. Go ask that kid for some money. Your gear looks like it's falling apart. Ain't blinked, confused. What? That's so random. Gardner continued. That Ferdinand kid, hasn't he been treating you unusually well? Ain't corrected him, it's Fernan. Gardner waved it off. Whatever. Pellenberg definitely wants to establish ties with House Armian. They never say outright what they want. They build trust, lull you into letting your guard down, and then slowly reel you in. Ain't hesitated. So you're saying Fernan approached me with some ulterior motive? But my family's fallen from grace. What could he possibly want from me? Gardner shouted, why are you so damn insecure? And besides, it doesn't matter what his intentions are, what matters is that we can take advantage of them. Ain't replied quietly. I just don't think Fernan is being nice to me because he wants something. Gardner froze. What did you just say? Ain't recalled, a note of nostalgia in his voice. When we first met, he was the one who gave me medicine when I was wounded by a monster. The look in his eyes, there was no calculation, no manipulation. He was genuinely concerned for me. Ain't added, asking someone like that for money, there's no honor in it. Trust isn't something you can buy. Gardner trembled with frustration. You really are a difficult kid. Even the late emperor used to say that having a wealthy backer gave peace of mind. Don't tell me you're siding with that boy just because he treated you to one meal. He shouted as he pounced, smacking Ain't repeatedly until Ain't had to block him with the newspaper. Gardner warned. People from House Pellenberg don't do things just out of kindness. Enough arguing. Go see him. I'm telling you, he'll give you money like he's been waiting for you to ask. So Ain't put on his coat and made his way to Fernand's dorm. But he was stopped at the gate. Somewhat embarrassed, he asked, can't I see him now? Hyde explained politely. Young Master Fernan is extremely busy, managing the family's merchant guild while attending school. Without an appointment, it's hard to fit anything into his schedule. Ain't replied, I see, in that case, please just let him know that the one asking to see him isn't a guest, it's Ain't Armian himself. A little while later, Hyde returned with a message. I informed him that someone from House Armian is here, but he said he's busy at the moment and kindly asked that you come another time. Ain't paused, looking confused. I see, I understand. He quickly left. Back with Gardner, he said. You told me he'd give me money like he was just waiting for me to show up. But he's busy, and I disturbed him. Gardner's expression darkened. No, something's off. That reaction, that's not like Fernan Pellenberg at all. Fernan stood on the upper floor, looking down. Interesting, he murmured. I thought the bait this time wasn't tempting enough, but he actually came on his own. Just then, Hyde entered the room. As you instructed, I sent Ain't Armian away, he reported. Fernan replied calmly, good work. Hyde, however, seemed puzzled. But you've been watching Ain't Armian so closely, why let him go so easily, even after confirming his class? Fernan explained. It was strange how quickly he came to find me. Many people come to House Pellenberg with the same purpose, but he's different. He doesn't seem like someone who would easily ask others for help. That's exactly what makes this even more curious. I get the feeling he didn't come because he wanted to. When I'm certain he's placed his trust in me, that's when it'll be time to lure him in. Hyde still looked confused. Do you really need to go this far for a descendant of a fallen imperial house? Fernan took a sip of tea before replying. Ain't possesses exceptional potential. If I can get him to stand fully on my side, he'll become an invaluable ally. Hyde poured more tea into Fernand's cup. But if you let him walk away like this, aren't you missing your chance? Fernan smiled slightly. Of course not. I'll leave the door open. He ordered, go to the main house's vault and bring back all the spiritual elixirs. Deliver them to Ain't. Hyde was stunned. What? The ones stored in the Duke's vault. Those are incredibly rare and expensive. Giving something so valuable away without any guarantee, it's too risky. But Fernan remained unfazed. Then I'll just give him something even more valuable. There's nothing in this world that money can't buy. And if you haven't bought it yet, it only means you don't have enough money. Scene change. At the D-Best dormitory, Hyde delivered the item to Ain't. After Hyde left, Gardner asked, you met the Pellenberg butler? What, he came to apologize for not letting you in? Ain't shook his head. No, he just left this box and a note, then left. Gardner took the letter, scanned it, and snorted. A letter of apology, huh? For someone from House Pellenberg, I guess that counts as having a conscience. Let's see what this Prince of Arrogance wrote. He read aloud with a mocking tone. These spiritual elixirs were prepared especially for you. I hope you'll accept them. Sincerely, your senior Fernan. Gardner exploded. What the hell? Every damn sentence ends with your senior. Is this guy seriously implying he's above the royal family? Ain't, meanwhile, murmured softly, it's fine. He opened the box and froze. This is Gardner leaned in. What? What's wrong? What is it? Then he too froze in place. The heart of a holy bird. The holy bird was a sacred beast symbolizing light. Elixirs refined from its heart were the ideal supplement for the light swordsmanship of House Armin. Gardner broke into delighted laughter. That arrogant bastard Fernan. You see? He didn't give us money, but this was worth so much more. You were right to go see him. Ain't was deeply moved. Senior Fernan, I never imagined someone like you would treasure a useless person like me this much. I have to work even harder, so I won't betray your expectations. Gardner, seeing Ain't getting all emotional, quickly tried to ground him. Hey, you idiot. Don't get the wrong idea. A few days later, Fernan sat on a chair reading the newspaper. He asked casually, so, how did it end? Hyde replied, Ain't Armian defeated Varin Kalbunder. Kalbunder's swordsmanship was slightly superior, but Armian's brute strength was overwhelming. Fernan responded indifferently. Oh, is that so? But inwardly he was puzzled. The prophecy said it would be a narrow victory. Could that brat Ain't have used the elixir already? Hyde speculated, could it be the elixir you gave him, sir? Fernan whistled nonchalantly. Might have helped a little. Hyde pressed further, so you're saying Armian could have won even without the elixir? Fernan flipped to the next page of the paper and gave a vague reply. Who could say for sure? Deep down though, he was thinking just as the prophecy said. Ain't defeated Varin. And it won't be long before Varin becomes possessed. This is the perfect opportunity to find concrete proof that demons still exist. He gave Hyde a new order for now, keep tracking Varin Kalbunder. Hyde was surprised, Varin Kalbunder? Not Armian? Fernan confirmed, that's right. Follow where Varin goes. I want to figure out how the demon approaches him. Who he talks to. What they discuss. Hyde looked confused. Kalbunder, not Armian? Fernan muttered to himself. A demon that has vanished for over 1,000 years. How has it returned to this world? I need to know everything. From that point on, detailed reports about Varin's every move were sent in. He got up at night to use the bathroom. He got his hair done at Platina Salon. He changed his sword at a local shop, then ran straight to the bathroom clutching his stomach. He trained at the training grounds, then ran to the bathroom again. Meanwhile, Fernan was sitting in the middle of his midterm exam for Introduction to Spatial Magic. Written in large letters on the board, textbooks allowed. Anti-cheating spells in effect. While the other students were scratching their heads in frustration, Fernan finished quickly and calmly. 2 weeks have passed since I started tracking Varin, but nothing's happened. This is not good. That night, Fernan sat on his bed reading the latest report. There should have been a major event by now. So why is this guy just spending all his time in the bathroom? Is Hyde slacking off? Or was the part of the prophecy about Varin's possession wrong? He picked up a pen and scribbled some notes. Varin, toilet addict, irritable bowel syndrome, stress, cause Ain't? He pondered. If the most crucial part of the prophecy, the demon's possession, is incorrect, I may need to reassess how much I can trust this prophecy at all. After losing to Ain't, Varin, who'd been seething with resentment, finally faced him again in the midterm exam. He charged at Ain't, but the outcome was already determined. A loser once is a loser again. Ain't didn't slip up. On top of that, he had Gardner Alphenfarson, the most talented professor, by his side. Ain't left Varin, who had collapsed in defeat, without looking back, unaware that something dark was already creeping in. Demonic energy began seeping into Varin's body and mind, slowly devouring him from the inside. Suddenly, a spark shot through Fernan's mind. He jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. He looked around and muttered, "What the? It's morning already. Did I fall asleep?" Holding his forehead, he sighed. Now I'm dreaming about prophecies too. He got out of bed, still deep in thought. At least I now know exactly when Varin gets possessed. It's right after he loses to Ain't again in the midterms. Fernan mumbled to himself. The practical midterm exam for first-year swordsmanship students. Isn't that today? Damn it. The prophecy clearly mentioned Ain't facing him again during the exam. And right from the start, Varin charged at him. But the result was already fated. Ain't didn't win by chance. Not with Gardner Alphenfarson as his mentor. It all makes sense now. Just then, Hyde opened the door and stepped in. "Sir, you're up early. You should have breakfast." Fernan stood by his desk, examining various weapons laid out before him. When he didn't respond, Hyde repeated himself. Young master, what exactly are you planning this time? Fernand suddenly said. Oh Hyde. You're just in time. I'm heading out to observe the first-year knight's midterm exams. I'll need an escort, so come with me. Hyde replied. I've been summoned back to the Duke's estate. I have to return shortly. Fernand muttered under his breath, damn it. Why today of all days? He grumbled. Fine, I'll just go with someone else then. Hyde raised an eyebrow. Someone else? Who? You don't have any friends at the academy, sir. Unless we're suddenly counting your royal attitude as a friendship magnet. Fernand snapped. I do have someone. He paused, then remembered there was indeed one person he had more or less bought with money. Louina stood with arms crossed in the doorway, looking puzzled. You need an escort just to get a potion. It's exam season, you know. Do you really have to go today? Fernand looked impatient. If I delay, the potion loses effectiveness. I have to go now. Louina hesitated. I'm busy studying for finals. He offered, if you come with me, I'll waive the interest on Berchef's debt for a few months after graduation. She didn't even wait for the second half of the sentence. Let's go. As they stepped out into the courtyard, Louina asked, so where are we going? Fernand replied, the northern mountains. Her voice jumped in alarm. What? That's where the first-year midterms are being held. If upperclassmen are caught trespassing, we could get disciplined for breaking the rules. Fernand nonchalantly said, there's nothing money can't buy. Louina scowled. Big words. Don't tell me you bribed someone. Then she answered herself, of course it's Professor Grad. Shameless. Fernand smirked. Professor Grad is flexible, I like that about him. Suddenly Louina said, I'm heading back to the dorms. Fernand froze. What? Why? We're almost there. I told you no one's going to notice, no one's getting punished. Louina coldly replied. It's not that. I forgot my sword. She then skipped off, humming a tune. Fernand sighed in relief. Oh right. Hurry up and grab it then. The two of them soon donned disguises and made their way into the northern mountains. We need to stay hidden so the professors and teaching assistants don't spot us, Fernand whispered. Even if I did bribe Professor Grad, if we loiter around out in the open, Louina cut in, clearly annoyed, it's still a big problem. So you know it's a problem, and you're doing it anyway. Fernand replied, exactly. You're such a good little knight, don't ever change. She was already out of patience with him. Fernand opened a map and muttered. Hold on. Let me check where to go. Ain't his rank second in the knight division, right? He scanned the map. Number 2. Ah, there he is. He's really close to Varen, the one ranked third. Could they have already crossed paths? His eyes narrowed. I need to hurry. Crouching low, Fernand moved behind the bushes and whispered, this way. Hurry. Louina suddenly remembered, wait a minute. That's the professor's map, isn't it? It's against the rules for students to have that. Just how much did you bribe Professor Grad? As she kept ranting, Fernand thought to himself, was it a mistake bringing her along? Can't she just quietly follow my lead? Just then, a strange noise echoed nearby. Louina gasped, was that a monster? Fernand's expression tightened. No, don't tell me, a scream rang out in the distance. Louina sprang up. That's where the first years are. I have to check it out. Fernand shouted, what? Wait, Louina, it's dangerous to go alone. Stop. But she was already gone. Left with no choice, Fernand ran after her. They soon found a group of first-year students. Louina knelt beside one. He's unconscious. Looks like he was attacked by a monster. Thankfully, the defense spell on the exam map protected him, he's not hurt. But her brow furrowed. Still, this is strange. The monsters in this area aren't usually this aggressive. Fernand clenched his jaw. Damn it. It's starting earlier than I expected. I haven't even checked on Varen yet. A series of roars echoed overhead. Louina and Fernand looked up, sensing the pressure in the air grow heavier and more oppressive. Louina's voice trembled. Fernand. What the hell is going on? Before he could answer, a thunderous explosion erupted right in front of them. Louina gasped. Where are we? She suddenly sensed something behind them, heavy footsteps pounding rapidly toward the two. A massive pig-headed monster wielding a giant wooden club was charging at them. Without hesitation, Louina drew her sword and lunged forward, delivering a clean slash that severed the creature's arm. Blood sprayed violently as the severed limb hit the ground. Yet the monster didn't stop. Louina was stunned. Why isn't it slowing down? Its arm's been cut off. The beast's blood-red eyes locked onto her as it roared and lunged again. At that moment, the ground trembled. Jagged rocks suddenly burst from below and impaled the monster's body. Fernan was chanting, unleashing his magic as the stones beneath them continued to gather into sharp, spiraling drills. His staff glowed brilliantly as he launched the rock drills straight into the pig-headed monster. Thud, thud, thud. A rapid succession of impacts drove into the beast's back. Luina leapt to the side to avoid the attacks. She kicked off a large tree, using it as a springboard to reposition herself. The monster, relentless, chased after her. She vaulted high into the air just as the creature crashed headlong into the trunk, toppling the massive tree. Landing beside Fernan, Luina asked breathlessly, "What the hell was that thing?" Fernan replied, "That's a berserk. It doesn't feel pain anymore." He added grimly, "Berserks are on a completely different level from normal monsters. They exist solely to kill any living thing they see. The only way to stop them is to cut off their heads." Luina frowned. "But why did it go crazy all of a sudden?" Fernan remembered the prophecy, the one that spoke of monsters going berserk across the continent because of a demon. While the professors and assistants were busy responding to a sudden outbreak, Varen had used the demonic power he'd obtained to launch an assault on Ain't. Pushed to his limits, Ain't had awakened. Just like in the plays, whenever the protagonist reached a crisis, chaos would erupt from all sides. And now, things were unfolding exactly the same way. Thinking of this, Fernan couldn't help but smile. Seeing the expression on his face, Luina snapped, "I asked why the monster went insane. What the hell are you smiling at? You think this is funny?" Raising his staff again, Fernan began preparing a spell and calmly said, "Luina, right now let's deal with that stubborn bastard first." She thought to herself, he definitely knows something. Meanwhile, in another location, a floating map slowly dissolved in mid-air. Varen knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. "Again, it's you again, Ain't Armian." Ain't stood in front of him, his grip firm on the hilt of his sword. Without a word he turned to leave. But Varen called out, "You think this is over?" "It's not." Ain't answered firmly, "It is over. The match is decided. You lost, Varen. You've been defeated." Those words hit Varen like a hammer to the chest. "I have to win. I have to win." He remembered Ludger's face as he said, "Sorry if my expectations were a bit too high." "No, don't apologize." Varen was devastated. "I've let down the prince's expectations. I have to win. I must." He envisioned the scornful expression of the Kalbunder family head, pathetic. "Your younger brother surpasses you in every way." Varen gritted his teeth. "I've disappointed my entire family. If I lose here, I might lose my right to be heir." One thought filled his mind, "I must win. I must win." His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging and trembling. He roared, charging forward with every ounce of strength he had left. "Stop right there, Ain't Armian." Ain't turned and met him with a calm, confident gaze. Varen's killing intent had faded into nothingness. With a swift and merciless flurry of sword strikes, Ain't unleashed a flurry of slashes that cut through the air like streaks of lightning. Varen collapsed, unmoving. Gardner barked angrily. "Why is it that every time he sees you, that idiot charges in like he wants to die? He's weak and beaten, yet refuses to accept it. What a disgrace to knighthood, just kill him already." Ain't replied coldly, "I can't." Gardner growled, "If you let him live, he'll only drag a knight's honor through the mud." Ain't calmly responded, "This wasn't a real battle. It's just an exam. Try saying something that actually makes sense. If I leave him here, an assistant will be along soon to take him away." Back in the battle against the berserk monster, Fernan and Luina managed to take it down without much trouble. He didn't find it particularly strong. Luina stood silently for a moment before suggesting, "Fernan, I think we should abandon the whole spirit herb mission. Let's leave this to the professors and their assistants, and get out of here." But Fernan replied coolly, "No. I can't give up. I'm going to push through the monster horde and head west." Luina's eyes widened. "Are you out of your mind?" she shouted. As Fernan adjusted his cloak, he replied without missing a beat, "Out of my mind? You just helped take down a berserk monster yourself, didn't you? You should realize by now they're tough, sure, but not invincible." Luina narrowed her eyes and asked sharply, "Did you predict this would happen? Is that why you said you needed an escort?" Fernan flinched slightly but quickly put on a stern front. "Of course not. How could I possibly have known?" Still clearly uneasy, Luina muttered, "It doesn't matter. Something about this whole situation feels wrong. Is that spirit herb really more important than your life?" What she didn't expect was Fernand's immediate and unwavering reply, "Of course it is. The spirit herb is more important than a life. And with that, he darted off at full speed. Fernan. Hey, you lunatic. Luina yelled after him, furious. But despite her anger, she couldn't bring herself to let him go alone. She quickly chased after him. Eventually, the two reached a sparse area of the forest. Luina looked around and asked, "Is this the place where the spirit herb's supposed to be?" Fernan nodded. Yeah, he scanned the area with a frown. Damn it, looks like the fight with Ain't is already over. I got here too late. Just then, Luina noticed someone lying motionless on the ground. Fernan, someone's passed out over there, she called out. Wait, Luina, don't go near him. Fernan warned urgently. But she didn't listen. She stepped forward and turned the young man over. The moment she saw his face, Luina's expression shifted to surprise. Huh, Varen Kalbunder. I remember him being pretty capable. Who the hell did this to him? She checked his pulse. Looks like he lost consciousness during battle. We should help him up. Come here and give me a hand. But Fernan shook his head. I said no. Stay away from him. Luina stared at him in disbelief. Stay away. What, you want to just leave him lying here? What if a berserk monster shows up? We should at least drag him somewhere safe. At that very moment, Varen slowly began to rise. Luina instinctively stepped back a few paces, sensing something terribly wrong. Her expression turned pale. What is this aura? Varen's eyes were hollow, lifeless. A strange, eerie energy pulsed from his pupils, something dark and unnatural. I've never felt anything like this before, Luina whispered, horrified. Varen Kalbunder, no. Is that really even Kalbunder anymore? Fernan answered grimly, that's demonic energy. Luina gasped, what? You mean the kind of dark energy that demons give off? That's right, Fernan said. Varen Kalbunder, that bastard has been possessed by a demon. Both of them stood frozen, staring at Varen. He was no longer human. A low rumble echoed through the trees. Something didn't feel right. Fernan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, something's off. According to the prophecy, Varen, once possessed, was supposed to launch an attack on Ain't the moment he woke up. But something had clearly changed. His target had shifted. Suddenly Luina turned to him, alarmed. Are you saying a demon took over Kalbunder's body and returned to this world? How do you even know that? Fernan didn't respond. His face was etched with worry as he stared at the possessed Varen. Just look into his eyes, he said finally, voice low. He's completely lost his mind. We need to restrain him now, Luina urged, her tone sharp with urgency. Fernan placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Luina, give me 10 minutes. What are you planning? She asked, spinning around, but Fernan was gone. Right then, Varen lunged at her. You maniac. Luina shouted, hastily blocking the attack. Kalbunder. It's me, Burchef. But Varen no longer recognized friend from foe. Consumed by rage and demonic energy, his blows landed heavier and faster than before. Luina gritted her teeth as she defended herself. He's too strong. If this keeps up, I'll be overwhelmed. Summoning a surge of mana, she launched him back with brute force. Varen crashed to the ground, but she didn't let up. Charging forward, she struck again. Varen Kalbunder. Snap out of it. Though writhing in pain, he was still under the demon's control. He growled and sprang to his feet, swinging his blade in retaliation. Luina leapt into the air to avoid the blow. Varen seized the opening to begin healing himself. Luina clenched her fists, drawing deeply on her reserves. Her spiritual energy surged, but so did Varen's dark aura. The black mist pouring from his body grew denser, more suffocating. He launched himself at her again. And they clashed violently, their auras slamming together with such force that the forest shook around them. But Luina was faltering. She took a step back, panting. I'm running out of energy. The more I fight, the more that dark energy drains me. She bit her lip. At this rate, I won't last much longer, but there has to be a way out. As she desperately searched for an opening, her gaze snapped to the side. Fernan? Across the battlefield he called out, this way, Luina. Varen turned his head in confusion just in time for Luina to vault off his head and dash toward Fernan. He grabbed her arm. Come on, this way. What the hell are you doing? She yelled. Now you show up. Why are we running? Why? Fernan answered calmly. Because that thing is a demon. Even as Varen chased them, Luina couldn't believe her ears. So you're just running to save yourself? And you still call yourself human? I'm not running away, Fernan snapped. I was setting a trap. You think someone like Kalbunder can just be taken down by brute force? And as if on cue, Varen stepped right into the snare Fernan had laid. A deafening roar rang out. The ground erupted as Varen was sucked into a glowing magical array in the sky. Blazing golden light slammed into him and pinned him flat to the ground. That was too much. Luina cried. What if he dies in there? He won't, Fernand said grimly. Look, sure enough, Varen roared and surged back to his feet, his power now even more terrifying. Luina suddenly said, Fernand. After fighting him, I realized, but Fernand interrupted her. Serious. I didn't want to use this. But we're out of options. From his cloak he pulled a crimson stone. As he muttered the incantation, a red flame erupted and swirled violently around Varen. The magic circle underfoot lit up again, brighter, fiercer. The ground trembled with each surge of power. Then, without warning, a colossal burst of fire exploded directly into Varen. Boom. Boom, boom. The earth shook with the impact. The flames consumed the black aura around Varen, burning it away. When the smoke cleared, he lay motionless, sprawled across the scorched earth. Fernand wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a relieved sigh. It worked. The plan actually worked. That was way too close. Luina, still catching her breath, looked puzzled. The plan worked. Wait a minute. All that stuff you just used, those were insanely expensive artifacts, weren't they? Don't you think that was a little wasteful? Fernand replied. It was wasteful, yeah, but we didn't exactly have a choice, did we? Luina muttered under her breath. If we had coordinated properly, we could have taken him down without burning through those luxury items. Fernand gave her a serious look. What are you even saying? The guy's possessed by a demon. Didn't you see his scorched skin, the glowing red eyes, and that terrifying aura of demonic energy? Luina wasn't convinced. Yeah, on the outside he definitely looked like some apocalyptic monster, but deep down, he's still Varen Kalbunder. Fernand froze for a moment. Deep down, he's still Varen Kalbunder. That idea hit him like a bolt of lightning. He thought back. Ain't Armian went through hell just to awaken. Even though Ain't was hailed as the hero of salvation, at this point he was still just a first-year student. He hadn't even fully unlocked his powers. And when you really look at their current abilities, Luina, a second year like you, is obviously stronger than Ain't right now. A wave of frustration swept over Fernand. Did I really make such a stupid mistake? Luina folded her arms. I told you earlier we didn't need to overcomplicate things, but you didn't listen. Inwardly, Fernand cursed himself. I got so caught up in the idea of demon that I forgot the most important thing, damn it. That sacred relic, that scroll, they cost a fortune just to trap him. Luina, noticing his distant look, gently tapped his cheek. Your eyes have gone blank, Fernand. You alright? She held up one finger. How many fingers am I holding? But Fernand couldn't focus on anything. All that echoed in his mind was one thing. How much did all that stuff cost? How much? Suddenly Varen stirred. He groaned as he sat up, clutching his head. His eyes rolled back, vacant and eerie. He lunged at them again. With pure reflex, Fernand reeled back and launched a fierce punch, nailing Varen square in the face. Do you know how much that cost? Varen collapsed with a thud, knocked out cold once more. Still fuming, Fernand growled, What kind of demon is this, so damn exhausting? Luina quickly stepped in and grabbed his arm. Fernand. That's enough. Varen stared intently at the recording orb in front of him. His voice filled with disbelief. That's me. No way. Fernand replied calmly. The recording orb captures everything exactly as it happened. It can't be faked. Panic crept into Varen's voice. I don't remember anything after the match with Ain't Armian. That's exactly why I, out of kindness, am explaining it to you, Fernand said, raising his voice. After you lost to Ain't, you were possessed by a demon and attacked us. Varen snapped. I've never even seen a demon. Why are you all so sure I was possessed? Fernand's tone suddenly dropped. Varen. You've seen the recording now, so I'm sure you understand. You took a bomb blast head on. Your body was pierced by dozens of magic arrows. And then you were engulfed in a pillar of hellfire. Yet here you are alive. That's because demonic energy was protecting your body. Varen was stunned. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I really should have been dead. Fernand let out a dramatic sigh. And I wasted a ridiculous amount of resources trying to stop your demon-possessed self. Varen hesitated, then said, If you're talking about the magical items you used to kill, no. I mean, restrain me, then I'll pay for them. Fernand pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed even more theatrically. Let's not forget the emotional trauma. I had to fight someone who could have killed me with a single blow. Varen's expression turned serious. Cut to the point. What do you want from me? Without missing a beat, Fernand pulled out a sheet of paper. Simple. Just sign this contract. Varen Kalbunder will now become a servant of House Pellenberg. Sign here and all will be forgiven. Varen took the contract and examined it. This is a slave contract. These terms are absurd no matter how you read them. Fernand waved his hands dramatically. You really don't appreciate how generous I'm being, trying to settle this nicely for your sake. Luina watched Fernand's expression carefully. She got the sense he was afraid of something. Then Fernand placed a hand on the recording orb, his tone now slightly threatening. In that case, I have no choice but to follow protocol. I'll hand this orb over to the Purge Division. Varen flinched. The Purge Division. The Purge Division was a royal unit created to hunt down and exterminate demons. In the past, under the justification of rooting out evil, they held near absolute power. But now 1,000 years later, with demons thought to be extinct, they were little more than a relic of the past. Fernand explained. They've been waiting for a chance to step back into the spotlight. If they see this recording, it'll be like striking gold. Varen shouted, I told you I have nothing to do with demons. Fernand pressed on, you consorted with demonic forces. That means you'll be expelled from the academy. Do you really think the Marquess of Kalbunder would accept a son who sold his soul to a demon? You might even be disowned. That struck Varen right in the heart. With no other choice, he signed the contract. Then, standing in front of Fernand, he bowed deeply and said, From now on I am in your care, master, I mean senior. Luina let out a sigh. So this is how things turned out, huh? Fernand cleared his throat with a few coughs. All right then. The three of them headed back to the northern forest. Luina asked, Are you sure we can handle this on our own? Shouldn't we inform the professors? Fernand shook his head. Not yet. Whether Varen was possessed willingly or was manipulated, whatever the case, we still don't know the full picture. And if someone really did manipulate him, that means there's someone within the academy collaborating with demons. If this gets out, they'll vanish before we can catch them. And it'll be even harder to find out who's behind it all. Luina considered his words and nodded. That makes sense. So you're going to investigate quietly? She paused before asking. But why target academy students in the first place? Fernand replied, Just a theory, but the academy gathers the brightest talents in the empire. If someone attacks its students, Luina gasped. That's like destroying the empire's future. I can't just stand by and watch. If you need help hunting demons, call me anytime. Seeing her impassioned resolve, Fernand smirked inwardly. Perfect. Now I won't have to lend her money with interest anymore. Though she hasn't realized it yet. Maybe one day she will when she finally sees how ridiculously stupid that promise was. Afterward, despite the professors and teaching assistants being mobilized to suppress the monster rampage, the midterm exam for the first-year night department was still abruptly cancelled midway. However, the academy couldn't afford to cancel the entire midterm exam. An emergency announcement was issued. For safety reasons, all practical midterm exams would be replaced by written tests. When students saw the announcement, they were left dumbfounded. Every practical exam this semester had now become a written one. Whispers spread like wildfire. No way, are you serious? A written midterm? We're doomed. That was because the academy's grading system had always placed more weight on practical skills than theory. For students who focused heavily on combat training, having to sit for written tests in every subject was a huge burden. Ain't was no exception. As he was quietly cramming theory, Gardner suddenly spoke up. Still, no matter how I look at it, something feels off. What feels off? Ain asked. That monster outbreak, Gardner replied. It was clearly related to demonic energy. I sensed scorching hot mana spreading everywhere. And yet, the real demon never showed up. Doesn't that mean it wasn't caused by a demon at all? Ain't reasoned. Gardner brushed it off. Impossible. How many times do I have to say this before you believe me? A demon will definitely show up again. That's precisely why the first emperor stationed me here. As he spoke, Gardner slapped both of Ain's cheeks and reminded him sternly, and demons always target you. Startled, Ain yelped, why? Gardner looked surprised. You really don't know. For demons, the name Armian is an enemy etched into their bones. If not for the Armian bloodline, this world might have already fallen into their hands. So this time they'll surely aim to wipe out every trace of that bloodline first. That's why you must never let your guard down. Follow my instructions exactly, got it? A shiver ran through Ain. In his heart, a disturbing thought echoed, am I the spark that draws the demons in? At the same time, over in Ravido's hall, Fernand was clutching his head, groaning loudly, my head spinning. Seeing him collapsed over the table, Hyde panicked. Young master, are you all right? Inside Fernand's mind, strange words began to surface. Mandatory first-year core course field survival skills. After completing the midterms, students will be sent to the Southern Forest for a 1-week practical training session. The Southern Forest, perfect. He recalled that within the lake deep inside that forest, there was a sacred herb. A place with no detectable mana. The plan was to lure him into soaking his feet in that tranquil lake, and the moment he did, the lake would strip away every protective layer around him. Meanwhile, Ain't stepped into a cavern. "This is the place," he murmured. "If I hadn't come with genuine intent, I never would have found it." His steps were already light, but now he moved with even more caution. When he sensed a hint of deathly aura ahead, he muttered, "I found it." His gaze lowered. A massive creature slowly emerged from the stone wall. It was supported by 4 sturdy legs, and the heart it had just pierced and devoured was covered in gleaming aquamarine scales like precious gems. It wasn't the stench of blood, but a strange green fluid oozing from its wound. The beast's body rose and fell. It was breathing. No, it was alive. As Ain't approached, the creature's cold breath washed over his face. The closer he got, the more intense the chill became. Gardner's voice cried out in his head, "It's a holy beast. A thief pretending to be its master? This is beyond you, run." Ain't swallowed hard. He wanted to turn and flee, but the monster before him wasn't going to give him even the slightest chance. As his eyes sharpened with resolve, the creature lunged at him. Ain't sidestepped and slashed his sword across its body, but it dodged effortlessly. It charged again. Ain't continued to evade and counterattack, and through a narrow crack in the rocky wall, a vein of mithril ore revealed itself. Gardner was overjoyed. Heavens, a mithril vein. Ain't, you must mine every last piece of it. Don't leave behind even a single lump. Mithril was known as the metal blessed by mana. But that wasn't all. This sword was forged from a mithril alloy, Gardner added. That's why my soul could reside within it. Fernand suddenly sat up straight and exclaimed, "What? A metal that can hold a soul?" A thought sparked in his mind. This is mine. He immediately went to find Luina. The girl looked surprised. "Last time you said it was a medicinal herb. Now it's a spiritual herb?" Fernand admitted, "I lied last time, but this time it's for real." "You say that like it's no big deal," Luina scolded. "The first year outdoor combat training lasts an entire week, doesn't it? That means you'll be skipping a full week of classes." Fernand tried to convince her, "I've already prepared a plan to make up for the classes I'll miss. As long as you agree to do it, I'll take care of everything else." But Luina flatly refused. "I'm not doing it." Fernand sweetened the deal. "I'll wipe out all the interest owed by House Berchef." She brushed him off. "Still not doing it." Luina said sternly, "I may not know about other things, but skipping school just for a single spiritual herb, that's something I absolutely won't accept. I can't believe you're seriously considering ditching an entire week of class just for that." Fernand finally gave up. "Fine, I won't push anymore. I'll go find someone else." Just then the door opened, and a young man walked in cheerfully. "Long time no see, Fernand. May Mana bless you again today." Shortly afterward, the results of the midterm exams were announced. Midterm rankings. First semester, first year night department Ain't ranked 16th. Gardner grumbled with mild dissatisfaction. 16th place. And that spoiled rich kid actually snagged first. Seriously. Luina looked at the newcomer with a curious expression. "And you are?" she asked. "Jace Vines," he replied with a cheerful smile. "Didn't expect you to come alone, Fernand." "Hello, Lady Luina Berchef, may the blessings of mana be upon you." Luina straightened up, as if something had just clicked in her memory. "Ah, right," Jace turned to Fernand. "By the way, how have you been lately?" "I've been doing fine. What about you? How's life at the academy?" Fernand replied. Jace chattered brightly, "Still a first year, so there's a lot I need to learn." Luina, intrigued, asked, "Haim, you two seem pretty close." Fernand glanced at her. "You look genuinely surprised." Jace nodded in agreement. "That's understandable, I guess. But really it's only natural." Luina raised an eyebrow. "There's nothing natural about it. Jace Vines, you're the saint of the Dragon God Church, aren't you? The one people sing endless praises about. And yet here you are, associating with a greedy devil like him." Fernand's expression read, "Are you insulting me right now?" Jace laughed heartily. "Haha, you probably wouldn't know this, Lady Luina, since you're not a mage. The Dragon God Church originally worshipped the ancient dragon who granted magic to humanity. But over time we shifted our faith toward mana and magic itself. These days most of our followers are mages, and the church has essentially become a powerful magical organization. To be recognized as a grand mage, one must be acknowledged by our Pope, that's how much authority the church holds. Luina held up her hand to stop him. Okay, I know all that. But what does that have to do with you two being so chummy? Jace continued eagerly. Let me finish, okay? Since the church is run by mages, it requires a massive financial base to function. That's where Pellenberg comes in. They're our biggest supporter. The countless magical tools crafted by the church, all distributed through the Pellenberg Trade Association. Honestly, all hail Pellenberg. The bond between the Dragon God Church and House Pellenberg is like roots clinging to soil. He grinned and added, as the saying goes, wealth makes you an elder. Fernand gave him a serious look. For the record, I am older than you. Of course. Jace quickly replied, nodding enthusiastically. Watching the way he acted, Luina began to harbor some doubts. Is this guy really a saint? He even mispronounced the word saint a little. Jace put on a pouty face. Ouch, that hurts, you know. Even I have feelings. Luina quickly apologized. Oh no, I'm sorry, Saint. That was rude of me. But Jace suddenly flipped his demeanor back to playful. Kidding. Haha. Luina let out a small cough. Anyway, I think I understand your relationship now. So, I'll take my leave. Jace whined, leaving already? Are you really going? We just met. She replied plainly, yes. I have no intention of getting involved in this mess. He waved goodbye and said cheerfully, if you change your mind, just come back anytime. Farewell, Lady Luina. May the mana always bless you. As the door closed, Jace turned back inside and grinned at Fernand. So why did you call me here? Fernand didn't like that smug smile one bit. But he still answered. During the first year survival training, we'll be collecting spirit herbs. I need backup. Jace perked up. Spirit herbs, huh? Sounds exciting. Fernand scowled. Don't tell me you're planning to grab them all for yourself. Jace quickly waved his hands. No way, of course not. I'm not dumb enough to ruin my relationship with Pellenberg over a few herbs. But do we really have to collect them during the training? With your skill level, sneaking in and taking them beforehand should be a piece of cake. Fernand frowned. If I could, I would've. But the truth is, I haven't pinpointed the exact location yet. He had thought it through. In theory, the prophecy provided enough clues to find the place somewhere near a lake in the southern forest. There were 7 lakes in that forest, which was also the designated training ground for first-year students. A cave beneath one of those lakes, hidden underwater. I've spent the past few days pouring mana into the bottom of all 7 lakes to try and detect a mana vein. But I haven't found a trace of mithril. Clearly the cave is concealed with magic. Normal means won't uncover it. As much of a hassle as it is, I think we'll have to tail Aint to find the exact spot. Jace looked puzzled. But students who aren't participating in the training aren't allowed into that area, right? It'll be crowded. Sneaking in won't be easy. Fernand smirked. That's why I signed up as a teaching assistant for the first year's training. Jace was taken aback. Wait, second years are allowed to do that? I thought the requirements were pretty strict. Not many second years bother with it, Fernand admitted. But I came up with a pretty convincing excuse. Even Professor Rosalia had been skeptical. Now you care about grades. Are you sick or something? She'd said. But Fernand had stayed firm. I'm not lying, he assured her, and had managed to win her over. Pleased with himself, he added. It doesn't break any rules. I've already gotten approval. Jace nodded in admiration. You really are a merchant at heart. Not a single flaw in your plan. Fernand asked again, so you in? Jace gave him a playful wink and an okay sign. As long as you promise me a big cut, I'm all in. He even pulled out a slip of paper. If you can draft up a clear contract with compensation terms, even better. 8 tails and half a gin, Fernand muttered with a smirk. This kid's detail-oriented, I'll give him that. The day of the first year's survival training arrived. Students were taken to the designated area. Gardner turned to Aint and said, Alright, let's go over the plan one more time. The herb we're targeting is at Lake Farden to the west. We need to make it look like we stumbled upon it by coincidence. We'll start by wandering around aimlessly. Noticing Aint staring off into the distance, Gardner asked, Hey, are you even listening? Aint had spotted Fernand among the crowd and exclaimed, Look. That's Senior Fernand. Looks like he's a teaching assistant too. Gardner scoffed. That spoiled rich boy. As a TA. Yeah, right. No way he's doing it for free. Aint guessed, maybe he's doing it for the extra credit points. He raised his hand to wave. Senior. Just then, Professor Grad shouted, Training begins in 30 minutes. All teaching assistants, return to your assigned stations. Aint sighed. Oh, I didn't even get to say hi to Senior Fernand, Gardner grumbled. What do you even like about that fancy pants rich kid? Meanwhile, in a secluded spot, a mannequin lay on the ground. Jace's voice came hurriedly. All right, I'm all dressed. Now give me a little blood and mana. Fernand bit his finger. As Jace cast his spell, just a few drops of blood touched the mannequin and instantly, it transformed into a perfect copy of Fernand. Jace asked, well? Looks pretty spot on, right? When the dummy sat up on its own, he got excited. Oh ho, not bad. You think it'll fool them? He beamed with confidence. Hey, I used to be top of the class. I've used this spell countless times to sneak out without getting caught by the Pope. Fernand was stunned. You fooled the Pope with this? Jace shrugged. Of course not. The Pope's a legendary archmage. No way I could completely trick him. But it still took him a few hours to notice something was off. Even then, he wasn't entirely sure. Fernand stood up. That'll be enough then. Inwardly, he thought. He even confused the world's top mage. No wonder people call him a genius. He'll be a powerful asset for Ain't in the future. Pulling up his hood, he mused to himself. But it's strange, the prophecy never mentioned Jace. Why? He's clearly gifted, and he's part of the Dragon God's church too. Meanwhile, Jace patted the mannequin affectionately. Take care out there, buddy. It's no surprise that the world despises demons. But the Church of the Dragon God takes that hatred to another level. A demon once mocked him, saying magic came from dragons? Ridiculous. Magic is demonic power, born from the devils themselves. That blasphemous statement, spat out by some damn demon, sent the church into a frenzy. From that moment on, anything even remotely related to demons would trigger their wrath. They morphed into a fanatical order, dedicated to hunting down and exterminating demons. Fernand glanced at Jace, wondering quietly to himself, could this guy end up becoming one of Ain's allies someday? Should I start investing in him now, just in case? Future ally stock, Ain't Inc. Just then, Jace reminded him, oh right, by the way, don't forget to come back within 5 hours, okay? Fernand smiled and replied, got it. I'm counting on you. Jace waved him off cheerfully, take care man. Without wasting another second, Fernand began tailing Ain't. He perched on a thick tree branch, quietly observing as Ain't headed west. The only lake on that side was Lake Farden. Fernand activated the communication system. It's your turn now. Just follow the plan exactly as I told you. Varen wore a crimson earring that matched his hair, an enchanted communicator Fernand had given him for receiving instructions. Varen stepped forward to block Ain't's path. Ain't blinked in surprise. Varen Kalbunder. A drop of sweat rolled down Varen's temple. Having lost to Ain't once before, the confrontation stirred an uneasy tension in him. Ain't asked softly, what's this, Varen? Don't tell me you want to try again. You already know you can't win, don't you? Of course I know, you bastard, Varen thought to himself. But I don't want to keep looking so damn pathetic either. Not long ago, Fernand had summoned him for a mission. You want me to tail Ain't army in through this entire field training session? Varen had exclaimed in disbelief. Why the hell should I do that? Seeing that Varen not only refused but also dared to question him, Fernand narrowed his eyes and threatened, looks like you still don't get the situation. Want me to flip your life into hell mode? Varen immediately clutched his head and screamed, no senior. Please. Now, standing face to face with Ain't, Varen looked him straight in the eye. I can't accept defeat. Ain't raised an eyebrow. Even twice wasn't enough for you. Varen tightened his grip on his sword, his voice unwavering. Whether it's twice or 100 times, it's the same. Losing to you crushed my honor. I need to fight you again to reclaim it. With that, he gathered his energy. Magic flared wildly around him as he raised his sword into a combat stance. Watching from a distance, Gardner's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow. That unyielding spirit, even after being defeated. At first I didn't think much of him, but now I see it, he's a true knight. Ain't, you have to accept his challenge. Ain't stood and thought for a moment, then gave a slight smile. Varen, I respect that. But this training session forbids duels between participants. Varen yelled, I don't care. I fight for honor. Gardner chimed in enthusiastically, come on, Ain't, forget the rules. A knight lives for honor. On one side, Varen was burning with the fire of revenge. Fight me, damn it. On the other, Gardner kept egging him on. Are you seriously going to trample on a knight's courage? Ain't stood there, silent, feeling a growing headache. Watching the scene unfold, Fernand chuckled to himself. Man, Varen may be a pain, but he's doing a decent job stalling. Keep buying time, buddy. As for me, I've got my own thing to take care of. He dropped down from his perch and headed toward the lake. He scanned the area carefully, no one in sight. The barrier was already in place. Even if I dig up half the forest looking for mithril, no one will hear a thing. Cracking his knuckles, he grinned with anticipation. Alright then, time to give this a shot. I've been dying to try this magic out. Fernand knelt and pressed his palm against the ground, searching for the right spot. I have to find the mithril before Ain't shows up. There's no time to waste, that's why I brought something special. He extended his hand toward the lake and began chanting. Come forth, my servant. A strange object began to rise slowly from beneath the water's surface. It was powered by complex magical engineering. A fusion of countless spell systems dripping with the essence of a merchant's heart, and a staggering pile of money. The massive construct emerged fully, a towering humanoid figure with glowing eyes. Fernand shouted with pure joy, a golem. Hell yes, this is awesome. He grinned even wider. From now on your name is James. Let's go, James. Time to find that mithril. He could barely contain his excitement, laughing like a madman. This was Fernand Pellenberg's very first self-made golem, James. And digging. That was exactly what James was made for. Not far away, Varen was still doing his best to stall for time. He shouted, You're not getting through unless you beat me first. Inside he cursed, That heartless bastard, I've gone this far, and you're seriously just gonna stand there and watch? Ain't held his head in frustration. God, this is such a pain. How long has it been already? Gardner, standing nearby, was visibly irritated. How could a descendant of Armian act so ridiculously? Running out of ideas, Varen suddenly threw himself to the ground and wrapped his arms tightly around Ain't's leg. Move. Ain't shouted, trying to shake him off. That's enough, Varen. Stop acting like a child. Varen snapped back. You think I want to do this? Fernand gave me one job, stall you for at least 1 full hour. If I can't endure it, I'm screwed. Ain't's eyes widened. Wait, what did you just say? Varen yelled at the top of his lungs. I like doing this. Okay. I love being trampled on, having my life ruined. It turns me on. So go ahead and attack me, you bastard. Ain't froze, completely thrown off. What the hell, what kind of freak is this? He kicked Varen hard, sending him flying backward. Varen screamed, hey, and crashed onto the ground flat on his back with a loud thud. Groaning, he sat up and kept yelling like a lunatic. That's right. I'm a total freak. So just attack me already. But in front of him, there was nothing, just a few leaves floating gently down through the air. Ain't was gone. Varen pulled out his pocket watch and checked it. How long have I held out? He muttered. Fernand said to keep him busy for 1 hour. It's been 1 hour and 10 minutes now. I'm saved. With a triumphant laugh, he proclaimed, Varen Calberter has completed the mission. Not long after, Ain't finally reached the cave. Gardner asked, Ain't Armian, are you really able to ignore a knight's plea for a duel like that? Is that what you've learned? Ain't calmly replied, no. But the rules clearly state, no fighting during training. He glanced around the area and added, also this cave? If you're not actively searching for it, you'd never find it. Gardner laughed heartily. Naturally. If it were that easy, it would have been looted ages ago. Wading into the water, Ain't scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes. Something's off here. I can sense a presence that doesn't belong to a spirit herb. Just then, Gardner called out. Hey, look down here. Right before them was a glowing spirit herb, shimmering with light. Ain't gasped, whoa, jackpot. Meanwhile, deep within the submerged cave, Fernand had been digging feverishly. After a while he burst into uncontrollable laughter, and began dancing wildly to an imaginary beat. Bomb. Found it, mithril. Back with Ain't, the situation had suddenly taken a turn. He frowned. This just got complicated. We found the herb, but how do we extract it? He gestured toward the glowing plant, which was guarded by a massive creature. Gardner examined the area and muttered, didn't expect there to be a sea dragon watching over this place. This isn't the right time. We'll come back later. Ain't hesitated. Lately I've been in top form. What if I fought the sea dragon now? Gardner sighed deeply. Then that dragon's gonna learn what human meat tastes like. Ain't blinked, then fell silent. Gardner shook his head. No. You're not ready for that thing. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently beneath their feet. Huge chunks of rock tumbled down from above, crashing hard. One of them struck the slumbering sea dragon. Its eyes snapped open. With an ear-splitting roar, the beast reared up in fury. Gardner panicked. Shit. It's awake. Ain't looked up. The sea dragon was now looming above them, its blood-red gaze locked onto him. Shivering, he stammered, What do we do now? Ain't suddenly muttered, might as well just finish it off now. The moment he drew his sword and dropped into a defensive stance, Gardner snapped, What the hell are you doing drawing your sword? I told you to stop. You're nowhere near ready to take that thing on run. The sea dragon had already taken notice of the unfamiliar intruder. With a deep, menacing growl, it lunged forward. Gardner urged frantically, Run. Don't look back, just run. Ain't stood frozen for a beat. Run. I think it's a little too late for that now, he muttered, then leapt high into the air to evade the attack. The beast crashed hard into the cliffside with a thunderous boom. Seizing the opportunity, Ain't locked eyes on the perfect strike zone and brought his sword down in a fierce slash against the dragon's head. In response, the beast whipped its massive tail, smashing into Ain't and flinging him violently to the side. He landed in the shallow water, so he was able to regain his balance without much trouble. But as soon as he got back on his feet, the sea dragon was already barreling toward him with its jaws wide open. It sucked in a deep breath, then unleashed a spiraling torrent of pressurized water. Ain't steadied himself, gathered his energy, and channeled all his power into his sword to block the incoming blast. The clash of forces was immense. Raw power crackled through the air, sending shockwaves through the surroundings. But Ain't held his ground. The dragon lunged in for close combat, whipping its tail again and again. Ain't struggled to keep up, barely managing to deflect the furious strikes. Not far away, Fernan was collecting mithril when he felt the ground rumble violently beneath his feet. The sound of chaos grew louder and more intense. He muttered, What the hell is with all this noise? Did the sea dragon wake up already? I fed it a whole load of meat soaked in sedatives. It's already awake. He shook his head. Guess that's what you get with a legendary beast. He sighed, a bit worried. Hopefully Ain't didn't run into that dragon. I've still got to deal with the whole Varan being possessed by a demon situation. If Ain't loses his chance to awaken like the prophecy foretold, that'll be a pain. But wait, I already gave him the heart of the holy bird. He should be fine. Fernan turned to leave. James, we've mined it all right, let's head out. A large goblin followed behind, lugging a sack stuffed with loot. Meanwhile, back on the other side, Ain't had finally finished his battle with the sea dragon. He crawled along a rocky ledge, gasping for air, completely drained as he finally made it to a small opening in the cliff. He panted heavily. Damn, that was way too close. Gardner barked. This is exactly why I told you to run. I wanted to run. Ain't shot back, exhausted. But that damn thing came charging at me like it wanted to kill me. Gardner looked annoyed. If the ground hadn't held together during that hit, you'd be dragon food right now, you reckless idiot. Ain't exhaled, still I made it out all right. Didn't I? Gardner gave a half nod. Yeah, I guess the heart of the holy bird the kid gave you really did strengthen your aura. They both turned to glance across the cavern. Look, Gardner said. The sacred herb is still intact. That's a relief. Ain't sighed as he looked up. It's way too high. Climbing out of here is gonna take forever. Suddenly, Gardner's expression changed. He sensed something strange from the far side of the cave. Ain't, he said sharply. Get in here. Something doesn't feel right in that direction. Ain't stepped over, scanning the area. I don't feel anything. Gardner pressed, just stop talking and move already. Ain't sighed again, fine. He walked deeper into the cave, looked up at the towering cliff wall, and asked, Is this the spot you meant? Where you felt something off? There's definitely something, Gardner said as he scanned the area intently. I'm sure of it. Ain't shrugged, let's just grab the herb and get out of here. But then Gardner's eyes locked on something. Ain't, over there, look at that glow. A strange light shimmered across the cave floor, unmistakable even in the darkness of the cavern. Ain't crouched down for a closer look. You're right, what is this? Dig it up fast, Gardner urged. I'm on it, Ain't replied, brushing aside the debris and heaving a large stone away. What he saw next made his eyes widen. This is Gardner lit up with joy. We found it. Cut to Fernan, who had returned to the meeting point with Jace. The young man greeted him with a grin. So, did you get what you were after? Fernan nodded. I did, and everything's fine on your end, I hope? Jace replied cheerfully. Yep. Just a couple monsters going berserk, nothing major. Fer nodded with approval. Nice work. Without missing a beat, Jace put on a cheeky grin. Suo, about my payment, already expecting it, Fernan said, Our guild will place the order with the church today, same quantity as in the contract. Jace beamed. You got it. Thanks a ton, boss. He turned to leave. Catch you later, Fernan. May the blessings of Manhwa be with you. Fernan sat on a thick tree branch, casually examining a chunk of mithril in his hand. In his mind, he thought, just being able to hold mithril in my hand, this stuff is so rare that most people never even get to see it in person. Now I just need to find the right ore to pair it with. Mithril was known for its incredible ability to absorb and conduct mana, but on its own, it couldn't reach its full potential. It needed to be combined with another metal to truly shine. And of course, that metal couldn't be anything common. The best combination for mithril is adamant, Fernan pondered. The hardest metal known to man. He frowned slightly. But adamant is just as rare as mithril. Even with money, there's no guarantee you can get your hands on it. Where the hell am I supposed to find some? He glanced down and mumbled. I wonder if that prophecy thing could tell me where. Just then, a loud scream echoed from below. Help me. Fernan didn't move, still repeating to himself in a low voice, adamant. 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 A girl below was sprinting at full speed, screaming her lungs out. Help. Professor, help me. Save me. She circled the base of the tree Fernan was sitting in, with 3 large dogs chasing her closely behind. Still unfazed, Fernan muttered, Really? Getting chased by dogs? Elves shouldn't be getting in real danger from that. The girl, realizing she wasn't getting a reaction, broke character and leapt up into the tree with him, landing nimbly in front of him. The dogs below continued barking wildly. Annoyed, Fernan frowned and said, Take care of that noise, will you? Arya Fridian raised her staff, its tip glowing brightly, and in mere seconds the dogs were handled. She then plopped down next to him on the tree branch and let out a breath. Happy now? Fernan looked at her and asked bluntly. What do you want? Arya gave him a dazzling smile. Nothing really, just happened to pass by. Then keep passing, he replied flatly. She laughed awkwardly. Okay, fine. Not a coincidence. I have my reasons. You're so blunt, you know. Fernan narrowed his eyes. What, trying to cozy up to the heir of a noble house? Arya Fridian grinned. So obvious, huh? You caught me. I've heard the rumors. You're always trying to butter up future heir candidates, he said. Well, since you already found out, how about we just be friends? She suggested, shamelessly. No, Fernan replied without hesitation. Why not? I'm older. Don't be like that. Aren't heir candidates supposed to get along? Fernan stayed firm. Just because we're all heirs doesn't mean we have to be friends. Still trying to charm him, Arya smiled playfully. Fridian only recently became a candidate, after replacing Burchef. So we want to build good relations with the others. Come on please. Fernan raised an eyebrow. Aren't there other heir candidates from our year? Like Ain Armian? Arya smirked and replied cryptically, Elves can't just eat meat, you know. Gotta have some greens every now and then. Fernan instantly understood what she meant and chuckled inwardly. She didn't even try to hide it. Arya Fridian brazen as ever beamed at him. I want to be friends with all 6 heir candidates. Suddenly, the tree began to shake violently. Both of them flinched as Arya shouted, What now? From below. A male student screamed, Someone call the professor. There's a sea dragon in Lake Pardon. Sure enough, an enormous aquatic dragon burst out of the lake's surface, sending a massive wave rippling through the forest. Fernan was utterly stunned. A sea dragon. Arya cried out. A sea dragon? That's odd. Why did it suddenly show up? But as she turned toward Fernan, he had already leapt down below. She called after him, Hey. Are you seriously running off? He didn't answer. A wave of dread surged in his chest. Damn it. Something's not right. The prophecy never mentioned anything about a sea dragon emerging from the water and going berserk like this. What about Ain't? Over at the lakeside, chaos had broken out. The sea dragon was on a rampage, attacking students indiscriminately. Professors quickly organized the evacuation. This way. Move. Get out of the way. Someone shouted. All first years fall back. Assistants rushed to shield the freshmen at the front lines. Gardner turned to Ain't and said, That sea dragon is after you because you took the elixir. Leave it to the professors and assistants. We're pulling back. This time, Ain't didn't argue and quickly replied, Understood. Gardner urged him, Run. Be careful, don't draw its attention. But the dragon had already locked onto Ain't in the crowd and lunged toward him. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared, stepping in between Ain't and the beast. Fernan, holding his magic staff, activated a defensive formation to block the monster's charge. Muttering incantations under his breath, He unleashed a barrage. Dozens of sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground and launched at the dragon. But it didn't even flinch. Its gaze still brimming with bloodlust, its defense nearly impenetrable. Fernand gritted his teeth. Damn it. Are we really in over our heads? Professor Grad, watching from the rear, seemed satisfied. You're holding the line well, Fernand. Leave the rest to us. With that, he charged in, joined by other professors and assistants for a full assault. After a few fruitless strikes, the sea dragon finally turned and dove back into the lake. It's retreating. After it, someone yelled. Fernand exhaled deeply in relief. Strange, could my interference have slightly altered the prophecy? He wondered. Either way, the chosen one who's meant to save humanity is still alive. That's what matters. He chuckled to himself. And besides, I still haven't gotten my investment back. If he dies, I'm screwed too. He turned to Ain't and asked, You okay? Seeing the boy's tear-filled eyes, Fernand was taken aback. What's with that look? Is he scared? Ain't choked up and asked, Did you come here to save me? Fernand replied coolly. Protecting students is a teaching assistant's job. Anyway, you're safe now. Go do what you have to do. As Fernand turned to leave, Gardner reminded Ain't, Hey, don't forget we still have something to settle with him. We can't just let him go. Ain't quickly called out, Actually, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Do you have a moment? Fernand glanced back and said, Go ahead. What is it? Ain't hesitated. Well, it's a bit awkward to say it here. The two of them moved to a quieter spot. Fernand reassured him, Don't worry. No one's listening. Just say what's on your mind. What is it? Ain't gave a sheepish smile. I was wondering, does your trading guild deal in ore? Fernand nodded. Of course. Why? You looking to buy some? But the very next second, Fernand caught himself muttering, Not exactly. I'm broke. Can't afford to buy anything. If anything, I should be selling. Ain't felt those words hit him right in the gut. He couldn't deny the truth, but it still stung. Fernand cursed inwardly. Damn it, I let that slip again. The boy always acted so obedient around him. Fernand nearly forgot, this kid's the reason I got fired in the first place. He remembered the moment Ain't handed him the dismissal notice, citing the reason, You said I was dirt poor. That was a pretty brutal insult. Clearly, pissing this kid off hadn't brought him any benefits. Fernand said gently, If what I said offended you, I apologize. Ain't blinked, surprised. Huh. That was unexpectedly polite. Fernand clarified, I didn't mean to upset you. Please don't take it to heart. Ain't quickly replied, I was just joking. Fernand waved his hand firmly. No, really. I mean it. I'm sorry. This brat, he actually apologized. Ain't thought in disbelief. Switching back to business, Fernand asked, So, you mentioned you had something to sell. Ain't nodded with a grin. That's right. He pulled out a sparkling green gem. This is it. The moment Fernand laid eyes on it, he couldn't hide his shock. Adamant? I was just racking my brain trying to find some of this stuff, and now it's right in front of me. He smiled in disbelief. What kind of luck is this? Then quickly reminded himself, No, I don't have it yet. Stay calm. Putting on a serious face, Fernand asked, Adamant? You're selling this to me. You know this stuff isn't exactly something you find lying around. Where did you get it? Ain't stayed casual. Fernand couldn't help but marvel. He's so calm holding something this rare. Rich kids really do live in another world. Ain't scratched his head. I can't exactly say where I got it. But I swear it's not stolen or shady or anything. You can trust me. I've got so much of it, even my subspace inventory is full. Fernand's eyes widened in awe. Hooah, you actually filled the subspace. This is like an entire treasure vault, he thought to himself, convinced that there was no doubt Ain't had found it in that underwater cave. Didn't get the mithril, but ended up with adamant. This must be what they call main character luck. Curious, Fernand wondered what kind of cave could possibly hold both mithril and adamant. Noticing his silence, Ain't quickly spoke up, If you're really interested, here's my condition. Before agreeing to sell the adamant to Fernand, Gardner had warned Ain't. Be careful. Blink once around the Pellenbergs, and they'll steal the nose off your face. Even if you're negotiating, don't agree to a damn thing. And even now, Gardner kept nagging. Are you even listening to me? Ain't ended up presenting the conditions just as Gardner had instructed, and to his own surprise, they didn't seem half bad. Fernand didn't hesitate. All right, I'll buy it under those terms. Gardner was stunned. What the hell? Did he actually just accept our conditions? Fernand then asked, You know you could auction this off for way more. Why are you selling it to me? Ain't answered honestly. I just want to get rid of it as fast as possible. It's so rare that if word got out, I'd have a target on my back. Our mane isn't strong enough to protect something like this. Fernand shot back. And you think I am strong enough? What if I kill you and take the adamant for myself? Ain't froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Come on now, you gave me the sacred bird's heart, remember? And you fought a sea dragon to save me. You'd never do something like that. Fernand thought to himself, is this guy seriously trusting me? Guess rescuing him earlier really boosted my approval rating with him. Ain't nodded. Other people might. But you never would. I know you'd never hurt me. Fernand patted his shoulder. That's right, Ain't. I really do care about you. I know, Ain't smiled. Fernand continued. And I am the one who saved your life from that water dragon, right? Right. Then Fernand stared him straight in the eyes and added, so remember this, Ain't. If one day you suddenly feel like turning me into a beggar, think back to today. Ain't broke into a cold sweat. A beggar? Fernand leaned in a little, his tone serious. Never forget I risked my life to save you, understood? Yes, of course, Ain't nodded quickly. Those words seemed to put Fernand at ease. He turned to leave, tossing out a final line over his shoulder. I'll prepare the contract and get back to you. Okay. Ain't replied, still a bit puzzled by Fernand's hot and cold attitude. Once Fernand was gone, Ain't mumbled to himself, what was that about making me a beggar? Gardner growled. That guy's nuts. Must have gone into shock from seeing all that adamant. Cut to Ravita's dormitory building. Hyde's voice echoed through the hallway. I'm back, young master. He pushed open the door and asked gently, you've been at the Duke's estate quite a while. Did anything happen while you were gone? Before he could finish, he froze at the sight before him. My lord, what is all this? Fernand sat atop a literal pile of gemstones, lazily swirling a glass of wine, the very picture of indulgent leisure. With a cool expression he said, welcome back. First time seeing mithril and adamant in the same room, huh? Hyde stepped inside in shock. Wait, where did you even get these insanely rare ores? Fernand grinned. Some I dug up myself, some I bought. Been pretty busy lately. Hyde picked up a chunk of adamant and examined it. Even if you had money, you could barely buy this stuff. If I sold all this, my guild would smash through its annual revenue target. I'm not selling, Fernand replied casually. Hyde looked stunned. You're not? Then what are you going to do with it? Fernand gently swirled the wine in his glass, then answered slowly and deliberately. I'm going to build a colossal golem. One that can move on its own, and has a will of its own. Fernand, clearly in high spirits, began rambling passionately. I've always had a question. Knights have loyal steeds. Elves have spirit companions. So why are merchants always portrayed as alone? Why is it that merchants don't have a partner like that? He threw his arms out, eyes gleaming. So I've decided to fix that absurdity by creating a sentient giant golem. Hyde listened quietly for a while, a bit confused. Absurdity. Is that really the word for this? Fernand explained with confidence. Golems require advanced magitech knowledge and an obscene amount of funding. Which means, unless you're truly wealthy, don't even dream of making one. But for a merchant, that makes it the perfect asset. In truth, he had more strategic reasons. Having a sentient golem, especially with a war against demonkind looming, would be invaluable. In an era plagued by demonic terror, such a golem would be the ideal guardian. That's why I have to build something solid, something reliable. Watching his master's fervent expression, Hyde thought, I still don't get why a merchant would need a golem. But he looks pretty fired up. Might as well stay quiet. Then he asked curiously, but if it's going to be a sentient giant golem, how big are we talking? 10 meters, Fernand replied, dead serious. 10 meters, Hyde yelped. Why that huge? Fernand straightened up, face solemn. Because it looks freaking cool. Just then, a sudden jolt of pain hit him. He cursed under his breath, damn it, not again. The headaches were back along with another blasted prophecy. His vision spun, his head ready to explode. Master, Hyde yelled, rushing over and helping Fernand into bed. He shoved a thermometer toward him. Here, bite this. I'm fine. I said I'm not hurt, Fernand grumbled. Not hurt. Hyde snapped. You literally passed out. Do you even know how many times you've screamed in pain? He shoved the thermometer into Fernand's mouth. We're checking your temperature whether you like it or not. This time Fernand didn't argue. He sat quietly on the bed, thermometer between his lips, while Hyde checked the time and muttered. Probably side effects from getting struck by lightning last time. Fernand sat deep in thought. No time to rest. Another prophecy, right on schedule. This time it was about the sea. Army and dies. A contract-bound infiltrator attacks Ain't during a yacht club gathering. The yacht club was a social circle in the academy, exclusive to nobles. Fernand had joined to build connections, attending regularly. He'd even suggested transforming their simple tea parties into extravagant offshore yacht gatherings. Ironically, just as he convinced everyone to set sail, a monster appeared. Panic erupted. A monster. Why is there a monster here? Turn the boat around. Fernand spotted the contract-bound infiltrator sneaking aboard someone from his own trading company. Ain't confirmed the face. If he remembered correctly, the man was part of the crew. Could Pellenberg be involved in this? If they were aware, they were traitors to humanity. If they weren't, then they were more incompetent than he'd expected. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some people stumbled across treasure. Fernand? He got stuck with the full-blown, stat-maxed villain arc. No wonder Ain't thought he was destined to bring his downfall. As those grim thoughts churned in his head, Hyde pulled out the thermometer. Fernand shot him a look of pure annoyance. Hyde squinted at the reading. Let's see what kind of energy he's putting out. His eyes widened. That's way too high. If I slip up now, Fernand thought grimly, I'm really done for. Suddenly, an ice-cold compress was slapped onto his forehead. Hyde's tone was firm. Duke, you have a high fever. We need to call the physician immediately. Fernand's face was red as a beet, but he insisted, I told you I'm fine. Then Hyde remembered something. I heard we're expecting a visitor at the company today. Maybe we should postpone the doctor for now. Fernand raised a brow. A visitor. I didn't schedule anything today. But deep down, his instincts tingled. An unexpected guest. Smells like money. He grinned. Who is it? The visitor was someone familiar, Professor Grad. The man smiled amiably as he sat down at his desk and proposed a deal. After hearing him out, Fernand raised an eyebrow and asked, You want to sell the Sea Dragon's corpse? The one that appeared during the first-year combat exam. Grad nodded. That's right. It took quite a bit of effort to bring it down, he said with a cheerful tone. Everyone thinks Pellenberg will try to lowball me, but I know you won't. Fernand felt a surge of satisfaction. This was excellent news. A sea dragon offered all sorts of valuable parts. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether it was really appropriate to approach a student directly like this. Grad replied bluntly, You're the one always making shady deals with the staff, and you're worried about that. Last time, why did you ask Professor Rosalia to appoint a temporary teaching assistant, huh? She's far too by the book. Next time, just come to me. You know, I'm okay with most things as long as I get a little something out of it. Hearing that, Fernand thought to himself, anyone could become a temp TA. Why even bother bribing a professor? Grad added. Besides, this time it's an official buyback request from the Academy, sent to your family. I'm here as the Academy's representative. I already contacted your house, and they told me to deal directly with you. Fernand nodded. I see. Actually, there's one part in particular I'm really interested in. Professor Grad's tone hardened. I don't do parts. It's all or nothing. Fernand picked up his tea and replied calmly, Well, that changes things. Grad insisted, It's a sea dragon. Not a single part of it goes to waste. That much was true. Fernand began calculating. Its teeth and bones were incredibly tough and ideal for crafting weapons. The blood and eyes were rich in mana, perfect for alchemy. The scales could be used for armor and protective gear. Whether bought in pieces or whole, it would all be useful. Still, as a businessman, Fernand knew his pride lay in maximizing profit. He needed to squeeze out just a bit more. Grad frowned. If that's how it's going to be, then I'll sell it to another family, Fernand. But Fernand calmly shifted the conversation. I heard that the profit from beasts caught during academy training exercises goes toward funding professors' research, right? At that, Grad's eyes froze briefly. Fernand revealed his hand. So, getting a good price benefits you too, doesn't it? Grad's expression changed instantly. He smiled again and asked, You want a good deal for your goods, don't you? Fine. What do you want? Fernand responded, I want exclusive rights to sell ships to the Academy. If the Academy needs ships, they can only buy them from Golden Turtle Trading Company ours. Grad looked confused. Ships? Why would the Academy need ships? That's it, Fernand smiled. Exactly. The request sounded pointless now, but it was an investment for the future. Right now they might not need them, but soon they would. According to the prophecy, After the monster attack and the sinking of a luxury yacht, noble children would be left stranded at sea. The Academy would realize it needed to offer maritime combat training, and would open courses accordingly. Naturally, this would lead to mock battles, which would damage ships, constantly resulting in huge repair costs, or the need to purchase new ones. In other words, this was a long-term, high-yield business opportunity. Grad agreed on the spot. Excellent. I'll bring it up with the headmaster. Scene shift. In a small bookstore tucked away in a quiet street, a customer asked, "Do you have a basic cookbook?" I checked the cooking section but couldn't find one. The shopkeeper smiled. "If it's not there, it's probably sold out." Then he added, "Wait a moment, I'll check the back." The girl nodded. "Okay." The shopkeeper opened the back room and walked toward the shelves. "Basic cooking, where is it?" Suddenly, a dark mist began swirling behind him. A spectral figure appeared, reporting, "After investigation, we've confirmed that Ain Armian has never made direct contact with Varen Kalbunder, who has gone mad from demonic energy. According to the plan, Kalbunder was supposed to trace Armian's mana after being defeated. But it seems someone intervened." The man muttered, "Intervened?" The ghostly figure continued, "I couldn't identify who it was. The traces have been completely erased. So what you're saying is there's no way of knowing anymore?" The man asked. "No," the spirit replied. "I'll try other methods. I will find out." The bookseller waved it off. "Forget it. If you've had to go this far, there really might not be anything left. For now, focus on the next phase of the plan." "Understood," the spirit said. Still, the bookseller was troubled. "But this is strange. If Kalbunder truly fought him, there's no way he wouldn't have sensed the demonic aura. And yet, the Academy said nothing about it." He mulled it over. Erased traces, could it all just be a coincidence? Or, did someone do it on purpose? Hearing those words, the soul spirit grew alarmed. "Does that mean someone has already discovered our existence?" The bookstore owner replied with certainty, "Impossible. If someone truly knew, the world wouldn't be this quiet." The spirit nodded in agreement. "You're right. It must have been a coincidence." Still, he warned his comrade, "Even so, we need to be more cautious from now on. We're still not strong enough. If our identities are exposed, it'll jeopardize our future plans." The spirit acknowledged, "Understood." The bookstore owner emphasized again, "More importantly, eliminating Ain Armian is now our top priority. Ever since he enrolled at the Academy, his growth has been beyond belief. I don't know why, but it must be related to the legacy of the first emperor, that cursed bloodline of his. That's why our next plan must succeed. If Ain Armian grows any stronger, it'll become a major problem." A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. "We cannot afford another failure." The spirit responded, "I'll keep that in mind," and then vanished without a trace. The bookstore owner picked up a book and stepped outside with a cheerful voice. "Dear customer, I found that beginner's cooking manual you asked for." The young woman accepted the book with a smile and left quickly. "Thank you. Have a nice day." At the same time, inside a restaurant, Fernan and Luina were seated at a table, enjoying a meal. Fernan asked, "When did you first sense the demonic energy, and where?" Luina poured herself a glass of red wine and replied, "Exactly 3 days ago. It was around 7 in the evening, after dinner. I was with Bella at the time." Fernan asked for clarification. "Bella Hayan? Second semester, ranked 19th in the night division." Luina nodded. "Yes, that's the one. What exactly happened?" Fernan inquired, curiosity piqued. As she cut into her food, Luina began to recall the incident. 3 days ago, Bella challenged me to a duel. She said she felt she had improved and wanted to test herself. Normally we use wooden swords, but this time she insisted on using real ones. I don't know if she took some kind of elixir, but she was incredibly confident. And it wasn't just talk, her sword felt heavier, sharper than before. As we crossed blades, I could tell her strength really had increased. Not just power, her movements were faster too, quick enough to dodge my strikes with ease. After exchanging a few blows, Luina had said to her, "You're definitely not the same as before. Stronger and faster." Bella beamed, "Right? I've been feeling so much stronger lately. My control's better too. Hearing that from you makes me even happier." Then, out of nowhere, Bella declared, "All right then. Let's keep going." This time she gathered significantly more mana than before. At this point in the story, Fernan interrupted, "So you lost, didn't you?" Luina snapped, "No. Let me finish." She explained, Bella's sword technique is built around leveraging the weight and power of her blade. Compared to other styles, it's extremely destructive. But that also means the weapon is heavy and bulky, making it vulnerable in close-range combat. I waited for the perfect moment when the weight threw her off balance and landed a decisive blow. Bella had laughed sheepishly. Looks like I still can't control it properly. Huh? Luina took another bite. So yeah, that's what happened. Fernan asked, are you certain it was demonic energy? Luina replied firmly, I'd never forget that chilling, disgusting aura once felt from Varen. It was only for a moment, but I'm absolutely sure it was demonic. Fernan asked, and Bella? How is she now? Luina said she seemed completely normal. Even after the duel, nothing felt off. Unlike Varen, there were no physical mutations, and she didn't lose her mind. That's why I started to wonder if I was mistaken. Fernan listened intently. But you still want to make sure? Luina nodded. Yes. Because this is about demonic energy. And more importantly, Bella is my best friend. We grew up together. I can't just stand by and watch her turn into a monster. I figured you might be able to help, so I decided to tell you. She cut into the final piece of her steak. For Luina, meals this good were a rare treat. Fernan spoke slowly. I don't have a definite way to confirm it either. But I'll try to investigate in my own way. The girl nodded. Okay, thank you. He glanced at Luina's now empty plate and asked sincerely, by the way, be honest with me, was that dish actually edible? Steak with chocolate sauce? She replied with absolute conviction, yes, it was amazing. Later, Fernan stood by his desk, reviewing a detailed surveillance report. He muttered to himself, dormitory, classroom, training hall again, library, cafeteria as expected. Bella follows a model schedule. Just like that damned Varen. No suspicious interactions either. He analyzed every detail carefully. And unlike Varen, Bella hasn't suffered any trauma. She's cheerful and gets along with everyone. There's no reason to think she has any emotional void that would allow demonic energy to seep in. But if what Luina said was true, if Bella had truly used mana imbued with demonic energy, then only one similarity remained between her and Varen. Neither of them had made contact with a demon. Neither had formed any kind of pact. Could it really be that demonic energy had seeped into them without their knowledge? That it didn't even require direct contact with a demon? Was that even possible? Or, was Luina mistaken? Maybe it wasn't demonic energy after all? Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his skull. Fernan grabbed his head, groaning in agony. Damn it, my head again. His vision blurred, and then, without warning, a strange scene unfolded before his eyes. It was a battlefield, blood-red skies, the stench of iron and thick, suffocating demonic energy. Monsters roamed everywhere. Humans had gone mad. Among them were students from the academy, citizens of the island. And there he saw Aint's face, filled with fear and dread. The scene struck him with an eerie sense of familiarity. Everyone was behaving oddly. The demonic energy, silent and invisible, had crept into the students' bodies. And when the demon Andromalius descended, it began to awaken. Fernan recoiled in horror. Andromalius, then this must be. At that moment the academy looked no different from hell itself. Could this vision be showing him the exact moment right before Andromalius descended into the world? In the haze of dust that hung in the air, Gardner grimaced as he announced, dark energy. It has already infected them. Aint Armian's eyes widened in shock. You mean, those students have made a pact with demons? Facing him, Aint spoke softly but with firm conviction, if that were true, I would have discovered it long ago. He paid no heed to Gardner's words and issued a direct command. I need to investigate this thoroughly. Use your magical power. Obediently, Aint employed his magic to examine the students who had fallen unconscious. Through this, Gardner was able to grasp the situation clearly. Aint Armian meticulously checked each detail before giving his assessment. Those filthy demons were cunning this time. He looked at Gardner with a panicked expression, realizing how stealthily they had been seeding dark energy into the students' everyday lives so subtly that no one had noticed. As Aint Armian continued to inspect and comment on the situation, he reasoned, I am certain this will require a significant amount of time. The students' bodies are not easily receptive to dark energy. Most of it is probably wasted. Continuing to transmit it might even become meaningless. Fernan Pellenberg silently observed from nearby, watching the students affected by the dark energy. In his mind, Aint continuously analyzed the situation, yet, to cause such an explosive effect, there had to be a conduit, something amplifying the magical energy. Fernan Pellenberg's eyes scanned the surroundings, and suddenly he gasped, pointing. Over there. Aint focused intently on the blazing red formation before them. That magical array, it was the one activating the dark energy. Fernand Pellenberg froze, telling himself, it must be destroyed immediately. As Aint drew closer to the array, the source of dark energy gradually became visible. The summoning process began to accelerate. Gardner shouted, realizing the true nature of the formation. Suddenly, countless corpses appeared scattered before their eyes, forcing Fernand Pellenberg to pause and contemplate. The scene had shifted dramatically. Elsewhere, Aint Armian ran forward eagerly, then abruptly stopped in shock, causing Fernand Pellenberg to feel a flicker of concern. Aint Armian shouted a warning, Bella, she has been infected with dark energy. Fernand Pellenberg froze at the revelation. Bella, so it was true. The dark energy was inside her. Aint Armian confirmed decisively, if we destroy that magical array, she will return to normal. Gardner warned anxiously, oh no. That is not an amplifying array. It is just regular magical force. Facing the seemingly malevolent formation, Aint spoke with certainty. No, this is a summoning array. We are trying to call a demon into this world. Following Gardner's words, a terrifying creature appeared, a monstrous, serpentine figure that made both Aint Armian and Fernand Pellenberg instinctively turn their heads. In his mind, a shadowy figure surfaced, its face obscured, yet radiating danger. The demons, they will return. The creature moved slowly forward, its massive, muscular body intimidating, yet it still could not pull Aint Armian's thoughts away from this world. Suddenly, the scene shifted to another place. Fernand Pellenberg sat on the ground, staring in astonishment. He kept muttering under his breath, dark energy. Andromalius. Bella. Moments later, Fernand sprang to his feet decisively. No time to waste. Luina. He rushed toward the door, moving swiftly, calling her name without pause, Luina. A moment later, at the foot of the stairs, a soft female voice whispered anxiously, is she safe, if she is truly infected with dark energy and it gets exposed? Fernand Pellenberg, standing nearby with a serious expression, reassured her firmly, Bella won't know anything. He looked at her and said resolutely, I won't let her be falsely branded as a demon and killed. Don't worry. Luina Burchev smiled, satisfied. Thank you. Fernand regarded her thoughtfully. I need Bella to live. She is the proof. For her friend, Luina. Images flashed through his mind for me too. Because I need Luina to like me. Fernand Pellenberg lowered his gaze, deep in concern. And, for this continent, first, I have to prove that dark energy truly exists within Kului's body. The person just mentioned approached, eager to talk. Luina, have you been waiting long? The lecture ran a bit late. Luina blushed slightly. No, we just got here too. Bella, surprised, looked at him in confusion. Huh, Fernand's here too. Fernand's expression was cold, seemingly uninterested in responding. I called him. But immediately he pointed at her and spoke loudly, because in your mind. Fernand's face darkened, full of fierce intensity. There are demons. I must destroy them. Then he pointed at himself proudly. So from now on, you must follow my instructions. Bella bristled at this. What number? He remained patient, repeating his words calmly. You have to come with me, whether you want to or not. Her gaze sharpened with disbelief. What the hell? What is wrong with your head, Fernand? Yet Fernand was unwavering. I am not joking. If we do nothing about the dark energy inside you, sooner or later, you will lose your mind. At that point, the adjudicators won't spare you. His words were starkly clear, enough to make Bella bristle in indignation. Are you threatening me? Fernand showed no leniency, speaking as if stating an obvious truth. I am just telling the truth. Those 5 simple words, like water overflowing its cup, made her erupt in a string of curses. You have lost your mind. I am completely fine. Suddenly, a gentle hand clasped hers. The person beside her whispered softly, Bella. Luina spoke quietly, trying to reason with her. Can't you just listen to Fernand for once? Bella grew even more confused by the action. Luina, what is wrong with you? What is all this about demons? But Luina refused to give up, pleading sincerely, Bella. Please. Bella had no choice but to reluctantly comply. Only because you are asking. I will agree. Fernand watched the unexpectedly harmonious scene, thinking to himself, I would have knocked her out if she had continued to refuse. After a while, Bella finally turned to him, her gaze steely. I will follow your instructions, Fernand. But on one condition. She pointed at him decisively and made her demand clear, if I can prove there is no dark energy inside me, you will apologize to me and to Luina properly. Fernand crossed his arms, curiosity flickering in his eyes. But why Luina? Bella, full of resentment, continued to scold him. Because you dragged the innocent Luina into this mess, she huffed before answering, although she was the one who lured me in. Fine, whatever. Fernan, his voice calm yet firm, said, then take me to the places you usually go. I need to know everywhere you might have come into contact with dark energy. Luina stepped closer, curiosity in her eyes. Haven't you already investigated? He dismissed her question immediately. You can't help me with this. Bella grew even angrier at Fernan's remark, glaring at him. You have investigated my background. He spoke softly, recounting, I was thinking about tracing dark energy in the places Bella has been. In the lonely, silent air, Fernan's voice lowered, tinged with disappointment. Yet he found nothing suspicious. Standing before a magnificent building, he thought to himself, even in the dojo. That is where it all happens. But he still managed to provoke Bella's anger. Fernan, shut up, Luina interjected hastily, trying to deflect. This dining hall is so dreary. The three of them moved gradually, checking off locations from the list. Dormitory okay. Lecture hall okay. Library okay. Dining hall okay. After a while, they arrived at a cafe. A man held a book titled The Duke Seeks Me at Night and smiled warmly at them, having just arrived today. Fernan, growing impatient, thought to himself, or maybe the library too. Bella, brimming with energy, chatted happily. Fernan did not understand and turned to Luina, asking, what is this crazy Duke thing? She answered cheerfully, Bella likes romance novels. His gaze and tone sharpened. Romance novels, a normal hobby, but perhaps I can find traces more easily because it is unusual. He stared intently ahead, relentless in his focus, convinced that there must be some trace somewhere. The purple-haired young man continued cheerfully, even showing illustrations. Bella, delighted, said, give it to me. Yet Fernan's mind remained tangled in thoughts, unable to escape the chaos. Could it not be a specific place? Then maybe. Glancing at the book being passed around, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps it is some sort of object. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Very pleased to meet you, Lord Fernan. He looked at the young man with suspicion. You know me? The purple-haired man replied calmly, of course. I am a merchant. Bella stood to the side, excitedly chatting with Luina. Look. The young man rambled as if nothing had happened. We usually source goods from your guild. Fernan remained indifferent. So, you are a customer. Almost immediately, he pushed a book toward Fernan. I can recommend one for you. He gave Fernan a sly look and added, I have something that would suit you perfectly. Fernan, wary, declined. No need, I already have enough books at home. The man still stood there, smiling with mock regret. I understand, what a pity. Suddenly, Luina's voice rang out from behind. Fernan, let us go. He turned to leave. Fine. The purple-haired young man finally smiled slyly, his words tinged with menace. Until we meet again. The three of them walked away, unaware of his gaze and cryptic words. Wait until you return. After a while, in the hallway, Bella looked around in confusion, trying to understand. Isn't this cafe run by your guild? I have never been here before. Fernan, walking ahead, explained slowly, it is reserved for important guests. She asked innocently, so this is the place you wanted to go? He patiently clarified, yes. This is the best place to avoid prying eyes. After his words, a quiet stillness fell over them, broken only by the soft sound of their footsteps as they entered the room. Inside, Jace Vines greeted them enthusiastically. I have been waiting for you. His actions seemed unusual. Those with faith are blessed with mana. Do you believe it? Among the three of them, only Bella, calm and collected, could play along. I believe it. Fernan's stern voice cut through their playful banter. Jace, you brought what I need, right? Jace Vines grinned broadly. Of course. Fernan carefully reminded the person handling the payment. Once used, it can't be returned or exchanged. Cash only. Fernan replied firmly, fine. Bella, watching the interaction with curiosity, wondered aloud, a transaction. She stared for a moment before raising her voice in question. Fernan, what are you doing? Why is he even here? Fernan curled his lips into a confident smile. Jace will prove it. He stepped to Jace's side, wearing an air of triumph, silently signaling, there is dark energy inside you. Bella asked seriously, you mean? You are going to prove that I have dark energy, how exactly? Jace Vines produced a red velvet box. We always prepare for situations like this. There is a prophecy from the founding pope that the demon race will return. Bella, anxious, gazed at the orb as Jace explained. It is attuned to sacred energy more precisely than any of our relics, able to detect demons or dark energy. Fernan began the introductions. I have heard about the situation. Your name is? Without hesitation, she replied, Bella Hone. I am a second-year student in the night department. Jace Vines beamed. Ah, then you are my senior. He offered Bella a proposition. Now, can you hold this gem with both hands? The magical energy will flow into your body and check inside you. Luina Burchev still looked doubtful. Are you sure this will work? Possibly, Fernan said quietly, not entirely certain himself. Jace added confidently, if this can't detect it, then nothing can. Bella stood frozen before Jace Vines, her face clouded with worry. Fernan spoke to reassure her. Don't worry. Then Jace brought the gem close, covering his mouth to whisper. Honestly, I do not believe you have been infected with dark energy. I am only here because Fernan said he would buy this from me. I am a member of the church. But demons existing in this age, impossible. Fernan encouraged her once more. It is all right, just relax. Bella felt some of the tension ease. She began touching the orb, her movements determined. I will get through this. And then wait for your apology. Light radiated from the gem throughout the room, so bright that Jace Vines had to close his eyes completely. Not long after, as the glow softened, he opened his eyes one by one to observe. Bella returned the gem to Jace, hesitating. Its color. It has changed. She asked curiously, what does this mean, that there is no dark energy? Fernan answered truthfully, number. It is the opposite. He explained further, the gem changes color when it detects dark energy. Bella jumped back in shock. What? She struggled to deny it. No way. It must be broken. Fernan sighed in exasperation and tried to calm her. Relax. I won't do anything. Suddenly, Jace Vines stepped forward and began chanting, Oh, great divine dragon. Flames ignited with each word of the incantation. I offer unto you a wicked human soul. Fernan's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait. The voice continued, having accepted the demon race into one's heart. Bella. Bella raised her hand, shielding herself. Please, care for your people. At that moment, Jace Vines almost unleashed his full power. There, divine dragon. Fernan reached out in desperation, shouting, Jace, wait. The velvet box and the orb now lay rolling across the floor. Luina Burchev gripped her sword, ready for anything, while Bella had collapsed, sprawled on the ground. Jace Vines refused to stay calm, shouting, I will kill you, you evil thing. Fernan Pellenberg, meanwhile, scolded him sharply. You can't recklessly use magic like that. Jace Vines frowned, confused. Since when did the head of this department become a prophet? So the Academy's students are infected with dark energy, and someone is spreading it everywhere. Fernan scratched his chin, thinking deeply. Bella has never met or made a pact with the demon race. Why am I so certain she has not had contact with them? He answered coolly, I have been observing her for the past few days, nothing suspicious. If I am right, this is serious. Jace Vines and Fernan continued to discuss the matter intently. Better to request the guild's assistance. We have to save her poor soul first. But if we expose this, the demon race will hide. Though there might be someone waiting there. Fernan emphasized firmly, listen carefully, Jace. The demons must not know that we have discovered them. He placed a hand on Jace Vines' shoulder and proposed, I have a plan. If you help me, we can wipe them out with an ambush. Jace Vines gritted his teeth, his tone dark. Wipe them all out. Fernan's eyes darkened, his fists clenched. Fine, I will do whatever it takes. Then Fernan asked further, can you remove the dark energy from Bella? Jace Vines extended his hand politely. Of course. Please, give me your hand. But Bella recoiled, terrified. Are you going to kill me? Jace replied slyly, one sentence at a time, I will cleanse the dark energy in your body. I do not intend to kill you. Not at all. Bella did not believe him. She wanted to go home, speaking in fear, lies. Your eyes are terrifying. I want to go home. Jace Vines called out desperately, Fernan, do something. Bella resisted, no, stay away from me. Fernan Pellenberg sighed deeply, utterly helpless. Magic. He walked over and whispered into Jace's ear. See, I told you Bella is not a bad person. If you do not drop that expression, I will cut your work with the guild in half. At this, Jace paused for a few seconds, processing the information. Then he put on a look like a little kitten. Oh, alright, I am sorry. Fernan patted his shoulder in relief. Good job. Bella continued to resist the coaxing, but Fernan reassured her gently, it is alright. Give him your hand. Jace Vine's expression transformed completely. The guild only eliminates evildoers and the demon race. We do not harm the innocent. It was only then that Bella spoke up, her voice cautious. So there really is a spell that cleanses dark energy. Jace Vines answered patiently, yes. It is a spell that everyone in our order must learn. Bella gradually let her guard down and extended her hand to place it in Jace Vine's palm. Will I be okay? She asked. Of course, he replied calmly. It won't harm you. Before she could react, a surge of electricity ran through her body, accompanied by a delayed remark, ah. It just stings a little. After performing the spell, Jace rubbed his hands and explained, it burns away everything inside you, purging the dark energy completely. Luina Burchev shook Bella gently, who had fainted. Bella. The electrical discharge had left scorch marks across the walls. Luina marveled, this building is sturdy. I thought Jace's spell might collapse the whole place. Fernan Pellenberg, examining a wine cabinet nearby, explained, it was built to withstand heavy vibrations and loud noises. Oh, I see, Luina said, understanding. Fernan then checked on Bella. Bella, are you alright? Luina touched her nose to check for breathing. Yes, she is still breathing. But she probably won't regain consciousness anytime soon. Fernan reached for a bottle of wine from the shelf and Luina commented, we will probably have to carry her back to the dormitory. Wait, Fernan interrupted. Luina, confused, shouted, what are you doing? Fernan, pouring the wine over Bella, explained, I figure it will draw less suspicion if she looks drunk. Luina hesitated. Is that really necessary? Better safe than sorry, Fernan replied. After all, I do not know where the demon race might be lurking. Luina sighed as she supported Bella, drinking in broad daylight. I am worried about her reputation. Fernan draped his coat over Bella and offered a solution. Then just cover her face with this. They're perfect. Luina helped Bella move out, leaving a thankful message. Thanks for your help, Fernan. Fernan, holding the bottle with a little wine left, said, I might as well finish this. That is Bella's matter settled. As he walked, he thought strategically. Now I have to use Jace to identify everyone infected with dark energy. We need to cleanse as many as possible. Fernan sighed at the situation. This is the only way to reduce chaos. The best option is to prevent the demon race from appearing. But how? He slowly poured a drink, thinking, first, I need to prepare for what is going to happen at the yacht club meeting. I have already investigated several suspicious intruders at the trade guild. He raised the glass to his lips, taking a sip, noting one man had already become crew on the yacht, but he did not know these people were colluding with the demon race. Standing there, bottle in hand, he considered, this is the most natural scenario I can create to prove I am not involved with the demons. Planning is easier when you know the future. His red eyes narrowed slightly. If everything goes according to plan, Ain't will trust me 100% afterward. Fernan Pellenberg smiled with absolute confidence. It won't be long before he sees me as an ally. Another day passed. The next morning, sunlight flooded the entire harbor. A faint smile crept onto Fernan Pellenberg's lips, pressed tight at first. He crossed his arms and declared, it is time to catch my fish. The person beside him looked puzzled. Fish? The headmaster was silent for a moment, then looked at Fernan. I heard from Professor Grad that you want exclusive rights to sell the ships. In the room, two men sat across from each other at a large wooden table, while Hyde quietly stood beside Fernan, watching the negotiation unfold like a mental chess match. The headmaster analyzed the situation. They say they will buy the sea dragons at a good price. But exclusive rights to the ships. That is a bit much. He paused, considering, then continued. All right, let us add one more condition. Student Fernan. Or perhaps I should start calling you the branch head of the Golden Turtle Guild now. Thinking about this unmissable negotiation, he smiled warmly and proposed, in exchange for the Academy holding exclusive rights to sell the ships for the next 20 years. We will supply any byproducts from the sea dragons at a reasonable price, if requested. Fernan took a small sip of coffee, silently assessing the offer. Demonic beast corpses are usually most valuable when sold intact. Buy the corpses at a high price, sell the byproducts cheap. He set the cup down, assuming a thoughtful, almost elderly pose, continuing to weigh the terms. Normally, he would never agree, but now, it was time to yield a step. With eyes sharp as any seasoned businessman, Fernan smiled in agreement. All right, add that condition to the contract as well. Internally, he could not help but reflect, the Academy's ship trade will yield me even greater profits. He scanned the contract once more, feeling relatively satisfied. The agreement read, 1. The Golden Turtle Guild, hereafter referred to as Party A, will purchase sea dragon corpses at a price proposed by Army and Academy, hereafter Party B 2. Party A will hold exclusive rights to all ships including warships, cruisers, and yachts provided by Party B for the next 20 years. 3. Party A will sell certain byproducts of the sea dragons to Party B at a reasonable price. Finally, the negotiation concluded, and the two men shook hands with smiles, confirming the contract had been signed. On the way out, Hyde praised him profusely. Well done, young master. Fernan, however, remained composed. This is not my first contract. Hyde continued to study the contract closely, puzzled. But why are you so adamant about exclusive rights to these ships? Doesn't this require support from our family? Fernan remained thoughtful but confident. Actually, I did not think the Duke would agree. He would surely say there is no profit. Hyde's concern was genuine. If they signed the contract without prior discussion with the Duke, would it be all right? Fernan smiled with unshakable confidence. Not yet, but the opportunity will come soon enough. Hyde looked genuinely surprised. Really? Fernan affirmed once again, I told you. By the way, where's the yacht crew list? Hyde lagged behind, then remembered. Ah, I left it on the desk in the office. Fernan did not wait and asked directly, anyone suspicious on that list? None, Hyde replied casually. Fernan's expression darkened, thoughts racing. Makes sense. If it were easy to detect, they would not be true demons. Damn it. Then he allowed himself a small, almost satisfied smile. It is nothing to worry about this time. Ain't will handle everything. There is luck in misfortune. Just a shame if a beautiful ship gets damaged. But in return, I catch the monsters, business prospers. Fernan grinned confidently, radiating triumph. Ain't will be completely on my side. He crossed his arms, smiling smugly at Hyde. Looks like it is time to cast the net and catch the free swimming fish at last. The fish. At that very moment, somewhere else, Ain't's body shivered involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. He was in his office when the spirit of Gardner spoke up. How are you holding up? Ain't replied quietly, not bad, thanks to the herbs I gathered from the underground cavern beneath the sea. The mana of the holy bird has been fully absorbed. Hearing this, Gardner immediately laughed with delight. Good, we will replenish our mana and sell the adamant to make some money. Gardner puffed out his chest proudly. Having a wealthy ally certainly brings peace of mind. Ain't immediately grasped the key point, his eyes narrowing with curiosity. Speaking of which, what if we invite Fernan as an ally? Gardner suggested. The name alone startled him. What, that rich guy? Ain't repeated Gardner's words. You said having a wealthy ally brings peace of mind. Wouldn't it be even better if he sided with us? Gardner thought for a moment, then nodded. That makes sense. Not a bad idea. Wars need funding. Gardner continued, weighing the possibilities. But they are not fools either. If they realize the situation is serious, they will definitely spend. Then Ain't had an idea. Then it is best to show Fernan the demons directly. He paused, considering. But I have never seen demons or monsters before. I would not know how. Gardner immediately reinforced the point. Demons are real. One day, they will inevitably reveal themselves. He did not forget to warn him, adding, and even if you try to recruit Fallenberg as an ally, you must never trust him. Ain't was slightly taken aback. Why? Gardner answered bluntly. Fallenberg has dealt with demons before. He is the type of person who does not care whether the other party is a demon as long as there is profit to be made. He added firmly, they are the kind of primitive people who would sell anything to a demon. Hearing Gardner's advice that with careful maneuvering, they could ultimately preserve their minor lordship, Ain't flatly refused. No. He clenched his fists, his voice resolute. Fernan would never do that. He is kind, generous, upright, noble. And he would never abandon someone in need. Gardner pouted. Fool, you are way too infatuated with that rich guy. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Ain't hurriedly whispered, someone's coming. Hyde, under the desk. Just in time, a voice called out, Ain't. It was Veloci Vienderk, the top student of the first-year night program and heir to the Vienderk family, making a surprise visit. Veloci Vienderk. I was wondering where you were. Turns out, you are here. Ain't looked surprised. Were you looking for me, Veloci? Veloci confirmed immediately. Yes, I received an invitation from the yacht club. Veloci explained, they allow bringing one guest, so I thought I would come along with you. Ain't raised an eyebrow, a little incredulous. The yacht club, a gathering place for noble offspring. But Veloci looked at him expectantly. Yes, you need a current member's recommendation to join, and since you are from Armian, you qualify. Ain't was not particularly interested. He raised a hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully. The yacht club, huh? Gardner, noticing his hesitation, whispered, if it is a club for noble offspring, Schwaben will definitely be there, right? Meanwhile, Veloci tried to maintain the friendliest demeanor possible, hoping to persuade Ain't. But Gardner kept talking non-stop, sounding extremely toxic toward him. That guy is clearly trying to drag you into trouble. Everyone's kept their distance because they are wary of Schwaben. Veloci Viendirk is pretending to be your friend but actually wants to deceive you. Just refuse immediately. Ain't hesitated, thinking about refusing. Veloci, thanks, but maybe it is better not to go. Suddenly, Gardner's tone shifted. Wait a minute. Now he sounded more anxious than anyone else. If it is the yacht club, we will be heading out to sea. Right, just say you will go. Almost forgot, but Sion Hwang has set up an arrangement out there. Veloci added more reasoning to persuade him. So, you will go, right? Schwaben might give you a hard time, but you won't lose anything. Just say you will go. Ain't smiled, appearing hesitant at first, then finally agreed. Alright, I will go. Just tell me the time and date. Veloci looked quite pleased at having achieved his goal. Good, then he waved. See you later. Meanwhile, Gardner in the room was practically vibrating with excitement. If our routes align, I can take advantage of Sonwang's setup out there. Ain't wondered aloud. Exactly how many setups has Sion Hwang left? That is a lot. Gardner explained, the more we can counter the magical creatures, the better. Take them. On the school grounds, Luina was sitting on a bench, engrossed in a book, when suddenly a voice cut through. Take this. Curious, she asked, what is it? Fernan sat down beside her, legs casually crossed, holding out an invitation card. An invitation to the yacht club. The yacht club. She scoffed, receiving an invitation from the same person who tried to stop me from joining. How ironic. Fernan looked surprised. You already knew. Luina replied distractedly. Bella is also a member of the yacht club. Fernan nodded. Right, of course. He looked at Luina with a slightly sad expression, thinking to himself, I am the one who initially blocked her from joining. At first, I tried to pressure her with the excuse of her debts. Then he reflected inwardly, but honestly, there are not many who deserve to be members like Luina does. She stared at the invitation for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Then why did you suddenly change your mind? He answered frankly, I discovered traces of a yokai. Fernan cast her a meaningful glance. I got word that something's going to happen at the yacht club, so I set a trap in advance. Having a trustworthy ally there is even better. Good, I absolutely cannot forgive them for tainting Bella. Hearing this, Luina's expression suddenly changed. Growing agitated, she stood up sharply. This time, we must take revenge. Just as Fernan hoped, he smiled inwardly, pleased with her reaction. Good attitude. He showed concern. By the way, has Bella woken up? She answered, not yet. He looked worried. Not yet, it has already been a whole day. Thinking to himself, that Jace. How much has he burned through already? Let him handle purifying the mana. She will wake up eventually. I am praying for that. Trying to reassure himself, he suggested to Luina, it is fine. It is lunchtime now. Shall we go eat? She hesitated slightly. Yeah, let us go. The two of them walked together. He asked, is the next class an extracurricular session? Yeah. Just as they left, Baron appeared behind them, hair disheveled. He collapsed into the chair, his face dark as he clasped his hands and thought, why has it come to this? Running a hand through his hair, he brooded. I, the proud heir of Calberton, once the second-ranked student in the night department, am now nothing but a shadow of the past. Every time he pictured that face, bitterness gnawed at him. Defeated by an Armian seedling, something Calberton had to surpass in order to secure the position of family head. The memory of Ain's cold indifference only deepened his despair. Worse still, even the prince he had leaned on as his pillar of support had cast him aside. But that boy Ain't. His chest burned with rage, anger rising for every reason imaginable. From Veloci Viendirk, the one he had so desperately longed to befriend. To the fact that it was Ain't who received the coveted invitation to the yacht club he had always dreamed of joining. Varen recalled the sight of the two of them together, friendly and close, and tears streamed down his cheeks. That should have been me. That place was meant for me. It is infuriating. I should have been the one handed that invitation card. Overwhelmed with conflicting emotions, Varen buried his face in his knees, tormented by unrequited feelings, silently cursing over and over in his heart. Everything was going so well. Ain't Armian, that bastard. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Hello, Varian. Lost in thoughts of Ain't, he looked up, and there he was, smiling warmly. Would you like to have lunch with me? Ain't Armian pointed to himself before speaking to the boy in front of him. Do you want to have lunch with me? Varen Calberton furrowed his brows, irritation flashing across his face. What, lunch? Aint's smile was bright and unbothered. Well, you just looked lonely. Varen shot to his feet, furious, and shouted, and whose fault do you think that is? Ain't blinked, genuinely confused. Mine. Varen's face flushed crimson as he roared back. Damn right, who else could it be? He jabbed a finger at Ain't, pouring out all his resentment in a single breath. Because I lost to you, the second prince abandoned me. Ever since then, no one wants to be my friend anymore. Do you even realize that? Then he froze. Damn it, I let it slip. I just blurted everything out to him. A storm of panic churned in his chest. The Schwaben and the Armians had always been at odds. If Ain't found out his only supporter was a Schwaben, he would be finished. His life would sink even further into misery. But Aint's reply stopped him cold. So the second prince was your friend, then it really is my fault you have been left without any. He smiled with a sincerity that caught Varen off guard. I am sorry. That is why let us have lunch together. Forgive me, okay. Varen stared at him, dumbfounded. What did you just say? Suspicion pricked at him. He does not care, number. What is he scheming? Grabbing the book from the bench, Varen spat curtly, dream on. Then he bolted, his voice echoing back in bitter defiance. This is not some cheesy story where enemies suddenly become friends. Ah, Varian, wait, Ain't called after him, reaching out a hand. But Varen's sharp retort rang out with cutting resolve, freezing him in place. Don't humiliate me any further, Ain't Armian. On the fountain's edge, a book and water bottle sat abandoned. A voice whispered, see, I told you it would not work. Leaning against the fountain, Ain't spoke quietly to the spirit beside him, Gardener Alphenparson. Do we really have to go this far? Calberton may have lost, but he has still got ability. Gardner puffed up with pride, oblivious to Ain't calmly munching on bread behind him. Without me, you never would have beaten him. I am incredible, are not I? Yeah, thanks, Ain't muttered. But Gardner was not done. The important thing is he does not have any talented friends. Just like you. Ain't paused mid-bite, then lifted his head. It is not that I do not have friends. Gardner brushed off the protest with a scoff. Doesn't matter, the outcome's the same. The truth is, Schwaben is the reason. If you had real friends, you would not be sitting here eating lunch alone. A fleeting image crossed Ain's mind, him and Varen clapping hands together before Gardner's voice layered over it. Losers banding together is not so bad. A loser's alliance. The spirit nudged him further. You should try approaching Calberton again. Ain't exhaled a weary sigh but gave in. I will try. He picked up his water bottle, then added, either way, I will need you with me if I am going to track down what the founding emperor left behind. But, I am not sure if they will even let me bring a sword to the yacht club gathering. Ain't Armian's figure shimmered against the light, dressed in a tailored suit with a sword at his hip. Gardener Alphenparson's spirit stirred with curiosity. Why not carry it openly? Ain't replied, I suppose I could, but a blade strapped over formal wear, I would look ridiculous. People would mock me. Then he paused, thinking of an alternative. Should I just stash it in my storage space? Gardner instantly rebuked him. Absolutely not, if you put it in there, I will have no sense of what is happening outside. His gaze burned with fiery determination. Voice brimming with hostility. The very moment you face Schwaben, the traitor bloodline that stole the throne from Armian, you will need me. Ain't took a sip of water and muttered, half exasperated, you are too damn loud. Then he asked the real question. So, how am I supposed to carry the sword, then? Gardner's tone softened into reassurance. Don't worry, I already told you this sword is infused with mithril. It does not just absorb souls. It can do much more. The blade suddenly floated upward, glowing faintly as Gardner's voice resonated. Like this. It shrank down to a fraction of its size. Gardner chuckled smugly. See, you can even make it pocket-sized. Ain't pinched the miniature blade between 2 fingers, marveling. I never imagined this was possible. Impressive. Gardner continued, no one will suspect a thing if you wear it as a pendant. Yes, a necklace. Back in my day, it was all the rage. An image flickered Gardner himself in his prime, dark-skinned, silver-haired, surrounded by swooning admirers. His voice carried pride. Women adored me when I wore it like this. Ah, the golden age of Guardian, surely women today would swoon as well. But Ain's flat reply pierced the illusion. Tacky. Gardner's expression shattered, fading into indignation. He snapped, biting down on Ain's head in ghostly fury. Tacky, insolent brat, you kids do not know the first thing about style. HMPH, fine, just shove it in your pocket then. The sky outside had turned golden, a soft breeze scattering leaves toward a grand mansion. A voice echoed from within, calm yet commanding. We have deployed crimson armor throughout the academy, just as you ordered. Hyde stood beside Fernan Pellenberg, reporting further. They will move the instant magical beasts appear. And the recording spheres. They have already been scattered across the yacht, Fernan answered. He stood in stillness, eyes calculating. Through them, we will monitor the demons. As Hyde pulled a jacket from the wardrobe, his voice carried unease. Are you certain they have infiltrated the trade guild? I know you would not lie, but it is hard to believe. His master's face flickered with confusion. Demons, even in this era, where did you get this information? Fernan's reply was cool. I have my ways. Hyde's brow furrowed. Strange. I thought I was the one serving as your spy. Fernan's voice was cutting. Just because you are my subordinate does not mean you know everything inside my head. Hyde's hands stilled as realization crept in. Wait, could it be Jace Wines? Helping him into the jacket, Hyde pressed. The dragon god himself knows much about demons. You have met him often lately, have not you? Fernan hesitated, then admitted. Perhaps. Regardless, what matters is capturing the demons. Hyde tied his master's scarf neatly. And after that? I will find out, Fernan said flatly. His face darkened, his voice heavy with grim weight. How did they infiltrate this place? How do they conceal their identities? What is their true purpose? A shadow loomed in his mind, an image of demons seated atop piles of skulls, black swords driven into the earth. And then came the chilling whisper, and who is the one behind it all? Fernan Pellenberg turned with a smile, and at his side was Ain't Armian. Hyde handed him a mask, frowning in confusion. What has Ain't Armian got to do with this? What is going on? Fernan smirked, his voice filled with satisfaction. I entrusted him with the heart of the sacred bird. In return, he must prove his worth. Beneath the ship, crowds of guests gathered, their voices rising in anticipation. Tonight, I place my faith in you, Ain't Armian. Ain't furrowed his brows, staring ahead thoughtfully. HMPH. Looks like I made a mistake. I should have sent you a proper tuxedo or something. Fernan's eyes shifted to Luina Burchef, who stood hesitantly nearby. I did not think you would show up in your academy uniform, he remarked. She tilted her head, uncertain. Was that? Not allowed. He answered casually, no, it is fine. Still, I imagine buying one must be expensive. Luina hastily explained, I actually tried shopping, but none of them felt right. At least I have a mask. Fernan chuckled softly at her flustered excuse. Fair enough. Extending his hand, he invited warmly, shall we go in? Luina glanced at his offered hand, uneasy. Wait, do we really have to hold hands? His voice was gentle. I am your companion tonight. It is my duty to escort you. Then, with a calm smile, he added, it is tradition. Inwardly, though, he admitted to himself it was not truly necessary. The ballroom glittered with nobles and dignitaries. Fernan's thoughts turned strategic. I need to keep her within my reach. Only then can I ensure my own survival. Whispers rippled through the crowd. A woman with bright orange hair leaned toward a friend, murmuring, isn't that Fernan? With Luina. The chatter swelled. Fernan measured the weight of every glance. I have invested quite a lot already. A man leaned close to another, muttering, they look rather close. Fernan thought to himself, and truthfully, we have grown closer. Hand in hand, they entered the grand hall. He calculated carefully. If I flaunt this friendship, others will hesitate to take her from me. May I address you as, my lady? He asked smoothly. Luina sighed in annoyance. No need. A herald's voice rang out from below. The anchor has been lifted, we will depart shortly. All guests, please board the ship. The vessel stirred to life. Fireworks exploded into the night sky, scattering light across the waters as the ball unfolded. Their conversation lingered. Bella will lend her strength this time too, won't she? Fernan asked. Yes, Luina nodded firmly. Her hatred for the demons burns deep. A vision flared of a furious red-haired woman, her voice filled with rage. When she woke, her anger toward Jace only grew stronger. The woman's scream echoed. Jace, that bastard, he even burned away my mana. Luina's voice interjected calmly. I helped her redirect that fury toward the demons. Fernan's eyes softened, impressed. Well done. But Luina's gaze suddenly shifted, caught by something across the hall. She turned back to him, puzzled. What is it? Fernan's lips curved faintly. How fascinating. Two blonde young men stood facing one another. A voice swept across the gathering. Perhaps this is the moment everyone here has been waiting for. Ludger Schwaben, regal and imperious, looked directly at his opponent. His voice carried like thunder. The reunion of Schwaben and Armian. And opposite him, aimed Armian's eyes locked with Ludger's, unwavering. The spirit of Gardner burst out in delight. Ludger Schwaben, that one's of royal blood, the usurper who stole the emperor's throne, I have got him now. Ludger cast a glance at Ain't. So you are Ain't, then? Ain't met his gaze with sharp, steady eyes. Meanwhile, the spirit whispered in his ear, Hey, Ain't, make him kneel in. But before it could finish, Ain't dipped his head slightly in greeting. I pay my respects to your highness. Gardner exploded instantly. What the hell was that? Its voice flared like fire, shrieking in his ear. How can an Armian bow to that bastard? Ludger suddenly laughed. Ha, your highness, you say. The very next moment, he laid a hand on Ain's shoulder. This is the academy. You are bound by its rules here. Everyone is equal. You do not need to keep such formalities. Ain't listened in silence to every word Ludger spoke. Even so, Ludger added, his tone firm, you would better keep some manners. I am your senior, after all. Ain't gave a soft smile, his eyes now carrying a gentler light. I will keep that in mind. Good. Then enjoy the party, Ludger said, before striding past him without another glance. There you are. Gardner was still seething, hissing questions in Ain's ear. Ain't, how could you do that? Off in the distance, Ain't exchanged greetings with two others. Long time no see. Long time no see, Veloci. Quietly, Ain't muttered under his breath, like I had a choice. His eyes flicked toward the table of drinks. I am thirsty. Should I grab something? Gardner's voice cut in, relentless. Schwaben, that bastard. I will make him pay. Lifting a glass of water, Ain't tried to soothe it. Calm down. Why do you think Veloci invited me here in the first place? Gardner paused, thinking, I would wager one of the three is scheming something. Ain't chuckled at that. Too many suspects, do not you think? The spirit appeared draped in a detective's outfit, pipe clenched in its mouth. According to the brilliant deductions of Detective Sherlock Gardner, want to hear them? Ain't asked dryly, do I have to? Without hesitation, Gardner shot back, yep. First. Ludger Schwaben's stern face flashed before Ain's mind. Ludger Schwaben could be pulling strings. He is the Empire's second prince, and without a doubt, he bears grudges against you. Next came Fernan's smug expression. Second, Fernan Pellenberg. He is so rich he turned an ordinary club into a yacht club. His influence is massive. Finally, Valici's radiant smile appeared. Third, Veloci Vienderk, heir to a prestigious family, always putting on that oh-so-kind face. After listing all three, Gardner dropped the conclusion flatly. I still can't figure out what that one's really thinking. Meanwhile, Ain't only sighed, his thoughts quiet. I already told you, Fernan would not do something like that. But Gardner suddenly piped up again. There is still one more. If it is not any of them, then. Curious, Ain't asked, then what? Gardner closed his eyes and turned away. Veloci Vienderk must have gone mad by now. Ain't could not help but laugh at that. Now I am curious too. I wonder who made me come here. On the other side, Ludger was grinning proudly. It was me. Ain't thought candidly to himself, if you would given Veloci the invitation as well, he would have called you. Ludger did not hesitate to assert, we can't keep avoiding each other forever anyway. Fernan's mind raced quietly. But that is not the only reason, right? Thoughts tumbled through him. Ludger wanted to prove his superiority as a senior. To flaunt his royal blood in front of the descendants of the founding emperor, without showing it blatantly. Still, outwardly, Fernan asked casually, and then. Ain't smirked and remarked, boring. I did not expect him to be so obedient. But Ludger shot back, and you brought Luina Berchef along. He smiled faintly, replying, as for her, her grades and family background meet the requirements. You were the one who tried to stop her from joining. Fernan mused seriously. Since the start of the school year, you have been close to her. Do you like her? He calmly adjusted his mask, thinking, who knows? The next moment, he turned and walked away. I am off. Ludger bristled with anger, thinking, couldn't he just tell me straight, that bastard? Meanwhile, Luina stood in a corner, muttering to herself, I won't let my guard down. Today's goal is not socializing, it is to trap the demons. But where the hell is Fernan? Just then, a voice called out, and she looked up. Ain't. Ain't smiled brightly, his tone warm. How have you been? It is good to see you here. Luina replied lightly, long time no see. Ain't cheerfully asked, do you remember me? She responded suddenly with something unrelated. Yes, Fernan. He hesitated. Right, Nan. Ain't was taken aback, speaking quickly, no, I am Ain't Armian. Our hair colors are different, after all. Luina paid him no mind and continued, where are you heading? Only then did he glance behind him. Ah, Fernan just said he is stepping out for some fresh air. Ain't immediately greeted, hello, Fernan, crossing his arms casually and adding, Ain't. I did not know you and Luina were friends. Luina replied on his behalf, we have met once. Then she shook her head, not friends. Fernan's red eyes flickered, I see, Ain't. He observed Ain't's expression, thinking that he seemed disappointed. Perhaps everything is unfolding as the prophecy said, since I did not intervene. Fernan felt quietly grateful that he had invested in Luina and built a friendship with her. He smiled and said, let us go, Luina. I have something to discuss with you. Seeing them about to leave, Ain't acknowledged politely. Then I will excuse myself. Enjoy the party. Luina, walking beside Fernan, muttered in mild irritation, you should have told me first, I have been looking for you. He replied calmly, sorry about that. Meanwhile, Ain't's eyes silently followed the pair, noting the closeness between them. They seem pretty familiar with each other. He let out a heavy sigh, likely because they were classmates. Gardner took the moment to speak up, I wonder why you are dressed like that today. Oh, so it is because of that girl. Ain't denied it without hesitation. No, it is not that. But Gardner ignored the denial and pressed on, did you fall for her at first sight? How reckless of you. Meanwhile, Fernan stood beside Luina at the window, speaking seriously. I did not think the demons would hide just to attend a party. Sooner or later, something will happen. When it does, do not panic. Pursue them immediately. He paused, glancing at her, then added, even if the yacht sinks, we must stay focused on capturing them. Luina shivered slightly at the thought. Sinks, not that bad, surely. Fernan reminded her firmly, you must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Luina absorbed every word carefully. Preparations were already in place, ensuring the students' safety even if the yacht went under. Our goal is to capture the demons alive. Fernan did not hesitate. It seems someone in the academy is colluding with them. We just need to figure out who. I can't tell you everything, Luina. But he knew exactly what would happen. At the same time, on the other side, Gardner nagged incessantly into Ain't's ear. You came looking for that woman instead of seeking the relic left by the founding emperor, did not you? Ain't answered wearily. I told you, that is not the case. The demons and monsters are lying in ambush, and the yacht will sink, Gardner continued. Ain't rested his chin on his hand, muttering, you do not have time to dilly-dally with women. I should not have brought him along. All of this has to happen for my plan to succeed. At that moment, someone approached him. You are Armian, correct. Once the yacht sinks, you will be trapped on the floating isle with the emperor's remains. The person placed a silver tray before Ain't, with 4 glasses of water. The demons will ambush you, and Luina and I, chasing the spiritual energy, will cross paths with you. The young man with the sharp eyes offered, would you like a glass? If you refuse, the flow of the prophecy will change. Gardner suddenly scolded him. How can you hope to defeat the demons thinking like that? Ain't calmly picked up a glass from the silver tray. Fine. He slowly raised it to his lips. Then, abruptly, Ain't froze. But, how do you know I am Armian? In that brief instant, time and space seemed to freeze. Something flashed past, slicing through his mask. Ain't. The glasses that had been intact clattered to the floor. He staggered, bracing himself against the attack. What is this? At that precise moment, the sharp blade was about to pierce his chest. And in that split second, the sword Ain't always carried at his side shot upward into the air. The sword automatically spun around and struck at the young man with the slanted eyes. Then it whirled several times around the two of them, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Finally, it returned on its own into Aint's hand just as he assumed a battle-ready stance. Clutching the sword tightly, Aint surged forward without hesitation. He aimed for a vital point, swinging the blade in a precise strike. But in an instant, the slanted-eyed man slipped behind him with unnerving speed. His face darkened, and a sinister aura emanated from his mouth, a chilling, otherworldly energy. Aint instinctively blurted out, "I have never felt a presence like this before. What is this?" The man's entire body became enveloped in this malevolent energy. It was demonic chi. He was a demon. Aint's eyes widened in shock. Him? How could someone from the Pellenberg trading house be like this? Before he could process it further, a deafening crash forced him silent. All the objects on the ship's deck toppled violently in one direction. Even the massive yacht itself shook violently, tilting precariously. Aint spun around in panic. From the depths of the sea, a mass of gaping maws surged upward. It was a sea worm. The massive ship rocked violently amid the churning sea, already surrounded by a writhing swarm of sea worms. The passengers screamed in terror. Shrill cries of disgust and panic filling the air. Sea worms. How disgusting. Two masked guests peered down at the chaos, horrified. "Why are there so many of them?" one whispered, only to be reassured by the other, "There are too many. Do not panic." But in an instant, the swarm surged onto the deck, sending everyone scattering in fear. A blonde woman shouted orders over the chaos. "Attack them, don't just stand there. Wait, do not use fire magic." Amid her panicked cries, she added, "You will burn the ship to ashes, idiots." All the while, two men were dueling fiercely, their feet pounding on the wooden deck with uncanny skill. Movements so precise and almost supernatural. Before Aint could even regain his composure, a massive sea worm suddenly appeared behind him, its maw snapping like a demon seeking his life. The lunatic pursuer, black smoke curling from his mouth, charged wildly. Aint gritted his teeth, reacting in a flash. A lightning-fast slash struck the grotesque worm, forcing it to shriek as if calling for its parents. But the pursuer, seeing Aint vanish from sight, whirled around frantically, scanning the area in all directions. Unbeknownst to him, Aint had silently reappeared behind him, sword raised, slicing through his neck with the cold precision of a ruthless executive. The would-be assassin's tricks proved useless against him. Fortune had spared him from joining the ranks of the Headless. The two clashed wildly, eyes locked with a lethal intensity, as Gartner's voice echoed in Aint's mind, "This one's a professional assassin, see how he moves. He is stronger than you." Then came another mental prompt, impossibly blunt, "Throw him into the sea." Without hesitation, Aint did just that, kicking the assassin with his unwashed, tenured-trained foot. The assassin soared through the air toward the writhing mass of sea worms at a speed that defied physics. Aint stood on the ship, expression unreadable, scanning the ocean filled with wriggling teeth and gaping maws. He asked coldly, "Is he dead?" Gartner's voice responded, "He fell into the sea worm nest. He is definitely dead." Gazing down at the swarm of shark-toothed monsters, Aint's brow furrowed. But, what the hell is going on? A streak of golden light cut through the air, scattering green syrup scented like some kind of girlfriend's treat across the deck. Gardner's voice chimed in, "The demons are targeting you." Aint gritted his teeth, dodging the flying syrup, as Gardner continued, "They have finally started moving." Suddenly, a horrifying sound erupted, making Aint's face blanch as if he would seen death itself. The atmosphere darkened, thick with menace, and the guests gaped in disbelief. It is. The final boss had arrived. A colossal sea serpent, enhanced with unnatural strength, emerged from the waves. The crowd screamed in terror. A trainee knight from the Magic Academy surged forward, ready to assist, while Gardner's voice cracked with frustration, "A sea serpent. The demons really want you dead." Aint's expression hardened, resolute and righteous. "I will deal with the monster first." He muttered anxiously, "The ship's going to sink." At that exact moment, the assassin he had kicked into the sea, brandishing a silver dagger and with blood-red eyes, surged back toward him. Aint leapt to the side just in time, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. He ground his teeth and muttered under his breath, "Damn it. I thought he was already dead." Before he could fully register his surroundings, the buffed-up sea serpent snapped its massive jaws toward him. Gardner's horrified scream cut through the air. "Aint, watch out." In an instant, a blinding flash lit up like the crack of divine lightning. Ain't instinctively let go of his sword. Gardner's panicked cries rose to a crescendo, as if he had lost a parent. Ain't, wake up. The desperate sound echoed as Ain't, along with his sword, plunged into the sea. The sea serpent, with a sudden sweep of its tail, struck with brutal force. A quick reacting observer shouted a warning, "Everyone, move." The serpent smashed its tail down, cleaving the ship in two. Its power was nothing short of legendary, rivaling even a blind cane. Waves crashed onto the shore in a mesmerizing, almost surreal rhythm. But Ain't had no time to admire the spectacle. He had just escaped death. Gardner hovered beside him, concern radiating in his voice. "Ain't, are you okay?" Ain't, drenched like a drenched rat, exhaled sharply a few times before asking, "What happened?" "I went unconscious after the sea serpent attacked." Gardner hurriedly explained, "You were hit by the serpent's breath. It temporarily paralyzed your body." He recalled the moment Ain't had fallen into the sea. A swirling blue vortex had enveloped him. "You passed out while frozen and falling as the ship sank. But I nullified the effect and kept your body temperature stable, which is why you woke up." Ain't raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I did not expect this seemingly useless blue thing could pull that off." "You can do all that." Gardner floated next to him, explaining patiently, "Your sword is not just a vessel for my soul. It is also a magical weapon designed to support the air in every way." Ain't, nonchalant, replied, "I see." Glancing around, he noticed trees rising from the island beyond the water. "But, where is this place?" he asked, confused. Gardner's voice bubbled with excitement. "Ain't, this is it, the very place where the founding emperor left the relic for you." He smiled brightly, like a miniature sun. "You are lucky. The island you drifted to is exactly where we needed to be. The founding emperor must have guided us here." Gardner grew impatient. "Hurry, we have to retrieve the relic before the rescue team arrives." Ain't hesitated. "What about the others?" Gardner, far less contemplative than him, shrugged easily. "Don't worry, they are all the most exceptional individuals in the academy." Then he added, "I imagine the sea serpent has already sunk to the bottom." But, a streak of ominous purple light suddenly appeared, signaling impending danger. Ain't, having just emerged from the demon gate, immediately tensed, eyes widening. One more second of delay and that lethal, deep purple strike could have sliced him in half. Old, tattered shoes shuffled in from the beach toward the shore, looking like something straight out of an American zombie movie. Ain't gritted his teeth and muttered in annoyance, "Damn it, these demons are stubborn." Sensing the danger, Gardner dove into Aint's sword first, agitated. "I did not expect them to chase us all the way here." Ignoring Gardner's words, Aint's attention snapped to the chaotic scene. Another insane-looking figure had appeared, shouting wildly. "Why are there two of them? There was only one at first." Gardner helplessly responded, "How should I know?" Then, with a mixture of anger and caution, Gardner warned him, "Be careful. These are not ordinary opponents." Ain't did not need the reminder. "I know," he thought, already assessing the two enemies approaching him. Alone, he faced both men simultaneously, one mad, one insane, each rushing forward with blades drawn. The clashing of steel rang through the air like thunder. The three of them struggled fiercely, the only thing visible amidst the chaos being black shadows interwoven with streaks of golden-purple light from the swords. The long-haired lunatic sneered wickedly as he charged forward. Ain't held his sword steadily, his expression calm, ready to meet the attack head-on. A powerful golden slash severed the madman's arm. Yet he showed no sign of stopping, continuing forward like a certified maniac. He grabbed Ain't by the neck with bare hands, a move too sudden to defend against. Meanwhile, the second enemy descended from above, twin knives in hand. A purple flash erupted, as if a miniature nuclear explosion had occurred. Ain't narrowly evaded the blast, but his legs wobbled, barely keeping him upright. A deep cut on his shoulder bled profusely. He realized with a grim glance poison. Gardner's voice rang in his ears, "Don't panic. Use your dueling energy to counteract the poison." In the midst of despair, Ain't wondered silently, "Can I even survive this?" He stared at the two furious demons before him. Gardner's voice roared firmly, "You must live. You are an army and you cannot die to these petty demons." Again and again, Gardner reminded him, "Ain't, use your energy," but Ain't's vision blurred. His voice weakened, "I have no strength left." Gardner screamed in desperation as one of the attackers swung their blade at Ain't. Then, as if the heavens intervened, Two sand whirlwinds suddenly appeared from nowhere, sweeping both enemies away. Shielding his eyes from the blinding sandstorm, Ain't wondered internally, who is that? Through the swirling dust, the figure of a man emerged, striding forward with calm authority. It was none other than Fernand Pellenberg, the hero of our story. Fernand summoned a gust of wind that blasted several demons away. At the same time, a shadow darted past him, surging forward with remarkable speed. A young girl leapt high into the air, sword raised, striking at two demons. Her weapon gleamed as she lifted it to head level, her cold eyes brimming with murderous intent as she locked onto her targets. In one swift motion, Luina slashed horizontally, cleaving both demons in a single strike. They were hurled to the ground with a violent crash, dust and debris scattering in every direction. Luina landed safely, one knee bent and one hand on the ground to steady herself. But the demons were not dead yet. With feral snarls, they rose again, their twisted faces contorted in rage. Luina quickly raised her blade and brought it down, shattering the female demon's dagger. However, occupied with her opponent, she could not stop the other demon from rushing toward Ain't. The male demon moved with frightening speed, lunging at the boy like a savage beast. His claws gleamed, wreathed in dark, pulsating energy as he reached out to strike. Seeing his prey so close, the demon grinned maniacally, certain of victory. Ain't clenched his teeth, forcing himself to fight against the venom spreading from the wound on his shoulder. He struggled to rise, desperate to dodge, but at that critical moment, jagged stone pillars erupted from the ground, impaling the demon from below. It was Fernand's magic. The mage strode over to Ain't, lowering his staff with a faint smile. "You all right, Ain't?" he asked casually. Resting the staff against his shoulder, he added with teasing amusement, "Looks like you got yourself hurt." Still panting, Ain't glanced up at him. "Yeah. Poison," he muttered. Fernand immediately produced a small vial. "Here. Antidote. Drink it." Ain't hesitated, explaining between labored breaths, "I am purifying it with holy light." Fernand kept his hand extended. "This will speed up the process." A few paces ahead, Luina finally had a moment to ask, "Fernand, is Ain't all right?" He tucked one hand into his pocket, the other resting on his staff. "I caught the one you let slip away," he replied. Dragging along the captured female demon, Luina calmly stated, "I did not let him slip away. I let him go on purpose." She tossed the demon onto the ground, her tone almost playful. "It would have been boring if I caught both." Fernand glanced at the battered creature and remarked, "You really worked him over." Then, turning back to Luina, he asked, "He is not dead, right?" She answered coolly, "Just unconscious. You wanted them alive, remember?" From behind, Ain't, overhearing their exchange, frowned in confusion. "Alive," he murmured. Suddenly, Fernand's voice rose with disdain. "Damn demons. Finally caught you bastards." Aint's eyes widened. What, they knew about the demons, he thought, staring at their backs in disbelief. Fernand ignored him, his gaze fixed sharply on the male demon's body. Luina asked, "You know him?" "No," Fernand said flatly. His eyes hardened, his tone turning cold as he continued, "I have investigated every member of the merchant guild." Inside, his thoughts were calm but resolute. "No one can stand in my way." He grabbed the demon by the collar and demanded harshly, "Who are you?" Pulling him close, Fernand's voice dropped to a hard edge. "Why did you infiltrate my guild?" But before the demon could answer, his skin began to blister with strange purple boils. Aint's face went pale as he shouted, "It is a self-destruction spell, get back." Luina's eyes widened in horror. "Fernand." A violent explosion tore through the air where Fernand stood. Ain't shielded himself from the blast, squinting through the haze of smoke and dust. When it cleared, he exhaled in relief. No one was hurt. Fernand had erected a barrier in time, protecting both himself and Luina. Luina stared at him, astonished. "You predicted he would self-destruct?" she asked. Fernand shook his head calmly. "No. I was just being cautious." Yet deep inside, he thought to himself with quiet certainty, "After what I have seen in the prophecy, there is no way I would die from such a petty trick." Fernand propped his chin on his hand and grinned mischievously. "How touching you actually ran to save me," he teased. Luina spun away in annoyance, but her indignation showed through. "If anything happens to you, I won't benefit from it at all." He did not press the point. He just smiled slyly and muttered, "Still thanks." Then Fernand remembered something and said, "Right, I forgot about Bella." Ain't looked at him, puzzled. Bella, who else is there? Fernan brushed dust from his shoulder and reminded them. We have caught the demons, tell her to come out. Luina called. Bella. Calmly, a girl stepped out of the trees. Fernan held out his hand toward Bella and asked, Did you record the demons? She lifted a crystal orb and gave a short reply. Yes. Hand it over, Fernan said casually. Luina eyed the orb and announced, Now I have got the evidence. He slipped the orb into his pocket. Bella bristled. That is a little unfair, is not it? Fernan looked at her, mildly confused. She frowned and protested, Do you know how much I want revenge on those things, and you just told me to record them? Luina, trying to soothe her, said, Bella, you have not even recovered your aura yet, it was scorched when the demonic energy separated from you. Bella refused to listen. She was angry and bitter. I can still fight one-on-one. I can. Luina relented. Next time, Bella. Fernan watched her in silence, thinking to himself, Do not worry, Bella. He was calm and calculating. I did not bring you here just so you could play journalist. At that moment a strange sound echoed through the clearing. Bella asked, startled and suspicious, What was that sound? Luina, on guard, scanned a direction and replied, It sounded like it came from the ocean. Ain't, terrified, blurted out, That sound. He pointed in alarm. From the sea a gigantic sea serpent burst out, surging up right in front of the four of them. Bella could not believe it. It actually came this far, are you kidding me? Fernan, already raising his staff to form a shield to protect everyone, thought, finally. He summoned a gust of wind to carry Ain't out of immediate danger and said, Luina, you handle that thing first. Then he grabbed Ain't and they shot away from the shoreline, flying fast into the forest. His voice trailed on the wind to the two women left behind. I will take Ain't somewhere safe and then come back. Bella turned to Luina, uncertain. Are you sure letting Fernan go like that is okay? What if he runs? Luina's expression hardened with resolve. Fernan is not that kind of person. He will come back. Meanwhile Fernan plunged deeper into the woods. As he ran he thought through his plan. I just need to get him near where the founding emperor's relic is stored. Ain't gradually recovered his wits and, embarrassed, pleaded, Fernan, can you let me down now? Fernan glanced at him and agreed, all right, fine. He set Ain't down firmly on the ground. Ain't breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Fernan looked him over and advised, you will be safer here. Rest a little. Ain't rubbed his head, anxious, and admitted, but that sea serpent, it is not something easy to defeat. Ain't looked at him with a solemn expression and made a firm promise. Once the poison in my body is completely gone, I will come to help. Fernan did not refuse. Instead, he nodded approvingly. That is good to hear. As he walked past the young man, Fernan's thoughts turned inward. Then I will assign him a task later. Outwardly, though, his tone was casual as he remarked, using holy light to cleanse poison takes a lot of concentration. He glanced back at Ain't, his voice softening with a touch of concern. There is no one around, so you won't be disturbed. Then, without warning, Ain't spoke again, his tone low and grave. Fernan. The sound of his voice startled him. It was not the kind of tone he was used to hearing from the boy. Trying to remain composed, Fernan asked, What is it? Ain't's voice came quietly, almost detached. You already know everything. Do not you? His serious gaze locked on Fernan, and then, slowly, he revealed what he had realized. About the prophecy. Fernan froze. His eyes widened in shock as he turned toward Ain't, completely speechless. Fernan stared at Ain't, disbelief flickering in his eyes. What? He knows about the prophecy too. The thought sent a chill down his spine. But outwardly, he kept a calm, questioning facade. What are you talking about? He asked, feigning ignorance. Ain't placed a hand on his chest, his tone steady and serious. The demons. The founding emperor once spoke of them. He began to recount what he had heard, a grim vision of the future engulfed in smoke and fire. A prophecy that foretold the demons' return to this world. His sharp gaze fixed on Fernan as he continued, I am a descendant of the founding emperor, and yet I only learned about this recently. So how did you know? Inside, Fernan's thoughts were in chaos. I did not know anything about it, but he kept his expression composed. Ain't, meanwhile, was lost in thought, his fingers at his chin. It seems Luina already knew as well. His eyes gleamed with insight, as though unraveling a grand mystery. Could it be that some of the imperial bloodlines already knew of the founding emperor's prophecy? Then he pointed at Fernan with a look of dawning realization. So you have been preparing for this all along. I will uncover the truth myself. Fernan looked at him helplessly, lips twitching. Honestly, that makes perfect sense. Should I tell him he is actually right? He sighed inwardly. He is so convinced he has solved some great secret. If I told him he is wrong, it would almost feel cruel. Finally, Fernan gave a weary sigh and replied aloud. I only learned about the demons after tracking suspicious spending within the Merchant Guild's accounts. Ain't blinked, momentarily stunned. So, you do not know about the prophecy? Fernan shook his head firmly. No. I did not even know it existed. Ain't frowned, unconvinced. Then how did you know they were demons? Maintaining a perfectly serious face, Fernan lied without missing a beat. I have encountered them several times while pursuing their trail. Every single one of them gave off a foul, unsettling aura. Inwardly, he thought dryly, that is definitely demonic energy. Not a shred of guilt crossed his face. He kept the charade going smoothly. I sensed something abnormal, so I began investigating with Lu. He stopped mid-sentence when a massive wave suddenly crashed against the shore in the distance, its roar echoing through the forest. Fernan's face darkened. Damn it. They must be fighting it on their own by now. He quickly cut the conversation short, turning to Ain't. We should move. We will discuss the details later. Ain't nodded obediently. Understood. Just then, Gardner materialized beside them, his tone sharp and commanding. Go. Ain't blinked in confusion. What? The spirit drifted close, its ethereal form almost brushing against his face. The poison in your body is nearly gone. Head left toward the island's center. There, you will find what the founding emperor left behind for you. At those words, Aint's eyes widened as memory flooded back. Right. That is why I came here in the first place. Gardner's tone softened slightly. It is not far. The morning light will guide you. The forest around them glowed faintly in the pale dawn. Together, they moved quietly through the dense woods, Gardner floating beside him with a tone of smug satisfaction. You drifted to the very island you needed to find, and you were already near your destination. Everything's aligning perfectly. I would say today is your lucky day. Ain't shot him a deadpan look, his mind replaying the near-death moments of the past few hours, nearly drowning, nearly being torn apart by monsters, nearly dying to demons. Lucky day, my ass. But Gardner continued proudly, surely the founding emperor himself is guiding us. Ain't glanced at him skeptically and asked, then why were you so quiet when Fernan was talking? You usually can't shut up. Gardner replied casually, I was just watching the situation. He showed up at the right time. I even thought he might be up to something with you, but it turns out he would been chasing those demons all along. Then, sobering, it warned, those fiends are cunning and dangerous. They may have started moving earlier than I expected. Gardner glanced at Ain't with approval. Also, that one's not bad. I knew Bowshape had talent, but I did not expect her to be this strong. It observed calmly, she cut through those demons easily, while you were still struggling with them. Ain't fell quiet at the remark. Right, he remembered, Luina had fought impressively. She is only a year older than me, yet the gap in ability is terrifying, he thought. Then his mind flicked to Fernan and he inwardly mused, if I could have allies like Luina or Fernan, fighting demons would be so much easier. Gardner was not entirely approving, though, and cautioned, Bowshape's fine, but do not trust the Pellenbergs lightly. Do you know what happened when they used to trade with demons? The forest was hushed except for the two of them talking, and Ain't immediately protested, you always say that was 1,000 years ago. He stayed resolute, even so, it does not change anything. You absolutely can't trust the Pellenbergs. He looked at Gardner with a puzzled rebuke, but they fought alongside humans, that is how they became one of the powerful houses. Why drag up the past and hate Fernan for no reason? Gardner seemed more puzzled than Ain't at that. Then Ain't sighed and said something that made the spirit indignant. What does a 1,000-year-old event have to do with him now? He demanded. Gardner, annoyed, swooped over and smacked him on the head, snapping, hey, are you his defender or something? You kids never listen to elders. Ain't, a little exasperated, protested, I am only saying you should not be so biased against people. Ain't dropped his gaze to the ground, ashamed, then confessed, besides, if we actually became allies, I would just be dead weight. He is far stronger than I am. Gardner reassured him confidently, do not worry about that. Then it brightened and announced, we have arrived. Ain't looked around in surprise. Here, Gardner turned to him, full of certainty. Yes, you will grow much stronger if you eat what is inside that. Ain't recoiled in bewilderment. Eat what? He stared at the massive tree towering several times his height and shouted, that, the whole tree. Gardner quickly corrected him, no, the miraculous elixir is inside it. Relieved but still curious, Ain't asked. Okay, how do I get it out? Gardner instructed him in detail. Stab into the trunk. He followed the directions. The moment the blade came free, a burst of brilliant golden light poured from within the trunk. The crack widened until a glowing orb was revealed, nestled inside. Gardner examined the sight and explained, the founding emperor made this with his own hands. It is unlike any other divine remedy. Ain't stood transfixed, staring at the miraculous glowing orb before him, speechless. Gardner watched proudly and announced, once you consume that, you will be transformed completely. By now the sun had fully risen, illuminating the island in the wide, endless sea. Suddenly a thunderous explosion echoed from the shore. Fernan and the others were still fighting the sea serpent. Fernan had been summoning jagged rock spikes and driving them into the beast's hide. He kept directing more stones, flinging them straight at the serpent. The creature was struck all over and howled in pain, thrashing wildly. Fernan pushed the assault relentlessly, chanting spells as he went. A vast magic circle blossomed in the sky above. From it, countless stone spikes rained down like needles, bombarding the serpent's body. Seizing the opening, Bella leapt forward with her sword and carved a long, powerful cut along the serpent's flank. Luina followed in quick succession, rushing in and channeling force around her blade, slamming it against the creature's scales. Unfortunately, the serpent's scales were incredibly tough. Her blade only pierced a little. Luina gritted her teeth and tried to drive the sword deeper, but she failed and had to withdraw quickly to avoid a counterstrike. She landed beside Fernan and clicked her tongue in annoyance. I can't cut through it. Bella, equally exasperated, assessed the situation. Its outer shell is too hard. Fernan, calm and measured, added, even hurling boulders won't do much. Seeing the serpent still vicious and alive, he warned, decapitating it does not look feasible either. Bella panicked. Then what, is there nothing else we can do? Fernan frowned, thinking quickly. Maybe it is the demon magic interference. It has taken fatal wounds but won't die. He fretted inwardly, I still need Ain't if we are truly going to finish this. Just then, a beam of golden light shot in from the distance and struck the serpent's body, instantly opening a grievous wound. Luina's eyes widened in astonishment. Bella looked on, shocked and fearful, and whispered, that is. Approaching them, wrapped in radiance, was a figure glowing from head to toe. Fernan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Yes. It is him. The wounded serpent before them made Fernan recall an old report. The founding emperor had crafted a special kind of divine elixir. Ain't watched with sharp, focused eyes as the figure's brilliant light reflected in them, sparking another thought. In cases where a descendant lacks an innate affinity for light, the elixir forces assimilation with the light element. In other words, it restructures the body and compels synchronization with light, enabling the heir to learn the Armian clan's secret sword techniques, which are based on light. Ain't nimbly vaulted to avoid a column of water from the serpent. Fernan observed the fight and reviewed the elixir data in his head. If someone already has light aptitude, drinking this only amplifies their aura. Watching Ain't gather radiant energy into his blade and strengthen his strike, Fernan realized that is exactly what had happened to him. Now Ain't could nearly perform Armian swordsmanship perfectly. In the next instant, Ain't slashed across the serpent's eyes. Its two eyes were destroyed in a blink. The beast howled in pain and snapped blindly at him but missed. Then a series of dazzling, brilliant slashes surrounded the serpent's head. Fernan watched in awe. The old chronicles had called the founding emperor's sword arts humanity's hope, something that could banish despair and darkness. Ain't then raised his hand over the sword. A radiant beam poured from his palm and formed a shining blade that seemed to illuminate the world and reach right into the soul. In an instant the whole area was flooded with resplendent, glittering light. Witnessing that breathtaking sight, Fernan smiled in satisfied wonder. The historical records had not exaggerated. The serpent, mortally wounded, began to collapse. Ain't finished it with one final, precise strike, cleaving the creature into pieces and killing it outright. Watching the young man's confident form, Fernan thought to himself, Ain't Armian, you are my trump card in the fight against the demons. At the seashore, the serpent's severed head drifted on the water's surface. Ain't stood beside the massive corpse, gazing down at his own hand in quiet awe. This is incredible, he murmured. Gardner, clearly proud, replied smugly, of course it is after all. That is something left behind by the founding emperor. Just then, a voice spoke up, drawing Aint's attention. So that is the swordsmanship of the army and clan. Truly formidable, just as the legends claim. It was Fernan. He and the other two approached, their faces full of admiration. You saved us, Aint, Fernan said. Aint rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed. It was nothing. I just dealt the final blow. If it were not for you all, I could not have finished it so easily. They soon turned to discuss the matter of returning. Luina looked at the group and said, we can head back now. Bella crossed her arms skeptically. And how exactly do we get out of here? Fernan answered calmly, I have already sent a signal. Someone will come pick us up soon. Then he gestured toward the serpent's body and added, if no one objects, I would like to take the corpse. Luina replied indifferently, I do not need it. Aint followed up, me neither. Only Bella frowned, unwilling to yield. Hey, I helped too, we should split it. Fernan gave her a level look and reminded her evenly, you still owe me. Who was it that purified your energy? Bella stared at him in disbelief before finally sighing in defeat. Fine, take it, you stingy bastard. Fernan smiled contentedly and confirmed, so no objections, then. Suddenly, Aint spoke up. Fernan, I want to ask you something. Fernan turned to him, curious. Aint looked serious. You are hunting demons too, are not you? Fernan blinked, puzzled but answered, yes. Aint's eyes grew resolute. If people are becoming tainted by demonic energy, then the real demons must already be here, right, then. He placed a hand over his chest, his expression firm with conviction. I want to help you. Hearing that, Fernan could not suppress his delight. I was wondering how I should get him on my side, he thought gleefully. Victory, I did not expect it to go this smoothly. Without hesitation, he shook Aint's hand, agreeing to the partnership. Then let us hunt the demons together. Aint nodded. All right. Inside, Fernan was ecstatic. My plan worked perfectly. He mentally reviewed his checklist. 1. Capture the possessed. 2. Clear my name and prove I have no ties to the demons. 3. Bring Aint to my side. All objectives complete. Fernan exhaled in satisfaction. Everything's gone exactly as planned. Sometime later, he returned to his sprawling, luxurious mansion. Inside, Hyde stood with a report in hand. Sir, did you hear? They have started holding combat training classes on the river. We have been ordered to start building ships. Fernan was sketching magical formations on paper, humming contentedly to himself. I am making so much money right now. Excellent. Just excellent. Hyde frowned, puzzled. Wait, you knew this would happen? Fernan replied bluntly, how would I know? Hyde scratched his head, still confused. Weird. I thought you might have planned for it, but that is quite the coincidence. He eventually gave up and leaned closer, peering at what Fernan was drawing. Anyway, what are you working on? Fernan looked up and answered casually, a golem blueprint. He looked down at the magic circle drawn on paper and sighed. I have been too busy until now. Finally, I have a little time. Then he ended that topic and shifted to another matter. Right, have you figured out how those demons infiltrated the Merchants Guild yet? Hyde reported respectfully, yes, it seems they slipped in a few days before the yacht club meeting. He recounted how he had once shown 2 sketches of the demons to the servants and questioned them, and now he was summarizing the findings to Fernan. I asked the staff if they would notice anything strange like suddenly having new employees with no announcement. But oddly enough, all of them said those people had always worked there. Hyde rested his chin on his hand, voice serious. That is the answer I got. Fernan's eyes grew sharp at that, muttering under his breath, they thought those imposters had always been here, magic, then. He studied the paper in his hand, thinking aloud, I would guess it is psychological magic. I will investigate further. Hyde remarked calmly, manipulating minds and souls happens to be a demon's specialty. Those words made Fernan freeze, his thoughts catching on that last word, souls. His gaze darkened as he pondered deeply. Then the possession I experienced. That too must have been the work of a demon. He sank into thought, sifting through theories. They might have that ability, but that still does not explain the prophecy. Just then, Hyde called out, bringing Fernan back to the present. Regarding the demons we captured, my lord. Fernan turned toward him, curious. Did you find anything? Hyde shook his head. No. The confession spells do not work on them. We have locked them in the dungeon. Fernan removed his glasses, his expression turning cold. If necessary, you may resort to torture. I am busy. Anything else? Hyde nodded slightly. There is a message from the Duke. Fernan raised a brow, doubtful. From my father. What does he say? Hyde straightened, reporting precisely. This time, the Freudian family will be supplying the students with spirit stones and world tree leaves. He clasped his hands behind his back, his tone steady as he relayed the Duke's orders. As usual, the task of transport falls to us, given the value of those materials. And the Freudian family has chosen you to oversee the delivery personally. Fernan repeated in disbelief. Freudian wants me to handle it myself. Folding his arms, he frowned and thought. Why, there is no reason it has to be me. I have a bad feeling about this. At the same time, far away at an academy, Bella was walking down a corridor beside Luina, talking quietly. I am still shaken by those demons. I could believe in demonic energy contamination, but actual demons existing, I still have my doubts. She frowned, puzzled. Why did Fernan tell me not to inform the academy? Luina, munching on a pastry, replied casually, because we do not know who is an ally and who is an enemy. Bella blinked, realization dawning, then asked again, right. So does he have a plan or something? Luina glanced at her and answered with quiet confidence. He must. He always does. Bella's eyes widened in mild surprise. You really trust him, huh? She said as they continued walking. Since you two became a pair, have you been working on this case together? Luina hesitated, then replied uncertainly, I guess so. Bella sucked on her lollipop with a thoughtful look. Ah, I see. That makes sense now. I did think it was strange before. Luina tilted her head, confused. What do you mean? Immediately, Bella began recounting the rumors circulating around campus. People say there is no way you would ever be friends with Fernan Pellenberg. They think you only got close to him for money. Then she smiled triumphantly, but the truth is, you are actually working together to hunt demons, right? Luina froze, completely baffled by how Bella could have jumped to that conclusion. Bella clasped her hands behind her back, sighing in admiration. Teaming up with someone you dislike for the greater good, how noble. You are a real knight. Luina fell silent, unsure how to respond. Bella was awed, but there was no stopping her imagination once it got going. I really respect you, you know, Bella added earnestly. Meanwhile, just one floor below them, Ain't was strolling leisurely through the crowd of students. Gardner sensed the light-hearted mood in Ain't's voice and commented, affirmatively, you seem to be in good spirits. Ain't walked with a relaxed stride and nodded. I feel much lighter now. He chuckled, a genuine, carefree laugh. Before, I was completely stuck, not knowing how to deal with demons. But now, as long as I can discuss things with Fernan, I will manage. Hearing that, Gardner could only sigh in agreement. Having the Pellenberg family as allies is far better than having them as enemies. Ain't smiled sheepishly, though his expression carried a trace of happiness. Besides, this means I will get to see Luina more often. Gardner immediately snapped in irritation. No, that is not what matters here. From within the sword, Gardner's tone turned grave. Listen, humans have already started to succumb to demonic corruption. That girl, Bella, she is already infected. His voice deepened as he imagined the grim reality awaiting the infected. Anyone contaminated by demonic energy will eventually become a demon. We must prevent that from happening. Worry gnawed at him as he spoke with urgency. We need to gather as many allies as possible and prepare for what is coming. Ain't did not disagree. In a calm, steady tone, he replied, that is why I am on my way to meet someone right now, the very person you strongly recommended. Gardner responded thoughtfully, I know. At least that man has a good eye for people. At that moment, Ain't finally reached his destination. His face brightened and he called out enthusiastically, there he is. Ahead stood a handsome young man with striking red hair. Ain't raised his voice to get his attention. Hey, Varian. The young man turned toward him with a puzzled look. Ain't Armian, but as soon as he recognized him, Varian's expression hardened with hostility. Do not pretend to be friendly. I am here to meet someone else. Ain't did not take offense. Instead, he smiled brightly and pointed at himself. I am the one you are supposed to meet. Fernan sent me. Varian's face froze in shock. What? Ain't extended a hand with an easy smile. I will be straightforward, you probably already know. I am helping Fernan hunt down demons. He said you might be able to help me. He studied Varian carefully before adding, you are pretty skilled yourself. That only made Varian bristle with anger. His jaw tightened as he spat, skilled. I do not want to hear that from someone who has already beaten me. Are you mocking me? Ain't quickly raised both hands in defense, flustered. No, I am being serious. But Varian growled in defiance, his voice rising with rage. Even if I die, I will never help you. Hearing that, Ain't sighed inwardly, resigned. I knew it. He was not going to help. He recalled a conversation he would had with Fernan before their meeting. Back then, Ain't had asked, Varian Kalbrudern, is he a friend of yours too? Fernan had answered calmly, just by coincidence. Then he would smiled confidently and said, but having someone from your class to assist you is not a bad thing. He is strong, reliable enough to be an ally. Ain't had frowned doubtfully, but he despises me. Fernan had replied with certainty, do not worry. If he refuses to cooperate, just tell him this. Now, returning to the present, Ain't remembered those words. Without hesitation, he lifted a hand and pointed directly at Varian. With an innocent expression and a clear, steady voice, Ain't said, you. Then he spoke the shocking line Fernan had taught him. You are a demon, are not you? Varian's eyes went wide in utter disbelief, his entire body frozen as if struck by lightning. Ain't propped his chin on his hand and pondered, when was it again? During midterms, he spoke precisely, that was the day you lost to me for the second time, right? Varian was already rattled by Ain't's words. Without missing a beat, Ain't continued. You passed out during the fight. I heard that is when you were transformed. I heard that if Fernan had not been there, it would have been much worse. Did not he tell you you do not remember that day? With every sentence, Varian's composure thinned. Ain't did not pause for sympathy. He kept laying out the facts. Fernan said you were only being used by a demon. In the end, Varian could take no more. He clapped a hand over his mouth to silence himself. He signaled fiercely, shut up, okay, what if someone's listening? He bared his teeth and demanded. What do you want from me, Ain't Armian? To everyone's surprise, Ain't smiled affably and said, come have lunch with me. Outside, the sky was a deep, beautiful blue. Beneath the bright sun a grand mansion stood proudly. From inside came muffled crying. Why would you do that? You promised you would not tell anyone. Varian fell to his knees and clutched at Fernan's sleeve in miserable accusation. Why would you tell my worst enemy about this? Ain't Armian. Fernan had his hands in his pockets and looked down at the kneeling man, thinking, I knew he would come to me about this, I just did not expect him to cry. Calmly he countered, I did not say that. I only said I would not turn you over to the magistrate. Varian immediately pressed on, and what about Ain't? He blackmailed you, Fernan protested. No, he is not that kind of person. Varian clenched Fernan's sleeve like an accusation, voice still bitter, that would actually be better. Varian's wounded pride spilled out. Instead, I have to suffer the shame of eating lunch with him. He could not hold it back. He replayed the lunchtime scene in his head, how they sat together under so many staring eyes. How Ain't even offered him a bite and said, take my piece. Varian's face darkened with resentment. When did we get so close? He whimpered, then mashed his face into the floor and cried as if his heart would break. If everyone knew. If they knew I was his friend. Fernan listened, annoyed, thinking to himself, really, what is there to cry about? He snapped inwardly, Varian Kalbrudern, I thought you were smarter than this. Then he spoke out, calm but blunt, do not you see why I introduced you to Ain't? Varian stopped crying and looked up, hesitant. Sorry. Fernan fixed him with a serious gaze. If you stick close to Ain't the one who hunts demons, you might meet the one who did this to you. Are you just going to sit here and cry forever? He shifted tone, colder now and disappointed. I thought you were a knight. Is this the best you can do? Varian flinched, then, as if struck, snapped to attention. Then the reason. He stammered. He stood up, clenched his fists, and declared, it is so I can have a chance at revenge. Determination hardened his features. Fernan watched, silent, and noted the change in Varian's eyes. Good, I do not know when he will get his chance, but there is still an opportunity. With Ain't's goal firmly aimed at demons, and Varian steadying himself, Fernan turned to leave. I have to get to class. Varian called after him with one final summation, cooperating with an enemy to defeat another enemy. Hearing this, Fernan paused, glancing at him with curiosity. Varian, sword in hand, declared with unwavering resolve, I, Varian Kalbrudern, will cooperate with my enemy, Ain't Armian. He raised his sword high, his expression righteous, swearing an oath to eradicate demons in order to exact his revenge. The scene immediately stirred memories in Fernand's mind. He thought of Luina, who had once displayed the same resolute determination, insisting, "If you need help, just call on me." Then he recalled Aint, who on the island had similarly presented himself with a straight, earnest gaze, inviting others to join in slaying demons. Now Varian, too, mirrored the same earnestness. Fernand sighed internally, thinking, and now him as well. All of them shouting their demon-slaying slogans behind me. Why are all these knights like this? Is that just how people like them are? Meanwhile, at the academy, in a classroom dedicated to the study of monsters and other magical creatures, a man stood at the podium calling roll. Kirillo Deniv, present, Ludger Schwaben, present, Luina, standing among the students, scanned the room but did not see any familiar faces. She furrowed her brow, thinking, "Where's Fernand? Today's the practical session." Her irritation grew as she worried he might have skipped class. Just as the teacher was about to call his name, Fernand Paylenberg appeared, raising his hand and answering politely, "Here, sir." As Fernand arrived beside her, Luina whispered a mild complaint, "You are late. Do not you know roll call counts toward participation?" Meanwhile, on the podium, the teacher continued, calling names. "Alia Torta," Fernand muttered softly below. "Luckily, I am here. Sorry, I had to speak with someone." Once attendance was complete, the teacher addressed the class seriously, "Everyone is present. I trust you remember my instructions from last time." In an instant, a magical circle appeared beneath the teacher's feet, and he announced, "Today's topic is cooperation." He lectured with authority, explaining that some monsters are so powerful that one cannot face them alone. Below, the students, intimidated by the energy radiating from the magic circle, nevertheless listened attentively. In front of the classroom, the teacher simultaneously summoned various intimidating creatures while explaining their traits. Some had stone-hard bodies, almost impervious to attack. Others had high magic resistance, rendering spellcasters nearly useless. Hence, the cooperation between mages and knights was vital. Luina whispered to her neighbor, "These are training targets used by students. It is your first time seeing this type, right? They are a form of golem." Fernand, calm as ever, replied, "I have only heard about them." Above, the teacher warned the class, "They cannot move like the real ones, but underestimate them, and you will fail." He then positioned the creatures opposite the students and signaled, "Begin." Over the following period, each student faced a different monster. A young woman wielding a sword teamed up with a blue-haired youth to defeat one of the golems. When they finished, the teacher announced the results, Kirillo Deniv and Alia Torta 2 minutes 58 seconds. Soon after, 2 more students cooperated to finish their match, Ludger Schwaben and Alman Denertz 2 minutes 15 seconds. The teacher held up his stopwatch, calmly assessing the situation. The next top-tier pair stepped forward. He called out 2 names, Fernand Paylenberg and Luina Beaushape. At his command, the 2 stepped out of the line. Then he turned his attention to the creature formed from earth and stone. "The monster you will face is a Goliath." Everyone watched apprehensively as the pair approached. A black-haired youth hesitated, muttering, "Goliath. That is going to hurt." Yet neither Fernand nor Luina showed the slightest fear. Fernand walked steadily, explaining as he went. On average, a Goliath stands about 3 meters tall, its body covered in stone. He glanced up at the massive creature and noted, its resistance to both physical and magical attacks is extremely high. But there is always a way. Consider its traits and weaknesses. Then, calmly, he added, its weak spot is the neck. Luina responded with equal composure, "I know. I will immobilize it." "You strike the neck." Fernand, smiling confidently, shook his head. "No, I will hold it." She frowned, warning, despite its size, it is surprisingly fast. The 2 continued their relaxed conversation, paying little attention to the monster as it raised its massive fist. Luina, serious, instructed, "I will engage it," but before she could finish, the Goliath slammed its fist down toward them, sending sand and dust flying. The teacher watched carefully, frowning, thinking, have they failed? Is the Goliath too much for second-year students? Yet as the dust cleared, the scene revealed Luina holding her sword aloft, blocking the Goliath's strike. She even had time to turn her head and scold. "And you thought you could use me as bait?" Fernand grinned smugly. "Who said I would be the bait?" He summoned a magic circle above the Goliath, clearly instructing, "I am talking about keeping it immobilized." Immediately, massive stones rained down from the magic circle like endless droplets, striking the Goliath again and again. The stone seemed infinite, hammering its body relentlessly. Students nearby gawked in astonishment, their jaws dropping. What? What is this? They gasped, unable to believe their eyes. Soon, the Goliath was completely buried beneath the mountain of stones. Fernan, smiling with excitement, nudged Luina. What are you waiting for? Finish it. From the podium, the teacher checked his stopwatch and commented, the method you used is difficult, considering the mana required, but you did it. He then announced the results. Fernan Pei Lenberg and Luina Bo Shape, 3 seconds. Fernan's face lit up with triumphant pride. First place. Ludger, watching, crossed his arms angrily, muttering, second place again. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, astonished. How much mana does it take to do that? He actually coordinated with Luina for a reason. Fernan, pleased, thought, did I just get extra points with Luina? But when he glanced at her, his smile faded. Luina now frowned, clearly not happy. Fernan felt a pang of confusion, thinking, Luina. She does not look happy at all. Walking beside Fernan, Luina let out a soft sigh of admiration. You were incredible back there. Every time I look at you, I feel like I am discovering a new side of you. Fernan tilted his head, curious. Are you complimenting me? Luina's expression turned cool. Of course. Thanks to you, I got first place. Fernan glanced sideways at her, then asked, then why do you look like that? Luina pouted, what is wrong with my face? Fernan frowned in frustration. You are pouting, what is that supposed to mean? Just say it already. Luina rolled her eyes, hesitated for a second, then said, it is nothing serious. It is just that it was my first time fighting an imitation monster. Her next words made Fernan stop in his tracks, realizing something. I wanted to keep fighting a bit longer, she admitted. He thought to himself, I probably should have given her more time. She came in second, 2 minutes and 15 seconds slower. Maybe I should have stretched it out another 2 minutes. Fernan sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. It is always like this. No matter how many times you do well, people only ever remember the one time you fall short. Meanwhile, Luina kept walking ahead, her tone now lighter. Still, I am happy we won first place. From behind her, Fernan spoke up. My family keeps a few imitation monsters around. Luina paused mid-step, glancing back curiously. You want one? He asked. Her eyes sparkled. No need, that would be asking too much. Fernan could not help but sigh inwardly. Look at that expression. He replied with a calm, practiced smile. It is fine. We do not use them anyway. Luina's grin grew brighter. If you say so, thanks. She was so delighted she practically turned chibi-like, hopping with joy. I had to go to my next class, I won't do that again. Just then, someone poked Fernan lightly from behind and called out, Fernan. Arya greeted him with a radiant smile. Buy me a cup of coffee, will you? But Fernan coolly corrected her, his tone flat. If you want to talk, make an appointment first. Arya Fridian. She puffed her cheeks, clearly irritated. You are so cold, you know that. Fernan started to walk away but froze mid-step when she added, you have already received the message from my family, have not you? He turned sharply. You mean? The item shipment. Arya's smile widened playfully. You are the one handling it, right? A while later, in a quiet room, Fernan sat across from her and asked, the World Tree Branch, you are really planning to donate it to the Academy? Of course, Arya replied casually, spooning up a bit of ice cream. That is exactly why I chose you. If the heir to your family is in charge, the burden will be handled differently. Then she looked up, her eyes gleaming. You do understand how valuable a branch of the World Tree is. Do not you? Fernan leaned back slightly, suppressing a sigh. Of course I do. The image of the World Tree suddenly surfaced in his mind, a single sapling that the World Tree could only produce once every 100 years. Naturally, it contained deep, boundless mana and the very essence of the forest itself. Its influence spread endlessly across the surrounding lands. Fernan could not help but wonder what kind of dealings the Fridian family had made to gift something so precious to the Academy. Thinking about it, he muttered to himself, well, I doubt he would tell me even if I asked. But then, Arya unexpectedly spoke up, I will be joining in to help as well. She flashed a bright smile and added cheerfully, so, let us be friends. Okay, this is going to be so much fun. He only stared at her, expression calm and probing, before asking, why? Fernan looked her straight in the eye and reminded her evenly, I thought I said it before, there is no reason for our noble families to get chummy with one another. Arya's smile faltered as she blurted out in frustration, you are so stubborn, being friends with me won't cost you anything, you know. He suddenly changed the subject, asking, do I have to take a leave from class? Arya quickly nodded. Yes. The academy already approved it. We can substitute the practical sessions with theory work. Both of us can do that. Fernan continued his calm interrogation. Then when do we leave? Arya closed her eyes and grinned. 2 weeks from now. We will prepare everything by then. He reached for the glass of water on the table, gently brushing his fingers against it. I see. But the moment he heard her next words, a sharp current seemed to jolt through his body. We just have to go to the Phrygian territory. The cool glass slipped from his fingers, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Fernan gritted his teeth and pressed his hand to his head, muttering inwardly, it has been too peaceful lately. In an instant, his surroundings changed. Fernan found himself standing amid a ruined battlefield. Today is the day Andromalius descends, is not it? He glanced around, confused. I have already seen this prophecy. Why am I seeing it again? Then his gaze fixed in one direction. That is. In the murky air, bloodthirsty creatures slithered out of the shadows. The sky burned crimson, the people below screamed and fled in terror as demonic miasma spread across the land. A demon was descending through a widening rift in the heavens, and at the very center of it all stood a branch of the world tree. He turned abruptly. Ain't was standing behind him without a sound. Fernan's voice trembled slightly. It is that, is not it, ain't, that world tree branch, it is the power source for the summoning circle. Fernan's eyes locked onto Ain's face, unblinking. I heard that ever since the branch was brought to the academy, it has not grown at all. That is because it has been tainted by demonic energy. Aint clenched his fist silently. Fernan narrowed his eyes. But that world tree branch was not it delivered here by the Golden Tortoise Merchant Guild. He stood not far from the boy, thoughts flooding through his mind like a relentless tide. Just like that yacht incident before, now this again, it all made sense. The Pay-Lenberg family must be involved. I knew it. That nouveau riche bastard really did betray humanity. Aint slightly parted his lips. That does sound suspicious. If what you are saying is true. Suddenly, he let out a furious scream that made Fernan's eyes widen. I will never forgive Pellenberg. Fernan, standing across from him, shouted back instinctively, no, Aint, I am not working with demons. Out of pure reflex, Fernan grabbed someone's wrist. Aint, wait. Then he blinked in confusion. The hand he was clutching belonged to Arya. Listen to me first, he blurted out, panic in his voice. Arya stared at him, bewildered. Fernan. Are you all right? He did not answer. His eyes just glared ahead, his mind cursing violently. Damn it. A rush of thoughts exploded in his head. I heard that ever since the branch of the world tree was brought to the academy, it stopped growing because it was tainted by demonic miasma. But why am I being dragged into this again, that branch? It was delivered by the Golden Tortoise Merchant Guild, was not it? Just like the yacht affair last time, now this. The Pellenbergs are definitely connected. I knew it. That rich bastard really is a traitor to humankind. Meanwhile, Arya rubbed her head and tried to calm him. Fernan, let go. We can. He immediately refused without hesitation. No. She frowned. What did you say? Fernan's tone grew firm, unwavering. The Golden Tortoise Merchant Guild is no longer in charge of transportation. I have already withdrawn from everything. The thought had barely formed when Hyde's cold voice cut through. That is not good. I am afraid I can't allow that. With his hands clasped behind his back, Hyde continued, this is the Duke's decision. Fernan merely nodded, pretending to comply, while his mind whispered, I know. The prophecy never specified how, when, or where the world tree branch would be tainted. Even as Hyde sighed in resignation, Fernan's mind refused to stop racing. Both the Academy and the Phrygian territory have strict security systems. That means the contamination must have happened during transport. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. How the hell am I supposed to stop it? A faint voice echoed in his memory. Have you forgotten, you were summoned once for helping to reduce the Bow-Shape family's debt? But I do not even know how the contamination happened, he thought bitterly. Then Andromalis's face flashed across his mind. Even if I manage to bring the World Tree branch back safely, I still can't prevent Andromalus's descent. If he can't use the branch, he will just find another host. Fernand's fingers began to tap rhythmically on the table. 1, 2, 3. High risk. Low success rate. But in the end, the result won't change. Fernand clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The best option is to withdraw, he thought bitterly. Even if it means taking some losses after all, we volunteered for this mission ourselves. He ground his teeth and furrowed his brow. If we get any more entangled, everyone will think our entire family is colluding with demons. His voice dropped into a low mutter. This is not something I can handle alone. Suddenly, Fernand slammed his hand against the table and stood up abruptly. Hyde, bring me the demon containment orb. Hyde blinked, startled. The orb? Why? What for? Fernand shot back immediately. I will confirm it for myself. Right now. Night fell over a sprawling, opulent estate. Inside the demon containment orb, a violent reflection flickered, a glimpse of the raging demon trapped within. Yvonne watched the projection with furrowed brows and a skeptical tone. This is truly a demon. Fernand was quick to explain, his voice steady but grave. They infiltrated the merchant guild, disguised themselves as staff members during the last yacht club meeting. We managed to capture one alive and have it imprisoned beneath the academy. If you wish, father, I can show you. Yvonne's brows knit tighter as he lifted his gaze. You caught one alive, is that true, Hyde? Hyde responded firmly, yes. I verified it myself. That answer only deepened Yvonne's frown. Demons. In the merchant guild. Then his composure broke. And you did not report this sooner. He thundered. Fernand remained calm despite the fury in the room. I ordered him to keep quiet. Facing the piercing stares of Yvonne and the butler, he continued, his tone steady but resolute. I thought it best to gather more evidence first. But now, things have become too urgent. A faint smile curved Fernand's lips before his expression hardened again. Based on everything I have learned so far. His voice dropped to a grim tone as he laid out his suspicion. I believe the demons are plotting to drag our family down. Inside the Grand Castle, murmurs of discussion filled the hall. I understand your point, Yvonne Paylenberg finally said, his tone heavy with contemplation. I know the yacht club incident was the work of demons. He weighed the matter carefully. And now, he thought, their next target is the branch of the World Tree. If we do nothing, the world will surely misunderstand our intentions. Yet doubt lingered in his voice. Still, you seem too quick to conclude that the demons are trying to eliminate our family. Even so, Yvonne tried to convince himself otherwise. Perhaps it is all just coincidence, he murmured. Fernand Pellenberg, standing nearby, thought to himself, that is what I believed at first, too. He recalled the beginning, how he had dismissed everything as mere bad luck. After all, the Beau-Shape family had long harbored resentment toward the Pellenbergs. And during the yacht club meeting, the demons had clearly targeted Ain's life. But the events that followed proved otherwise. Fernand's expression hardened. No, it was not coincidence at all. Analyzing aloud, he said, Armian's involvement makes more sense. But why would the demons set their sights specifically on the Pellenbergs? He began recounting an ancient tale. 1,000 years ago, when the war against demons first broke out, humanity was utterly powerless. But when the Paylenberg chieftain pledged allegiance to the founding emperor, everything changed. Countless fortunes were poured into the war effort, and that wealth turned the tide. You know that story, father. He looked up solemnly. That, I believe, is what makes the demons wary of us. Fernand continued, reasoning calmly yet grimly. They have already experienced how money can shift the balance of war. They will do anything to make sure that mistake is not repeated. Then his tone darkened further. They have set a trap. Whether we are actually involved or not, the outcome benefits them. If the Pellenbergs are connected, then we will be branded as traitors to humanity. If we are not, then we will be seen as weak and irrelevant. Either way, it sows distrust, especially in Ain't. He paused, his voice heavy with regret. And that is why Ain't Armian cursed me that day, swearing he would never forgive Fernand Pellenberg. At that moment, Fernand fully understood. The prophecy of our downfall was not chance, it was a setup from the very beginning. He finally stated with icy clarity, this time, their goal is to erase House Paylenberg from existence. That is their plan, he concluded. Later that night, Fernand Paylenberg slipped into the archive. the air thick with the scent of dust and age. He rifled through stacks of old tomes, flipping page after page with growing urgency. Muttering under his breath, he pieced the puzzle together. The yacht was sunk successfully. Ain't was stranded on that deserted island. But Fernand Pellenberg was there too. Behind him the spirit confirmed it, yes, Lumina Beaushape and Bellahone were there too. Fernand Pellenberg pieced it together, those two must have grown closer after fighting the demons. Together. Still, a doubt nagged at him. Could just 4 people really have slain the CWYRM? The spirit suggested otherwise, there must have been a gift from the founding emperor on that island. Fernand frowned. If Ain't Armian took that gift and used it to kill the CWYRM, then even if we can't kill Armian, we at least have to make him suspect the Pellenbergs. He sighed in frustration. This all looked backfired. The spirit argued the opposite. With a new plan, things could be turned to their advantage. Fernand raised an eyebrow. You mean the world tree sapling? He asked. The spirit affirmed it. Yes. Arya Fridian contacted Fernand Pellenberg, but I have not confirmed whether House Pellenberg actually took part in the transport. Make sure, by any means, that Fernand Pellenberg will be involved. Fernand whispered to himself. If Ain't Armian is the razor-sharp blade, then Fernand Pellenberg will be the gold that wraps that blade. He set his jaw. He would see the man fall. Later, when Fernand abruptly withdrew from the transport and asked them to move it up by a week, Arya Fridian blew up. What? I am not doing that. Fernand had hoped the request would sound so sudden and rude that they would get angry and refuse making his retreat graceful. But unexpectedly, his father agreed completely to the accelerated schedule. Thank you, Arya wrote. I want to grow closer to you. Reading the letter, Fernand exploded. What did he go soft or take leave of his senses? Anyone with half a brain would be furious and refuse. Hyde hesitated. Do you think he has been influenced by demons? He asked. Fernand's face darkened. High probability. He cursed the demons silently. He asked himself how much influence they really wielded. He knew what they were doing and yet he could not stop them. Even holding the Empire's greatest fortune and a seat on the Electoral Council, he felt powerless. The thought made him furious and restless. He scowled. Fine. Then I will do this. Hyde looked up, curious. What do you intend to do? Fernand's voice dropped, heavy as a gathering storm. I will confront them directly. Because he believed that if there was a problem, then it simply needed to be solved. Moreover, Fernand Pellenberg reminded himself that a true merchant never lets his composure waver, no matter how unpredictable the circumstances. With those words, he left in irritation, muttering under his breath, let us see who wins this time. Left alone, Hyde murmured quietly, but right now. You are the one who is the most shaken. Time passed once more. After several days of waiting, 6 days later, the transport convoy departed from the Fridian estate according to plan. 10 horse-drawn wagons, 100 guards from the Golden Tortoise Merchant Guild, 50 elven warriors from Fridian, and 100 workers. As expected, leading them all was Fernand Pellenberg himself. He reminded himself, the World Tree branch is hidden inside the 4th wagon. Furthermore, Fernand thought grimly, aside from the most trusted few, no one knows what I am really transporting. The chest containing that branch is protected by dozens of magical seals. Only Arya and I can open it. Yet frustration gnawed at him. How could it have been exposed to demonic energy in a situation like this? A troubling suspicion crossed his mind. Could it be? Arya herself is the demon. He immediately dismissed it impossible. He recalled that Arya was supposed to be Ain't's companion, the one foretold in the prophecy, destined to follow Ain't Armian. At that moment, Arya asked casually, how long until we reach the academy? Fernand snapped back to reality. About a month, he replied. He laid out the itinerary in a measured tone. We will need to cross 2 territories to the east before boarding a ship. Arya Fridian smiled brightly. Got it. Ah, that reminds me. She leaned closer, her tone playful. Would you like to invite me to your yacht club? Fernand answered without hesitation. No. Arya huffed in indignation. Why not? I am an excellent student. My family's of high standing too. He replied coolly, some of the Elector families do not like you. Fernand did not hesitate to twist the knife where it hurt most. Because you are still an outsider. Arya's face darkened. Do not look at me with that pitiful gaze. She snapped back, you are the one who helped mediate when the Burcheffs sold their golden ox. Were not you. Fernand admitted without shame, yes, that is true, but still no. Arya shouted in anger, "You are cruel." A beautiful day dawned, the sunlight spilling across the grand castle like liquid gold. Inside, voices echoed through the hallways. The negotiations should go smoothly, one said confidently. Thanks to the information you shared about the demons with the council through Jace Wines. Orlando added, we will soon receive their aid and wipe out every demon still hiding among us. Yvonne Pay Lenberg shifted the topic. All right, any news from Fernan yet? He should have arrived at the academy by now. The butler replied, they departed just this morning. Yvonne's hand slammed hard against the table. Of course, he thought grimly. This is clearly a trap set by those demons. But even knowing that, I have no choice but to walk right into it. His expression darkened as he recalled Fernan's confident words, I will make thorough preparations. Yet their opponent this time was not a mere rival merchant or noble house, it was demons. If this transport operation fails, Yvonne realized, the reputation of my merchant guild will crumble. And worse still, I will lose my only heir, my only son. How dare those monsters lay a finger on me? He rose to his feet and barked an order. No, gather the Crimson Tortoise unit immediately. Orlando hurried to stop him. My lord, please, calm yourself. If you do that now, things will only grow worse. He spoke gently, trying to reason with him. Young Master Fernan specifically instructed that this matter be handled quietly so the demons won't realize we have already uncovered their plot. Please, have some tea. Yes. Then he added reassuringly, do not worry, my lord. The young master has known about the demons and our countermeasures long before we even did. Yvonne hesitated, that is good. But also troubling. He admitted thoughtfully, I have considered that myself. When he discovered that hidden mana stone vein no one else knew about. I began to wonder. His brow furrowed. It is almost as if he has seen everything before, as if he has come from the future itself. I have so many questions I want to ask him once all this is over. But aside from that, frustration overtook him again. Why not just hire a group of mercenaries and send them instead? Orlando offered a calming smile. My lord, please rest assured Master Fernan will be fine. He said it with conviction because deep down, he believed it. The young master always exceeds our expectations. Meanwhile, on the road, Fernan Pay Lenberg glanced at the sky in suspicion. Strange. It was not supposed to rain today. Back at the estate, Orlando held firm to his faith. I am certain this time, too, he will do exceptionally well. And with that belief, he whispered to himself, that is why. All we can do now is trust him and wait. The sky had turned pitch black, and rain poured down in relentless sheets. As Arya Prydian gazed thoughtfully at the curtain of rain outside, Fernan Pay Lenberg stood behind him, deep in conversation with Hyde. I am guessing we won't be able to continue the journey today, he said matter-of-factly. We will have to make camp here. Tell the guards to protect the wagons. Hyde bowed slightly in acknowledgement and hurried off to carry out his orders. Then, out of nowhere, Arya Prydian murmured, this rain. There is something strange about it. Fernan turned sharply toward him. What did you say? Arya removed his hat, his tone sincere. I asked the spirits, he explained, and they said the other regions are all under clear skies. Only this area is being drenched like this. Fernan began to grasp the implication behind his words. You mean? This rain might be artificial, he asked, his eyes narrowing. Arya shrugged lightly, as if not wanting to sound paranoid. Just a guess, he said. Maybe someone's trying to mess with us. But then he chuckled and waved the thought away with disarming optimism. No way, right, it is probably just bad weather. His casual remark did not put Fernan at ease. On the contrary, it deepened his suspicion. If it really is artificial rain, then it must be the work of demons. Still, he reminded himself, the prophecy said we would reach the academy safely. While Fernan's thoughts grew heavy and cautious, Arya continued to hum cheerfully under the rain. Rain falls, over the village below. His voice, carefree and melodic, carried through the storm. Rain falls, over the silver mountains. The raindrops fall to nourish the trees. Yet even as Arya's song filled the air, Fernan's mind refused to quiet. If the rain is deliberate, that means someone's already infiltrated the group and defiled the branch of the world tree without anyone noticing. The realization made his pulse quicken. But why trap us in the middle of this storm? What is their goal? A blinding flash suddenly split the night sky, followed by a thunderous crack. A bolt of lightning slammed into the ground nearby. The wagons shook violently, and the earth split open beneath them, quaking as if the world itself were tearing apart. A ferocious gust swept through the camp, a storm so powerful that men, horses, wagons, and shards of earth were hurled into the air like toys. Caught in the maelstrom, Fernan gritted his teeth and reached desperately for his weapon. The orb atop his staff blazed to life, radiating dark, oppressive energy. Its glow intensified, discharging tendrils of lightning in every direction. Thunder roared across the heavens, and the storm raged like a beast unchained. When at last the winds began to subside, the world had been reduced to ruin. What remained on the ground was a wasteland of shattered debris. Those few who had not been swept away stood or knelt frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what had just unfolded, staring wordlessly into the devastation. Fernan Lenberg was still being tossed helplessly through the air, his body spinning inside the roaring vortex. "Damn it, the branch of the world tree," he cursed inwardly, panic flashing across his mind. Then, just as abruptly as it had begun, the storm vanished. The violent winds dissipated, leaving only silence and the sickening realization that he was now plummeting straight down. "Arya," he shouted mid-fall, his voice cutting through the howling air. "Make sure the wagons do not get destroyed." Arya Prydian, also tumbling helplessly through the void, flailed his arms and cried out, "Which one?" Fernan's brow twitched in frustration. "Now of all times." "All of them, damn it all," he roared back. Moments later, the wagons, horses, and rocks came crashing down in a deafening sequence of impacts. Arya squeezed his eyes shut, screaming, I can't do this." When everything finally stopped moving, they found themselves surrounded by darkness. Only a faint beam of light trickled down through a narrow hole high above, illuminating the jagged pit they had fallen into. Fernan took a deep breath, quickly estimating their situation. "This pit's deep. Around 40 meters at least," he calculated grimly. The thought made his face harden. Those damned demons. So this was their plan, to separate the convoy like this. He turned his gaze toward Arya, who was miraculously unharmed, and exhaled in relief. "Everyone's still okay," the young man muttered weakly. Fernan glanced around, spotting the nearby wagons scattered in the gloom. The one carrying the branch of the world tree had fallen along with them, but miraculously it was still intact. He let out a slow breath. At least, nothing catastrophic happened yet. Catching Fernan's stare, Arya blinked and asked drowsily, "What is it now?" Fernan frowned slightly, not understanding. "What?" Once he regained his composure, he said evenly, "We should start climbing out of here." He did not notice that, behind them, several crimson eyes had begun to flicker in the dark, gleaming with malice. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the chamber. Then came the slithering scrape of something enormous moving closer. Fernan stiffened instantly, turning around just in time to see the multi-eyed creature emerging from the shadows. Of course, he thought grimly. Things were never going to be that easy. He raised his staff, pointing it toward the beast. Dark energy flared from the orb at its tip, crackling in defiance as it met the monster's aura head-on. Arya, trembling behind him, gasped, "Fernan. What the hell is that thing?" "A Sade," Fernan replied curtly, his eyes fixed on the enemy. "A what, a Sade?" Arya stammered in disbelief. Fernan shot him a sidelong glance, incredulous. "You do not know what a Sade is, did not they teach you about them at the academy?" "I did study it," Arya protested quickly. "But Sade are not classified as monsters. They are magical entities, and magical entities and monsters are completely different things. Monsters had existed on this continent since the dawn of creation, grotesque, savage beings that resembled humans possessed by demons. But demonic creatures were something else entirely, brought forth by the demons themselves, fiercer and more destructive, capable of obliterating entire villages. They were saturated with demonic energy that was what set them apart from ordinary monsters." That brief explanation was enough. Returning to the present, Arya Prydian, panic rising in her voice, cried out to Fernan Pellenberg, "But how can demonic creatures even exist in this age?" Fernan Pellenberg's expression turned grim. "If demonic creatures exist," he said flatly, "then so do demons." His tone was absolute. "Demons?" Arya Prydian gasped. Her mind flooded with disbelief and questions. "Demons actually exist. How could you possibly know that?" "I will explain later," he said curtly, cutting her off. "For now, get the carriage out of here. I will handle them." But Arya Prydian, true to form, managed to test his patience once again. She hesitated and mumbled nervously, "I do not think I can." Fernand's brows twitched in irritation. He spun around, his voice rising in frustration as he lectured her sharply. "How can you say you can't when you have not even tried? How do you expect to survive in this world with that cowardly attitude? When I was your age, I was not even allowed to talk back to my mentors, do you understand?" Arya shrank back under his glare but still stammered, "I want to follow your orders, but I can't. Because that thing." Her trembling finger pointed ahead. Fernand turned to look and froze. "That is Barca." Before them loomed a colossal beast, eyes glowing blood red, roaring with primal fury. TCH. Fernand clicked his tongue in annoyance, finding himself in a truly difficult situation. As the beast prepared to charge, Fernand instinctively shouted, "Hide." An explosion of blinding light erupted, scattering debris in all directions. Dust and smoke filled the air. Arya coughed violently, covering her mouth, while Fernand stood still, calm amidst the chaos. Through the haze, a figure emerged, hide, sword slung over his shoulder, stepping forward like a god descending from the heavens. He positioned himself between them and the monster, his voice steady and protective. "Are you all right, young master?" Arya Prydian's eyes sparkled as she stared at Hyde, admiration lighting up her face. "Your butler is so cool," she breathed. Fernand Pellenberg, however, showed no reaction. His expression remained blank, though his mind was racing. Barca. The creature was just as it had been described in the research compendium on demonic beasts and monsters. Its outer hide was like metal, thick, sinewy, and tough as steel. Its claws were sharper than most swords, each strike as precise as it was deadly. And those teeth. They could pierce through anything, jagged like saw blades, dripping with viscous saliva. A rank 4 demonic creature, it could easily crush trolls or ogres, an entirely different class from the mere rank 8 Sade. And now, one stood before them, alive, breathing, and seething with murderous intent. Fernand's gaze hardened as he analyzed the beast from head to toe. In that instant, something clicked in his mind. So that is their plan. The demons did not bring a Barca here just to steal a branch of the world tree. They are trying to kill me. He clenched his jaw and called out, tense, Hyde. Can you kill it? Hyde did not dare give a definitive answer. It won't be easy, he said after a pause, but if you give me a little time, I can. Then I will stall it. Kill it when you are ready, Fernand ordered. Yes, sir. Hyde vanished in a flash, moving faster than the eye could follow. Arya blinked, dumbfounded. Where did he go? I thought he was going to fight the monster. Fernand did not even bother answering that ridiculous question. His voice grew stern and commanding. Arya, listen carefully. While I fight, you protect me and the branch of the world tree from that Sade. Wait, she stammered, you are going to fight that thing yourself. Fernand did not answer directly, only said coldly, if you do not want to die, then do as I say. Why, yes, sir. But do you even have a plan? Arya pressed anxiously. Fernand gritted his teeth. I will summon James, he said, his tone uncertain. Whether it works or not. We will see. James, Arya blinked in confusion. Who is James? Before she could finish, the Barca let out a deafening roar and charged, the ground trembling under its massive weight. Fernand raised his staff, chanting under his breath. The crystal orb atop it burst into radiant light, projecting a vast magic circle across the ground. From that glowing seal, a towering silhouette began to take shape. Then an explosion shook the entire area. The shockwave blew dust and debris everywhere. When Arya finally dared to open her eyes, she froze. That is a golem, she gasped. The towering construct stood firm, sword in hand, its crimson eyes locked onto the Barca like a beast ready for war, its every movement controlled by Fernand Pellenberg. The monstrous Barca was forced back several meters by Fernand's golem, its heavy frame skidding across the ground as the giant construct pressed forward. Arya stole a glance at Fernand and could not help muttering under his breath, damn it. I knew he could create golems, but to actually control one at his level, his eyes widened slightly in reluctant awe. He is better than I thought. Under Fernand's precise command, the golem James leapt high into the air, sword raised overhead. It came crashing down with a devastating swing that split the air itself. But Barca caught the blade with one hand. Effortlessly. The creature's jaw split open into a horrifying grin as it lunged forward and bit at the golem's arm. James, Fernan shouted in alarm. His voice echoed through the cavern as he clenched his teeth, growling between them. Damn it. What the hell is wrong with this thing? He thought, eyes narrowing in disbelief. Why is it so strong? After tearing through the golem's defense, Barca roared and charged straight for Fernan and Arya. Its speed grew faster and faster, each thunderous step shaking the earth beneath them, guttural growls rumbling from deep in its chest. At the brink of danger, Fernan lifted his staff and summoned another golem, the ground trembling as the new construct materialized before them to intercept the beast. Arya let out a breath of relief. Good. So he has more than one. But that relief was short-lived. His eyes widened in horror as he saw what was happening beyond the fight between the golem and Barca. From the shadows, countless other shapes began to emerge, slithering, snarling, eyes glowing red. Sade, he breathed, voice trembling. They poured forth like a tide of nightmares, rushing toward them in a frenzy. Arya quickly raised his staff, forming a shimmering magical barrier. No. But when he turned his head to the side, his heart froze. The horde was not only coming for them, they were heading straight for the branch of the world tree. The tree, he cried out, swinging his staff in desperation. Get away from it. A burst of energy exploded from the tip of his staff, sweeping across the swarm. But there were too many of them. Way too many. Panic began to consume him. No, this can't be happening, he shouted, his voice cracking. He poured more mana into his staff, forcing his exhausted body to keep casting. I can't do this, I can't. Still, he charged forward with reckless courage, swinging his staff wildly against the advancing Sade. How long do I have to keep this up? He screamed, tears of strain filling his eyes. His attacks grew weaker, his arms trembling. I can't keep going. I can't. At last, Arya raised his staff high, releasing a surge of radiant mana that blazed through the darkness. I really can't take this anymore, he shouted, voice cracking from strain. Yet despite his protests, he was doing remarkably well, holding the barrier, fending off the Sade, and buying precious time. Fernan, meanwhile, was still locked in battle with the rampaging Barca. Over the thunderous clash of magic and steel, Arya's voice rang out again, half panicked and half indignant. Fernan, I have saved your life more times than I can count. You would better pay me back properly for this. He hurled another spell at the advancing monsters, muttering breathlessly, and I do not mean a simple, thank you, either. I expect at least an invitation to your damn yacht club. When no response came, Arya's tone grew more desperate. Are you even listening to me? But Fernan could not answer, he was too absorbed in his struggle. His entire consciousness was merged with his golem. Controlling one was not like casting ordinary spells. A golem's master felt the world through the golem's body, not his own. It was like living inside another shell, every impact, every vibration echoing in his mind. That was why, as the fight dragged on, Fernan began to realize something painfully clear. I have no talent for swordsmanship at all. Barca raised a single clawed hand and clamped down on the golem's head. With terrifying ease, the beast slammed it into the ground, the impact resounding like thunder. Through that shared connection, Fernan felt the crushing blow as though it had struck his own skull. It is too slow. Too fragile, he thought bitterly. This body, this golem can't keep up with a creature of that power. He clenched his teeth so hard his jaw trembled, suppressing the urge to spit out blood. Still, a thin line of red trickled down the corner of his mouth. His knees buckled. He barely managed to catch himself on his staff, gasping, damn it. Ahead of him, Barca was grinding the shattered head of the golem into dust. The third one, Fernan thought grimly. It has already destroyed the third. Wiping the blood from his lips, he forced himself to focus. When I used them for mining, I did not need to concentrate like this. But battle demands everything. Even so, Fernan refused to give in. He raised his staff again, summoning another golem with a hoarse growl. I can't die here, he muttered. Sweat poured down his face as he calculated. I have only got 2 left. And my man is almost gone. Still, determination hardened his eyes. I just have to hold out until Hyde returns. Across the field, Barca stood with the mangled corpse of the last golem dangling from its jaws. Upon spotting its new opponent, it spat out the remains with a wet crunch and let out a guttural snarl. Fernan's newly summoned golem dropped its sword with a heavy clang. No point using a weapon I can't handle, Fernan decided. It will only get in the way. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and focused every ounce of his consciousness into the golem's body. His breathing slowed. His heartbeat aligned with the construct's core. Feel it. As if it were my own flesh. Move as one. Think as one. For an instant, a spark of light flashed across Fernand's eyes, an awakening, faint but real. A fragile thread of hope amid the chaos. Barca let out a guttural screech and charged forward, each step shaking the ground like an earthquake. Opposite it, Fernand's golem clenched its massive fists and lunged to meet the beast head-on. When they collided, the impact exploded like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Debris and stone blasted upward, raining down in a storm of dust and rubble. Behind them, Arya strained to keep the protective barrier intact, shouting in panic, "At this rate, the whole place is going to collapse, damn it." The golem's arm began to fracture under the pressure of Barca's claw, cracks spider webbing across its rocky surface. Suddenly, a massive boulder came loose from above and crashed down, slamming directly into the creature's back. Seizing the moment, Fernand pushed his concentration to the limit and drove the golem forward. Its massive fist rocketed upward and smashed squarely into Barca's face. The monster reeled backward several meters, roaring as shards of rock and blood scattered across the cavern floor. Fernand did not let up. He sent the golem hurtling forward again, this time launching a brutal kick that echoed through the chamber. But Barca was far from finished. Its muscles rippled, and a pulse of crimson energy burst from its body as it tore itself free from the rubble. "Now of all times, damn it," Fernand cursed under his breath. The beast's blood-red eyes flared. With a roar that seemed to split the earth, Barca lunged forward once more, its claws closing around the golem's head. Fernand gritted his teeth, his mind screaming, "Hide! Where the hell are you?" A moment later, as if answering his call, a streak of light descended from above. Hyde appeared midair, his long coat whipping around him, a massive sword gleaming in his hands. His eyes were cold, sharp as blades. With a single, devastating strike, Hyde drove the sword straight into Barca's torso. The steel sank deep, and a torrent of red gushed out as the monster roared in agony. Hyde did not relent. He planted his feet, forcing the blade deeper, crimson light erupting from the wound as if ripping the world apart. Veins bulged across his arms and neck as he poured every ounce of his strength into the attack. Strike after strike rained down, the sound of steel against flesh echoing through the cavern while dark red liquid splattered in every direction. At the same time, another golem materialized under Fernand's command. Even battered and bruised, Barca's bloodshot eyes glared wildly, refusing to die. Fernand's voice came low and resolute, the final blow. The golem raised its sword high and swung with brutal precision. The blade cleaved through flesh and bone in one clean motion. Barca's massive head was severed, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud.